Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
Hasan.
Hasan. Hasan.
Hasan. Hasan.
Hasan.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. May like heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, stolen territory, stolen Tongva land. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might know that it's a special day. You might be aware that it's a very special day. I certainly am. And you might be wondering why it's a special day. Well, the reason for why it's a very special day is because, I just recently did an LBC debate, which I thought was really good. No, that's not the reason. It's part of it, but that's not the only reason. It's because I worked out this morning and I feel pretty spectacular. No, that's not the reason. Is it because Ethan Klein is potentially losing his lawsuit to Denims? I mean, that's a pretty good reason. But also, on top of those reasons, it's Friday.
We finally here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you already know on the HasanAbi broadcast, we celebrate the weekend. We are weekend warriors here at the HasanAbi broadcast for one good reason, and that is because our forefathers fought long and hard to make sure that we have the weekend. A sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of regaining our consciousness and humanity. And that's why the vibes will always be immaculate on Fridays. You already know what it is. For all of the wage cucks and the wage slaves, on Friday, we celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Happy Friday. More like Friday. More like Friday. Happy Pride. You already know. Immaculate vibes my ass. No. We're going to keep the immaculate vibes going. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you already know what's up. Shout out to the workers on the weekend for all the wage cucks that are doing gig economy, service industry work. Unfortunately for all of you, it might not actually be technically a time of peace and prosperity. Time for yourself. It is, however, Friday, June 5th, 2026. 11:21 a.m. In a little bit, I am going to do a very quick 1 hour Yanis Varoufakis conversation that we were supposed to do. Today was supposed to be the day where I was in real life supposed to do a conversation with Yanis Varoufakis. I was also supposed to do a conversation with LBC in the studio, but unfortunately, that didn't happen in person, but it did happen over the internet. And it actually went on for almost an hour. And not only did it go for an hour, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, by the way, for all the parasocialists out there. But as I was saying, woo, I did this interview that turned into a debate. Did you record LBC in case they don't release? I did not record it. I should have. I didn't really think about recording it, but I think they'll release it. It's a good faith conversation. Hopefully. Yes, there's really, really good stuff going on. UAW endorsed Abdul El Sayed. LBC is oh, I was also on Democracy Now! Before I forget, what am I talking about? I woke up early this morning at 4:30 a.m. and put on the suit for my queen, Amy Goodman, for Democracy Now! The War and Peace Report. That's right. I was on Democracy Now! Earlier this morning. Then I went back to bed for a little bit. Then I went to the gym. I worked out. Then, which LBC anchor? I will tell you, I think it was Louis Goodall. Yes. And it got heated. I was having a conversation with Louis Goodall, and it started very positive. But then I started just straight up being like, look, yeah, I stand by some of the statements I've said about Hamas being 1,000 times better than Israel. He was very offended about the comparison between Israel and Nazis. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm more offended about Israel's actions than that. There was a little bit of that. And he seems they're going to edit the shit out of that. No, I don't think so. I think they'll post it in full. I hope. It got to be heated, yeah. It got to be heated, but it's so good, yeah. It's nice. Yes, Lewis is a super lib of the station along with James O'Brien. You think they're going to release everything? Oh, you sweet summer child? I think so. Why wouldn't they? No, I didn't record the full context. And if they don't, you got no rebuttal now? Why you keep doing this? I mean, I don't know. I didn't feel... Why are we automatically assuming that it wasn't... It just wasn't going to be released in full. I don't think LBC edits stuff like that. I don't think they will. Anyway, guys, god damn it, I just started. And remember when I said the vibes were about to be immaculate and you guys fucked it already? God damn, chat. Every day motherfuckers tune in here and they're like, well, what time is it? That's right. Time to go to work. What am I doing at work? Well, I'm working at the dick sucking factory. And when I'm done sucking dick, what I like to do after a long shift of sucking penis is to immediately start yelling at Hasan for not doing the right thing. I'm just saying British media. Okay. Once again, I am going to do an interview with What's Wrong with Sucking Dick? Ain't nothing wrong with it. There are a lot of earners out there that are doing the work that needs to be done that no one wants to do at the dick sucking factory. But speaking of which, by the way, that was actually another thing that he brought up. He was like, well, you said it's homo-fascism. What do you mean by that? And I was like, well, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, these are the types of people who don't have issues with queerness and queer culture, but are techno-fascists in general. And he was trying to hit me on that, where it was like, well, don't you think queer people get sent to the camps under fascism? And I was like, yeah, that's my point. That's why we have to have international solidarity. We don't have any time to dick around. No one likes to lick the labia. That's crazy. How you feeling today, Unc? You doubling down and a shitload getting mad at peak content? I'm gonna need my ASAP in my veins. I mean, we'll see what happens. Oh, breaking news. Randy Fine attempts to board a flight to Tel Aviv. Let's take a look at what happened. That's fucked up. They should not let him on the plane like that. That's really messed up that they did. Queer is not a synonym for gay. Peter Thiel hates queer culture. Okay, whatever. He's gay, though. He's LGBTQ himself. Anyway, Oxford Union is back on. Chamber on the 6th of June at 6 p.m. BST. I don't know what that means. I don't know what 6 p.m. BST is. I guess it's not going to be live streamed on my end. Because that's real early, isn't it? That's real early, isn't it? It's 10 a.m. Pacific time. Fucking hell. Nice. 8 hours ahead of you. All right, then. How long is it supposed to be? Hopefully not longer than an hour. Anyway, yeah, Hasan Piker and Yanis Varoufakis is banned for insufficient support of genocide. Also, Hasan Piker on being banned from the UK, traveling to Cuba, supporting candidates critical of Israel. The National I did an interview with as well. Your favorite Aussie is backing you up. This is slander. I sent him my nudes completely unsolicited. Alexa, they were my nudes. I mean, both of their nudes I got. Yeah, exactly. Oops. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, personal news wise, the UK ban is low-key worthy of an original YouTube vid on your channel. It's too late now, innit? Everybody knows that it happened. I should have just blasted one before. Check previous please before news time. Watch Bosnia's banger. No, I'm not going to. Okay. I got the blast off memes. All right. I'm going to post them right now. Yes, I saw the dubs, big dubs, fat dubs on the timeline. I saw in a hilarious twist, the delicious irony, the court tentatively determined that Denham's reaction to the content nuke passes 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use and is therefore transformative. In all 3 of the 4 pillars that it passed the court cites Ethan Klein's own former case against Matt Haas as a precedent that informs their decision. It's fucking awesome. This is a shitlib apocalypse. Okay, every single shitlib. Every single ultra Zionist, every single person who was just like, who is now embarrassed to openly state their support for the nation state of Israel, or many of them who still do, were in support of Ethan Klein's, litigation, and we'll see what happens. I mean, they can still appeal, but it doesn't look too good for the crackpot team over there. It seems so. Shout out to Denims. Swag, beast mode, respect. Let me blast off real quick because we have, talking with Yanis about being banned from European countries over anti-Zionism. Senate 70 bill, cool immigration bill. Okay. Ethan Klein lawsuit against Denims might fail. Senate 70 billion immigration bill. CATTLE-FORNIA dumps continue. Patrick Bet David versus Better Hassan. Lego updates. I found out that I have access to Reckless Ben. Unprecedented access to Reckless Ben. I just had no idea that I did. So I will be talking to him as well at some point. Israel merger voice vote fails, by the way. Yeah, he follows me, apparently. I didn't even fucking know. I've been like literally asking around. I'm like, yo, where's this guy? What's he up to? What's he doing? Turns out he follows me. Get ready for the is HasanAbi a terrorist searches the sore on Twitter after mentioning Ethan decline. I mean, who gives a fuck? Yeah, by the way, the lawsuit that fucking failed, this was one of the elements. Obviously, like, you might be thinking, why the fuck do I care about this like weird ass lawsuit from a pro-Israel podcaster from a pro-Israel podcaster against like other people? And it's because he basically used the fucking lawsuit as a fleshlight for all of his other, personal opinions. Very strange. Yeah. He did a whole bunch of weird shit in that lawsuit, and it turns out a normal judge looked at it and was like, this is fucking insane. It turns out that what pops off in the minds of like weird, perverted, fake lawyers on the internet and rape tone and Asmongold circles on the internet doesn't actually stand in the fucking court of law. Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff overall. But does this matter? Of course not, because our enemies are stupid. Okay? Our enemies are fucking stupid. Okay? Just remember that. If you're wondering why these guys constantly go, oh, this lawsuit is over, and then there's like 7 million views on these YouTube videos with like some of the sweatiest fucking losers on the planet running around being like, oh my God, like this is over. What epic ownage, without even like thinking about what dangerous precedent this sets for fair use on the internet. Like Ethan Klein almost killed fair use with this idiotic fucking attempt. Thank God the judge was like, hey dog, your previous precedent that you set in your previous lawsuit was actually pretty reliable in this circumstance. Yeah, they cited his own fair use suit from 2016 and his fucking lost, dude. Today's feel-good story. A federal judge just handed Zionist YouTuber Ethan Klein a brutal loss in his copyright lawsuit against pro-Palestine Twitch streamer DUMPS TV. In a humiliating ruling, the judge cites a precedent that Klein himself created. In 2017, Klein won a landmark fair use case, HasanAbi versus Klein. After being sued for making a reaction commentary video, it became one of the most important copyright rulings in YouTube history. Creator rights advocates celebrated him. Fast forwarded to 2025. Now, the plaintiff sues several smaller streamers for doing almost exactly what he did back then, watching it, criticizing his video, in an unhinged diatribe against Hasan the Hun, live with commentary throughout. Today, Judge Wesley Su cited HasanAbi versus Klein repeatedly to rule that DUMPS TV's live stream was transformative fair use. The case Klein won to protect himself is now protecting the pro-Palestine streamers he's suing. Klein's own complaint alleged that DUMPS used his video for the exact opposite purpose, to defend Hasan Piker rather than condemn him. The court said, exactly, different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking, by the way, this is Israel mindset. Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel, because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you fucking stupid? But of course, the way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a fucking problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself. And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the fucking way. Because that's what happened with Casey-tron, where he made Casey-tron release this statement and sign off on a litany of insane things. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued. Not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably fucking stupid or they're just horrible monsters. Okay? Sometimes both. Every single fucking major content creator on this dumbass fucking platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content in general. They should be kissing DUMPS' feet. They should have been fucking screeching at Ethan. They should have been screaming at Ethan, but no, they were too horny to fucking bully a bunch of pro-Palestine women that they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here, okay? That's what this is. A lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked. We're so motherfucking stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of women that they don't like, that they didn't even think about the fucking consequences. Now, will they actually address this stuff evenly? Will they address it accurately? Will they look at the situation and go, well, obviously, this was a failure, and maybe Ethan should stop, pursuing these idiotic lawsuits, wasting away, literally withering away, and aggressively pursuing people through litigation to dump unlimited amounts of paperwork on them with the hopes that they can't actually fight back because they don't have enough money, so they'll concede? Probably not, because these guys don't think about anything. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. Anyway, there's more. The court walked through all 4 fair use factors. 3 favored DUMPS strongly. The only one favoring Klein, that the nuke is a creative work deserving protection, the judge dismissed as not terribly significant in the overall balance. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against the finding of fair use. As set forth above, however, this factor alone is not terribly significant in overall fair use balancing, because at the end of the day, the work was transformative. That's number one. And number two, Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How's that for fucking free speech? But it turns out a lot of people don't give a fuck about free speech at all, especially those who think free speech means, saying slurs and being able to say slurs and have no opposition whatsoever. Yeah. Here comes the Sunbird says, I don't believe this was ever about winning the lawsuit. Where it backfired was Denham's following through on taking it to a judge. Fair use is a robust enough stand to stand its ground, which is probably why Destiny and Asmongold were celebrating it. I would hope that at a certain point, yeah, if it doesn't change tomorrow, this will be the second most important court ruling on YouTube and fair use, followed only by 2017's Matt Haas/Ethan Klein. Yeah, ironically enough, the in-person motion for judgment hearing will be today at 2:15. Scheduling for notice in-chamber order, changing the time of the motion. Ethan Klein, do the right thing. Drop everything, please. Oh my God. It's so stupid to consistently pursue this shit and try to appeal it, please. Now that he's lost, he's going to admit he was doing it to cost Denham's money to try and not look owned. At some point, we got to finally fucking say this was a ridiculous process, right? I mean, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, like there's going to be a point where people actually cover this stuff, right? I hope. Yes, there's an insane Abdul El Sayed internal poll that came out that I've seen. It's insane. Like literally insane. It's unbelievable. Anyway, on Denham's showing nearly the entire video, the court said that doesn't matter when copying isn't necessary for criticism. The citation was Hosinzadeh versus Klein. All in all, the ruling cites the literal Ethan Klein landmark fair use ruling 12 times. 12 times. Every single fair use factor that went her way cited his own case law back to him. Can we talk? Wait. Like, this is a landmark ruling, a game changer once again. And for the record, if you want to know how fucking psychotic Ethan and his stupid fucking lawyer are, this is a part of the fucking documents that they filed where they said it's mostly just shitting on me for some reason. It's like 300 pages, and like most of it is just being like, well, Hasan Piker is actually the Kleins are dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born and raised in Israel, where she served as a secretary during her mandatory conscription into the Israeli Defense Forces. While both Ethan and Hila are highly supportive of Palestinian self-determination and extremely critical of Israel and its government, the Kleins support a two-state solution as the best interim solution to the conflict. Not relevant to the fucking case at all, but put that in there. In the wake of October 7th, Hasan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hasan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader. Why is this in the fucking documents? I covered it briefly in the beginning, and I didn't have a lot of time to fucking cover this shit extensively because this was at the peak of amidst the ongoing genocide. And since then, obviously, the situation has evolved. But it's insane to me that there are pages after pages after pages riddled with psychotic screeds such as this one. What is this? Address this? Yeah. No, literally, this is from the actual court documents. It's not a joke. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28, 1941. He's saying, I became the Grand Mufti of Palestine. In the Denham's lawsuit, Hasan is compared to the Grand Mufti of Palestine. Like al-Husseini, Hasan uses massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hasan... Remember, this is a copyright suit. This is a fucking DMCA suit. Why is this in the fucking DMCA suit? Is this fair use or not? And there are so many fraudulent slop tuber charlatans that looked at this and were like, this is based. Like, there are so many fraudulent ass charlatan bitches all over the fucking commentary sphere that looked at this suit and were like, this is awesome. Everything is above board here. This is fucking fantastic. What are you talking about? It's a fucking copyright suit, not even against me. It's a copyright suit against Denham's. This is what I mean when I say we have a crisis in stupidity. We have a crisis in illiteracy. There is a real, genuine crisis that so many people watched this shit happen and went to like perverted, weird ass fake lawyer YouTube pages where they were like, Well, I wear a suit and I'm giving you expert analysis. I'm a lawyer. And everyone was like, oh my God, this is actually incredible. Oh my God, this is peak lawyering. It's fucking over. It's so over. Denims is 1,000,000% done. Denims is 2,000,000% done. Hasan's friend Denims is dead. The only reason why Casey had to concede and settle was because she didn't have enough money. Yeah, this motherfucker wanted to sue me too. At some point, someone has to literally talk to this man and be like, dog, you have kids, you have businesses, you're throwing everything by the wayside. What the fuck are you doing? You've leaned into some of the biggest weirdos on the fucking internet because they're the last people that will offer you a crumb of support. And he just doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to anything. He does not listen to anything. Like, is there no one in Ethan's corner that was like, brother, why are you doing any of this? Please stop. I mean, I said it, but of course he won't listen to me because apparently I'm the fucking Grand Mufti of Palestine from his assessment. Last year, when he told Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits, the fake YouTube lawyer said, you don't know anything about copyright. Yeah. Hasan, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright. You can barely read properly. How'd that work out for you? Legal mindset. Here's the thing. Here's the problem. Okay. These guys are fucking losers and they're morons. But the audience demands this kind of moronic attitude. So for them, they won't get punished. Their audiences won't turn around and be like, well, honestly, you really fucked up here, right? You really fucked us up. You told us that this was actually going to be great. You told us everything was going to be fucking fine. Yeah, I retweeted. I said, how'd this work out, dipshit? It's just like, I don't think that there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys. Okay? I don't think there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys or their audiences. I think ultimately their audience doesn't want to know the truth. They just want to keep fucking fighting. They want to keep fighting women in general. They want to keep fighting Muslims. None of these creators have even tweeted about it. Yeah, because they're moving on. They're going to move on to the next thing. And they're wrong all the time. Like, this is what I mean. This is precisely what I'm talking about. They're always wrong, and yet their audiences don't care about the truth at all. So they just live in this fucking complete alternative reality, and I don't know how. I don't know why you would want to live there. I don't know why you would want to live in an alternative universe where things are happening in the real world, okay? Things are happening in the real world, and you're oblivious to the things that are happening in the real world, and you just choose to live in this, like, completely hallucinated alternative reality. You live in fucking Narnia, where, like, I'm going to prison any moment now, you know? I went to prison in China, like, and you would much rather live in that universe and just move on. I genuinely don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. It makes no fucking sense. These guys have... What's your jacket's material? I don't know. Why do you keep fucking asking, dude? Jesus Christ. I don't know. Take a second off. What the hell? A top comment in their own sub about it commented about how much the judge cited his previous case and they permanently banned them for it. Of course they did. Of course they did. But here's the thing. Like, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do with this? Because this is objectively insane. Like, this is an objectively insane thing to do. But what do you do when everyone else is insane? Right? What do you do when there is a real audience for this kind of insanity where people don't look at this and go, yeah, I think this is maybe a little bit crazy for me. I'm going to move on from this. I'm going to move on with my life and probably not trust these resources ever again. Instead of that, what they end up doing is seek out further confirmation bias preserving idiocy. You're ignoring women. What is this? No, but for real, thanks for actually covering these lawsuits since the very beginning. It's disappointing seeing so many creators who make React content not say a peep out of fear of being called snarkers. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. Yeah, the OG fair use suit made Ethan Klein a hero among YouTubers and everyone on the internet. Will people acknowledge that he tried to kill his own fair use precedent? Probably not. I mean, we'll see. There were so many instances where they could have just pulled out of this, right? I think one of the really solid instances where, you know, the fan base could have maybe offered some kind of check and balance towards their favorite content creator, Ethan Klein, was when I showed in that interview, the debate, the fake debate that we had, that he had actually posted about me like 109 or 110 or 111 times or whatever the fuck it was, like 120. I can't remember the exact number. And he couldn't believe it. He could not believe it. He was like, there's no way. Yeah.
Is whether you think someone with money should be able to abuse the court to silence their enemy's speech and expression, because that is the standard Ethan is setting, not a standard about transformation, not one about protecting intellectual property. It's just the standard of don't piss off Ethan Klein. And if you're not disgusted by that notion, you should be. Ethan would be.
In this country, we value free speech, and what a reaction video ultimately is free speech.
I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing. And that.
Yeah. You know what's ironic about that is that he didn't target any of the people who didn't do that, right? He didn't target XQC. And when people asked him, like, why the fuck wouldn't you target XQC for this? Like, he literally did that shit. He didn't even abide by that standard. He said, well, XQC agrees with me, so it's fine. And it's ironic because he also brought that up in the fucking lawsuit. One of the main reasons why he thought this was a solid fucking lawsuit was because Denims disagreed with his original assessment. You know? Cooked, legal lightning round. Like, gross, dude. Fucking gross. God damn, people are so fucking stupid.
It's fine.
Fair use doesn't give a shit if you watch the video first or not. I didn't watch this video first.
I knew they would watch the entire video, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion.
I have to show that I've watched it before and thought, well, I have something good to add. I didn't watch your video beforehand, bro.
A long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation.
Yeah, I don't know why he also presented this like a fucking Machiavellian plot, too. Like, he was like, ooh, you've fallen into my trap. And then all these fucking morons were like, oh, hell yeah, base, dude. You trapped these women. Ugh, I hate women. I'm glad you trapped them and destroyed them. Fucking idiots, dude. I have no goddamn respect for any of these dumb bitches. I swear to God. Look, the only way I will ever respect any of these fucking dumbasses if they turn around, kind of like Kilotonics and many others who are in the, you know, commentary sphere, turn around and say, look, bygones be bygones. We fucked up initially. We were all Destiny Orbiters. It was fucking stupid. And you know, work to correct the goddamn record.
Of watching it the second it was published.
It's speech, bro. I don't need anyone's permission to say anything.
You can't just...
Perfect vindication for not watching the fucking context puke, by the way, initially, because he was trying to trap me in that same goddamn bullshit. Imagine having to fucking deal with that nonstop, on top of dealing with the ADL, on top of dealing with a bunch of Israel advocacy organizations that are actively trying to fucking deplatform me, that I would also have to deal with a goddamn lawsuit. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous, dude.
Say whatever you want. You can't just say I'm in favor of genocide. You gotta watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm gonna call out people like Brendan too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech! You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not. It's fair use. It's protected speech.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet.
By the way, this guy literally calls, ironically, he's the last person who should be calling anybody a fucking pedophile, given his Reddit, his Reddit accounts that were unearthed, but he also literally calls every person that he fucking hates a pedophile all the goddamn time. Talking about slander. You want to talk about fucking defamation? I have his ass dead to rights. There is a literal article that he read about the fucking brothel that I went to in 2010 that got raided in 2016, knowing full well that the accusations by the state were wrong and that the brothel was able to successfully sue the fucking state. He knows the truth, okay? And yet he still participates in this fucking slander over and over again. He should be feeling real happy that I don't fucking pursue this kind of shit. He got banned from Celebrity Poker for calling a woman a prostitute. Jesus Christ.
You know, I wish I could just delete them off the internet. You know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just convenient?
Like, yeah, he's also literally suing Noah Samson as well. Again, no consequences. Well, thank God a judge actually is issuing a little bit of fucking consequences. Yeah, the brothel lies, even though he personally debunked it. Ethan Klein is smearing Hassan again. He says the brothel was raided for human trafficking in 2021 on leftovers. He debunked the claim himself. There was no arrest about human trafficking. All accusations were unfounded and false. Berlin had to pay 250,000 euros in damages. And Ethan Klein knows that because he fucking read it on his stream next to me, okay, in 2021. But of course, in 2024, when he wants to fucking slander, he plays fast and loose with the truth. And there are plenty of people who fucking despise me who will go along with it. It's just so gross. I just want people to be a little bit more intelligent, man. I want people to be a little bit... Is that too much to ask? Is that a crazy demand that we just, you know, not behave this way? That we have a little bit more care and a little bit more consideration for the truth? It sucks. It sucks. It genuinely fucking sucks. Anyway, I'm going to talk to Yanis Varoufakis now about my ban
but you know what?
From the UK and his ban from Germany for an hour.
You can't
but I
do
just
it.
wanted to play this out
That's
real
free
quick.
speech.
I got to pee and then...
You know, and free speech is tested when it's targeted at you.
You can't just say whatever the fuck you want. It's time to start holding people accountable for the shit they're saying.
I fight every day to protect free speech. I put my money on the line, I go to court, and I'll do it as many times as I need to.
You guys have been doing this for years. It's the jig is up. You're gonna have to tell it to a judge, literally.
By the way, this guy likes threatening to sue people. All over fair use and my right to free speech.
And if I wanted to sue you, I probably could fucking ruin your whole life. It'll be great to sue them. I'd love to sue her. I'd love to sue him. I'm gonna sue you. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
We get to pursue legal fees for this garbage, anti-free speech lawsuit.
And to all the detractors who are saying that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care.
It's easy to defend free speech when it's got nothing to do with you, right? When it makes you look good. But when free speech makes you look bad, then let's see how much you defend it.
I'm here. Help, Unc. I'm scared. Don't be scared. I'm not pooping, dude. I'm not pooping. Yeah. Anyway, that's the situation. We'll obviously get back to that in a little bit. But before I do that, obviously, I am joining this event. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay,
Hello.
just join. I'm gonna add him and I'm gonna kick myself out.
Okay. Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello.
Hello.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me? I'm live right now as well, for the record, just so you know.
We are alive and kicking, Hasan.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to turn off my camera and then just be live on stream. Okay.
Okay. Let me kick it off. Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm Mehran Khalidi for DN25, and with me tonight, two people whose words are apparently so influential, so subversive, that governments are banning them from entire countries to shut them up. Hasan Piker, banned from the UK earlier this week, and Yanis Varoufakis, banned from Germany 2 years ago. What links these two cases? You guessed it, criticism of Israel for its genocide in Gaza. Both Yanis and Hasan were due to speak at prominent events on exactly that. So tonight we dig into this new authoritarian playbook in Europe to protect Israel, how and why governments are doing this, and what all of us who care about Gaza and human rights everywhere can do about it. Yanis, I'll hand it to you.
Well, Hasan, welcome. And I suspect we are being welcomed to your stream as well. So,
yes,
you know, it's a double welcome. Hasan and I, just in case people didn't know about it, and I'm sure that most of you didn't know it, tonight, Hasan and I were meant to be live together at the town hall at King's Cross in the heart of the city of London, as part of a podcast that I participate in called the Iconoclast. That doesn't really matter at all. The fact of the matter was we were meant to be together. And, you know, Hasan, my intentions for tonight were to discuss with you the way, I mean, not just a way, but your experiences in trying to energize the left-wing youth in your country, the United States. And, you know, to try to extract some lessons from you for the United Kingdom, for Europe, from, you know, for the non-American world. But of course, the UK government, just like the Berlin authorities 2 years ago, had other ideas. We were found to be insufficiently in support of the genocide. We didn't show enough character in supporting the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. And, they stopped us from having a discussion about politics in our countries. So, Hasan, off you go.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think I have a lot more confidence had a lot more confidence in liberal democracy and European countries safeguarding liberal democracy in spite of everything that I had seen over the past 3 years. But I no longer have that confidence at all. It's shocking when you think about the history of the United Kingdom. And what kind of subversive and, dare I say, radical thinkers the British government has in the past offered a shelter to, in comparison to people that simply oppose Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. I mean, it's a sign of the times that liberalism is in crisis. It's failing. It's deteriorating. And the people who are tasked with safeguarding it, self-described liberals themselves, are also participating in the demise. I think that there are a lot broader consequences that we should probably take a look at and see this as a serious warning sign and hopefully organize against it, because we're running out of time. I think all of these actions taken by the Labour government, taken by the inaction by the Democratic Party in opposition to the MAGA movement in America are allowing, I would say, an appeasement phase that's allowing fascist movements to grow in the Western world, and that's terrifying.
Well, Hasan, I think that you owe a debt of gratitude to the British government because it saved you from this delusion regarding Europe's liberalism. It's a delusion that is a very, touching, that a lot of us used to have. I lost it at least 10, 12 years ago. You're losing it now. It's a delusion, especially amongst the progressives in the United States, who think of Europe as, the kind of United States you would love to have. Even, our friend Bernie Sanders often refers to Sweden as an example of a social democracy, but that's 15 years too late. Sweden is no longer so. Germany, I grew up in a fascist dictatorship in Greece in the 1960s and 1970s. And my parents used to think of Germany as our liberal support group. And we used to take holidays there just for, my father used to say, my father was a communist, by the way, but he used to say that, when he's in Germany, under Willy Brandt and the Social Democrats, he was breathing fresh democratic air. And, but when did I lose my virginity? You lost it now. I lost it 12 years ago, and I'll tell you exactly where I lost it. In the Council of European Finance Ministers, in my first meeting, when I went in there as a socialist, but nevertheless, fully prepared to compromise and to be very, reasonable with all these neoliberals.
We lost Yanis.
What do we do is...
Yanis, we lost you for a second.
Okay.
You said you went to compromise as a pragmatic person.
And, that's right. So I said, we have a different agenda to yours, but this is what Democrats do. They find compromises. And the German finance minister, the late Wolfgang Schäuble, turned around and in no uncompromising terms said to me, elections should not be allowed to change economic policy. And I said, well, that is a godsend for the Chinese Communist Party.
I was about to say, it's very Soviet attitude.
So, welcome to the club, Hasan. Europe is not the paradise the Democrats in the United States would like to imagine it to be.
Hasan, I'd love to ask you, it's been a couple of days since the ban came through. What's the response to the ban been like? Has anything actually surprised you about that response?
I've been surprised on both ends of the political spectrum. On the one hand, I have had a tremendous amount of slanderous articles written about me from a lot of pro-Israel institutions like the Free Press or even the Washington Post editorial board that's constantly writing about how I'm a dangerous threat to the American public. And because this was such a low bar to clear, and I guess it was a great way to dunk on the Labour government as well, which nobody seems to like, including their own voters, a lot of people actually wrote, The Economist, the Washington Post editorial board, Free Press, and all these other oppositional media outlets actually wrote a defense of me and Cenk and a defense of free speech and free expression in general. So that was a little bit, that was a little bit exciting. And And then what also shocked me on the other side was that there were a lot of right-wingers who had made careers off of defending free speech, which from their perspective, it simply meant apparently to the right to be able to say slurs and the right to be able to incite hate and then receive no opposition or no pushback whatsoever. Because a lot of them, instead of defending the principle of free speech and saying, look, you have a right to say things that I disagree with, that's the whole point of free speech, turned around and celebrated the decision of the Labor government, saying, yeah, this is well-deserved. You deserve this. You deserve this ban. And I found that to be a little bit surprising.
Well, you mean J.D. Vance and Elon Musk did not rush to your support?
No, I'm still waiting on that. I'm still waiting on J.D. Vance because he had conversations with David Lammy and numerous other figures over and over again, warning about the dangers of the UK losing its interest in defending free speech, and he's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. Can I ask you a broader question? Because we need to talk about Gaza and we need to talk about Palestine because, they can't stop thinking about it. It's clear that, we were going to go to London and talk about all sorts of other things, but they are forcing us essentially to revisit the question of Gaza. Now, it is my distinct impression, and I want you to tell me whether it is also yours or whether you want to challenge that impression of mine, that, the fascists of the world are doing a splendid job in washing themselves and their dirty hands clean of anti-Semitism by espousing the most horrible, heinous version of Zionism. Is that your view too?
Oh, absolutely. I think there is this very interesting whitewashing and laundering of the prior anti-Semitic history of a lot of Christian nations, a lot of Western nations, and this abdication of historic responsibility, where you hear even the likes of Mark Carney and certainly European leaders claim that anti-Semitism is actually coming to Europe by way of migration, Arab migration, Muslim migration. I find that very strange. I find that really funny and maybe a little scary when I hear that from a German leader, especially because the Holocaust happened not that long ago, right? There are still some relatives that were around when that was taking place. I read it as Holocaust revisionism to a certain degree, but it's certainly a concept that benefits Israel's ultimate goals, and therefore Israel is perfectly willing to abide by that. And as a matter of fact, Benjamin Netanyahu himself is personally engaged in Holocaust revisionism when he once famously said that Hitler didn't want to actually kill the Jews until he had a conversation with the Grand Mufti of Palestine, a British occupation holdover that had no real sway over the Palestinian public whatsoever. The Grand Mufti had convinced Adolf Hitler of actually killing all of the Jews because he was worried, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, that if Hitler doesn't kill all the Jews, then they'll go to Israel. This is Holocaust revisionism, and it was panned and criticized widely by Jewish society and certainly Israeli society at the time, and yet it's most commonly deployed nowadays whenever there are comparisons to be made between Hamas and the Nazis, where you see a lot of Zionists openly state that Hamas is actually far worse than the Nazis ever were, which I find to be insane. It's an insane statement to make. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because I had a conversation with LBC earlier before I'm having this conversation with you guys, and the host was a wonderful guy, Louis Goodall. We started off having a normal back and forth, and one of the things that they brought up, one of the things that the host brought up was the fact that I make this comparison between Israel and Nazi Germany. And he said that this was very offensive. It was deeply offensive. And I was like, look, I'm not very precious about utilizing the term Nazi when referencing Israel because they're doing a genocide. It's a fascist ideology. That's precisely what the Nazis did. And by the end of that conversation, which turned into a debate almost instantly, I think he was almost in favor of the ban himself, even though he started off with not being in favor of it. But the reason why I bring that up is because Israel gets to make these Nazi comparisons, But if anyone opposes Israel, that makes similar comparisons, especially because it's actually more historically appropriate to make the comparisons between two, much more powerful militarized countries that are engaging in the act of genocide and the paramilitary forces that are fighting back against it, a fight for their existence, a fight for survival, people get very offended.
Hasan, just to circle back to the ban, you were due to speak at Oxford Union. What were you going to say at Oxford that was so dangerous? Maybe you can say it now.
I mean, I don't really know. It was supposed to be a debate between myself and my uncle. So maybe Shaban Mahmoud has a better idea of what I was about to say at Oxford Union. But we're still doing that conversation tomorrow. And I don't know what the conversation was going to be about, but I do know what I have said at Oxford Union last time I was there last year. And that was an extensive conversation around the dangers of anti-Semitism, ironically enough. One of the biggest dangers being the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, and how a lot of conservatives, a lot of Zionist Jews don't recognize that this personal connection that they present is actually teaching people the wrong lesson. And that a lot of people don't realize that Israel is falling out of favor. And at the time, this was 1.5 years ago, it had already started falling out of favor. It wasn't as unpopular as it is now, because Israel officially is a pariah state in the Western world now, is viewed as such by the masses. But what I was trying to compare it to is like, look, I'm Muslim. I'm a Muslim American, right? Like in the aftermath of 9/11, this would be equivalent to me running around being like, I love ISIS. Like, and if you actually criticize the Islamic State, like, and their attempts to create the Islamic Caliphate, you're being Islamophobic. That argument is ridiculous, right? And that's what it's going to turn into. And that's only going to foment more anti-Semitism and create more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, especially when you have advocacy organizations actively censoring people. And then I fell victim to that same warning that I was presenting.
Well, can I jump in here? Because there is some degree of a distance between us on one thing. Now, there's no doubt that Israel is using Nazi-like techniques of total annihilation in Gaza. I mean, what is the difference between what the Nazis did at the Warsaw Ghetto and what they're doing to Gaza? Not just since 7th of October, but for decades now. Yeah, it's a ghetto. Gaza is not a country. There's no war. It's a ghetto. They're shooting at them as fish in a barrel. They've been doing it now for decades. It's a Warsaw Ghetto writ large, and that lasts much longer. But I still believe, I hold on to the old-fashioned view that the Nazis were uniquely evil. And the reason why I say that is because, what the Israelis are now doing in Gaza is genocide, and what they're doing in the West Bank is rabid ethnic cleansing. But the uniqueness of the Holocaust, in my mind, I may be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, boils down to the attitude of the Nazis, their mindset that remind me of that of a collector. Take a stamp collector. A stamp collector wants to collect every fucking stamp there is of the particular, of Bolivia or of Mexico, whatever. He needs to put it in his collection, every single one. The Nazis were exactly the same. They wanted to kill every Jew there was. Before they set out to come to Thessaloniki in Greece, to go to wherever it is they went to wipe out whole Jewish communities, they had, since the 1930s, the early 1930s, they had mapped out the cities that they were going to occupy. They knew the telephone numbers and the addresses, if they had telephones back then, of the Jews that they wanted to pick up. They were like stamp collectors. Whereas, the Israelis, if the West, let's say, shoves the Palestinians into container ships and takes them over to Nigeria or to Texas or to wherever, I think the Netanyahus of the world are going to be very upset, because they will lose their raison d'etre, which is to carry out the genocide slowly. But they're not going to chase them to the four corners of the earth to kill them all. The Nazis were unique in that, but that doesn't mean that I take your point. The Netanyahus of the world feel utterly free to make the Nazi comparisons. But if you make it, or if I make it, we're immediately condemned. And also, the other point I wanted to make that came to me when you were speaking is that, this view that the Muslims that arrive in Europe are bringing with them anti-Semitism is pathetic for historical reasons. I mean, the only places on earth where the Jews were completely safe and totally, free, liberated of an anti-Semitic environment, which were those cities? Baghdad, right?
Yeah. The Ottoman Empire was a safe haven.
Salonika, Istanbul. Those were the, Cairo. Those were the places where the Jews never faced anti-Semitism. The moment they came to Europe, it was anti-Semitism galore.
Yeah. So can I push back on this? Because in a comradely manner. So, well, two reasons. One, the Nazi comparison isn't to make a one-to-one comparison regardless, because obviously the Israeli genocide has not reached the standard of the Holocaust yet, right? Yeah. But you brought up the intentionality argument that the Nazis were intending to wipe out every single Jewish person wherever they could get their hands on them. And there's definitely truth there. Now, obviously, there's a couple different scholarly debates on the issue, on this issue in particular. The idea of, like, did they set out to wholesale slaughter every single Jewish person from the start, or did it evolve into that over time? But that's not the conversation that I'm interested in having. The mentality that I have on this is twofold. One, this is the principle of why we have tremendous amounts of Holocaust scholarship and studies in genocides in particular, so that we understand it, we identify it, we recognize the banality of evil, we recognize how societies can turn into genocidal societies and how people refuse to oppose it. And it's the same principle behind the intentionality debate, or the intentionality of the genocide statute. We have that so that we can stop a genocide while it's happening, rather than oppose it after it's done, and then calculate the death toll, and then recognize that it's a genocide if a sufficient number of people have been killed. But the second opinion that I want to put forward is Amy Cesar, who has talked about the non-exceptional or non-unique nature of the Holocaust and discourse on colonialism, where the passage goes, yes, it would be worthwhile to study clinically in detail the steps taken by Hitler and Hitlerism, and to reveal the very distinguished, very humanistic, very Christian bourgeois of the 20th century, that without his being aware of it, he has a Hitler inside him, that Hitler inhabits him, that Hitler is his demon, that if he rails against him, he is being inconsistent, and at bottom, what he cannot forgive Hitler for is not the crime in itself, the crime against man. It is not the humiliation of man as such. It is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India, and the N-words of Africa. And I think there is a similar situation unfolding here as well, where Arabs, by and large, due to Orientalism and due to the dehumanization that they've been subjected to, are not being seen as human in the same way that the victims in October 7 are. Because the victims in October 7, the civilian population of Israeli society broadly, well, they live in towns similar to ours. They sometimes travel to Europe. They have family members, immediate family members, that live in our neighborhoods. So, of course, October 7 is an exceptionally unique pogrom against Jews, is the way that it was presented to me on LBC earlier today. So it's top of mind for me at this moment, as opposed to my real slight that could be perceived as anti-Semitic, because I've said Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas, and as a harm reduction voter, I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. You can only arrive at that conclusion if you think, and in this ties up with the Nazi comparisons being seen as too offensive, right? Not by you to obviously, I'm just saying broadly when people say it's like unacceptable, right? Because I think we can have a reasonable disagreement on this, but I don't think you would make that the biggest point of contention at all, whereas some people do. The idea is that some people are collateralized. And in this circumstance, Arabs are collateralized. Muslims are collateralized. There's a justification for why, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, as opposed to human beings that are seen as full human beings are victims, unconditionally victims. And this is the reason why I, brought up the Amy Cesar comparison, because I think Germany itself had participated in genocides that are, mechanized and unbelievably heinous. Belgium as well, and they don't get the same emphasis.
Look, there's nothing that you said that I disagree with. I don't see any contestation there. For me, I'm fascinated by the stamp collector's image of certain Nazis, not all of them, because as you said, in 1932 it was different. I mean, this stamp collector's mentality was very confined in a group of 20 Nazis. But then, as time progressed, I mean, most of the Nazi party in 1935-36 would have been happy if all the Jews were to be evacuated from Europe.
Yeah, Madagascar plan.
For some of them, it wasn't enough. And I think philosophically, this is quite fascinating for me. That when I found out that they had written down whole catalogs of all the Jews across Europe, well before, 5-6 years before they occupied those cities, that is, it's mind-boggling. But it doesn't stop us from making the points that you made, and which are very well taken and received, that, as you said, the Arabs are collateralized. The Palestinians are treated as Untermenschen, as subhuman. There is the other point which you raised, which I think is absolutely spot on, is that, the outrage against Hitler was primarily because he treated the French or, the Poles in particular, as if they were Congolese, as if they were Arabs.
Yeah.
They had no problem with what the King of Belgium was doing in the Congo. They had no problem with what later, in the 50s, the French were doing in Algiers, but not to white European Christians, right?
Yeah.
So, absolutely. I take your point entirely.
Yanis, can I bring it to present-day Germany and what happened to you 2 years ago when you were banned from entering Germany because you were attending the Berlin Palestine Congress? Can you tell us what happened there briefly, and what did it teach you? What might Hasan expect now based on your experience and knowledge in that area?
Oh, by the way, that saga continues. I just heard today that my court case, I've taken the German authorities to court over that ban, is going to be brought to trial sometime in the second part of 2026. And I'm very much looking forward to attending. And it's interesting that I will be able to attempt, even though there was this ban against me. And I would just give you a very brief account of why. Because that ban was broken when BMW invited me to give a keynote speech at their offices. So you see, sometimes capital, goes into conflict with its own stooges' outrageous behavior. Anyway.
But we know who the real masters are, right? I mean, it's ultimately still capital. That's a perfect example of that.
Yeah. So, if Elon Musk wanted to, your ban would have been overturned.
Yeah.
So, but look, in my case, Hasan, I think the reason why I was banned was not something I had said, but because our organization, DM25, we had the audacity to organize a conference in Berlin on the very subversive topic. The theme was a just peace in the Middle East, a heinous crime, right? A just peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So what irked them? What made them go through this process of banning me in a way which was actually, it was very clumsy. They were always going to lose legally within their own country. And I think I'm going to win this court case, but of course, too late. I think that the reason why they were so pissed off was because of who the co-organizers were. The co-organizers of that conference were Jews, German Jews, who were treated, because they could not be banned. They were in Berlin. They were in situ. So when people like Udi Ratz and various other friends of ours and comrades, Jews, turned up in that conference, one of them was holding a little placard that he had written himself saying, "Jews against genocide." And he was beaten up by police. And while he was being beaten up...
Yeah, an Aryan policeman.
Yeah, exactly. While he was beaten up, he said, "Would it have been okay if I said Jews in favor of genocide?" And then he was beaten up even more. So, that's a difference. In the United Kingdom, it was just a very vulgar application of the rule that, this Labour government can never go against the Israeli lobby. It really is very simple. In our case in Berlin, it was a bit more sophisticated than that. They were essentially banning me to get at the Jews, the German Jews, that did not support genocide, insufficient support of genocide. This is an outrageous crime today in liberal Europe.
And as they call themselves, they're the wrong kind of Jew in Germany. For our stateside audience who may not be aware of this, Germany is still way ahead of the UK in terms of the extent of the repression of pro-Palestine activism. I mean, just look at the case, for example, of Hussein Dugru, who we've spoken with.
Oh, yeah.
DOGRU. You know it, Hasan. I mean, that's just insane.
Well, he's another Turk that's being unjustly maligned by the European Union countries.
But I don't know whether you know that in the case of Hussein, we're talking about the same person.
Hussein Doğru, yeah.
Yeah. In his case, what his case demonstrates is that the German state learned its lesson from me. Why am I saying that? Because when they banned me, it was the German authorities that banned me, which meant, as a European citizen, I had the right to take them to the German courts. The German authorities did something, I had the right to take them to the German courts. And the moment I took them to the German courts, they were in a bind because they could see that they could not win that court case. This is why they've been delaying it. The hearing of this trial has been postponed again and again and again. Now it's almost 2.5 years. So in the case of Hussein, you know what they did? It wasn't the German authorities that went for it. It was the European Commission under Ursula von der Leyen that banned him, and she created a delicious catch-22. That is, he's banned from exiting Germany by Brussels, not by Germany. So he cannot take the German authorities to the German courts because they didn't do anything against him. So he has to take them to the European courts in Brussels, but he's banned from traveling to Brussels. That is ingenious, isn't it? I mean,
no, it's devastating.
In a much more sophisticated manner.
Yeah, and the sanctions on top of that. And I do find that there is a delicious irony in not just that, but also that recently France got a little bit of the same kind of medicine that they dished out to the likes of Hussein Doğru, where, if I recall correctly, there was a French prosecutor in the either ICC or the ICJ that was victim to the American sanctions because of, their following their job in prosecuting Israel to some capacity, or Israeli officials in some capacity, and Visa, MasterCard, and all of these other American corporations, which dovetails perfectly to your latest book as well about techno-feudalism, decided to abide by American restrictions that were applied to a Frenchman who was a French judge on an international court doing his job. And now, all of a sudden, he couldn't use his credit cards. And this became a major issue for France because this was a violation of the sovereignty of a European citizen who was simply doing their job. It was the ICC judge, is what my chat is saying. They're correcting me. So that's precisely what the European Commission has done to Hussein Doğru, trapped him inside of Germany, and gone far beyond that. As a matter of fact, I believe not only he is sanctioned, but his family is also sanctioned. He has like a minor stipend that he gets, and that's the only money that he can have. He can't use any of his bank accounts. His family can't use any of their bank accounts. So they're genuinely suffering right now in this torturous legal limbo. And again, that is so unbelievably unprincipled for Europe to do. It shocks the conscious, and yet for some reason there isn't mass protests against this.
But you know what? You mentioned Nicolas Guillou, that's a French judge. The judge who was appointed by the French state to the International Criminal Court, right? I mean, he's doing the job that the French state gave him, and the French state does not defend him from being debanked within France. He cannot book a hotel room in his own country. And, you know, but you said something that I need to correct to some extent. You said that there was a big hoopla in France. No, there wasn't. There wasn't.
I read some articles about it, so I might have a
few articles. But you know what? It's not a big issue. I mean, those of us who are, you know, totally clued in, and you know, the Mélenchon followers in France and so on are making a big song and dance about it, rightly so. But it is not as big an issue as it ought to be. You see, like the rightists who didn't defend you on the basis of your freedom of speech, which supposedly is their number one priority. Similarly, you know, what happened to all the Gaullists? You know, all the right-wing Frenchmen and women who claim to care above all else about French, you know, national pride.
Sovereignty.
They were silent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that I find really frustrating when I have these conversations, because I have an international audience as well. And one of the things that is so unbelievable to me is the idea that European states have become total vassals, right? And we saw a version of this when the Trump administration, with all of its bravado, decided to lay claim over Greenland, right? To annex Greenland militarily, potentially, and all of these European leaders were like, "What are you doing? This is a NATO country's, you know, territory. You can't do that. We'll give you whatever you need. What do you mean you want to militarily annex it?" And there was this big chaos. And I thought maybe this would be an opportunity for some European leaders, some political opposition, with the exception of obviously Mélenchon, to you know, use this crisis to remind people that, you know, Europe should remain sovereign. Middle powers, when they come together under the banner of the European Union, for example, are actually a fairly powerful force, a very important market, for example. And yet, no, they went back to business as usual. I mean, Macron's text messages, the private conversations that he was having with Donald Trump, showcased their highest priority. He was saying, like, Mr. President, don't focus on Greenland. Let's focus on Iran together, which we now know was also another spectacular quagmire where Europe is once again a victim of its own servility.
You know, Rutte, the former Dutch prime minister and currently top dog at NATO, because he's an idiot, he told a fascinating truth. He let it slip. He was saying this as something which is good. He actually stated it for the record on camera that NATO is not about European defense, but it is a foundation, a platform from which the United States can project its authority, its power globally. So in other words, we're being used as a military base for America to conduct wars against enemies that we don't have in pursuit of interests that clash with our own. But, you know, Hasan, I have never, you know, because I come from a communist background, and my father, and because, you know, I cut my teeth demonstrating against NATO in the streets of Athens in the 1970s, I never had absolutely any illusion that Europe was ever sovereign. I mean, you know, in the case of your parents' country and my parents' country, right? Turkey and Greece. I mean, we were told in no uncertain terms, you have to go into NATO first. And then we'll talk about anything else, right?
Yeah.
In other words, first you grant military bases, nuclear military bases, the United States of A, and then we can talk about anything you may be interested in. So, you know, think of Portugal, think of Spain, think of Albania, Northern Macedonia, Greece, Poland, all those countries, in order to be considered for the European Union, They first had to kiss the Washington's ring. They had to enter NATO, with the exception of 2 countries, Ireland and Austria, because that was an agreement with the Soviet Union in 1945 that they would be neutral, right?
Yeah.
So vassalage does not start now with Macron and Trump. It started with the Truman Doctrine in 1947, which starts with 2 countries. Remember which? Turkey and Greece.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because I'm getting messages now, hate messages from my people here in Greece, not my people, from people of the Greek disposition, saying, oh, you are proving tonight, Varoufakis, that you are siding with the Turk against your fatherland.
Yeah, that's what principled international solidarity looks like, where national boundaries are less important than engaging against imperial superpowers and the vestiges of American empire, NATO being one of them. Turks don't say that for me, as a matter of fact. They don't get mad about that, because Turkey's in this unique situation where my father's nation is very anti-America, but it's also very servile to American interests at the same time. So it's always funny to see Turks hate NATO on principle, but then simultaneously, continue to have nuclear armed American military bases, which maybe Israel might actually take care of, all things considered, now that Turkey is apparently the next target once they're done with Iran. They've floated the idea of like Egypt and Turkey being the next stage in their endless appetite for expansion.
I don't believe that. I think they have enough opportunities to wage war in the rest of the, Israel, in the end, Netanyahu, when push comes to shove, is going to find some modus vivendi with Erdogan, with Sisi as well. It's all the other populations from Greece all the way to Pakistan that are going to suffer.
But now we're talking about geopolitics. Maybe I can ask you both, and maybe start with you, Yanis. Why, simple question, why does so much of the West bend the knee to Israel? Is it coercion? Is it conviction? What? How much of each?
Well, 2 things. Allow me to answer in 2 dimensions. The first one is because Israel is not doing anything different to what Europe was doing 200-300 years ago. It's white settler colonialism, except that it's doing it 200-300 years later, after it was all supposed to be, after white settler colonialism was no longer au fait, right? When the British went to Australia in the 1780s, they looked at the coast of what is today New South Wales, the Sydney area, and they said, we love this. They noticed there were about 5 million, 6 million Aborigines. So they said, oh, well, these are not real human beings. We'll call this an empty land, a land without a people for a people without a land, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's Zionism. And then when they wanted to get rid of the Jews, they said, okay, you go to Palestine, you call the Palestinians, non-people, and you call Palestine a land without a people for a people without a land. So, there is philosophical and historical affinity between what the Zionists are doing and white settler colonialism in Canada, in the United States, in Central America, in Australia, in New Zealand, blah, 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 blah. What the Belgians did in the Congo and so on and so forth. So there is a historical, philosophical thing. And then, of course, the British started it all with the Balfour Declaration. And then in 1945, they decided that Israel would serve them very well at the time when they would be withdrawing from empire as an aircraft carrier. Now, in 1947, they went bankrupt. So they passed it on to the United States that took over. They took over Palestine and Greece. That was in the middle of the Greek Civil War. Interestingly, the United States government was, up until 1947, it was against Zionism in Israel. And they were against the rightists in Greece during the Greek Civil War. But the moment the British went bankrupt, well, actually were bankrupted by Washington on purpose. They handed over the keys to these civil wars, to these devastations, to these genocides, to the Americans. And the Americans took over, and the British and the rest of the European colonialists went along with it. And, they were told that this is a smart way of securing monopoly rights over oil, and keeping the Russians out, the Soviets, and keeping the nationalists, the democratic movements of Egypt, of Iraq, of Lebanon, of Syria, of Jordan, keep them down. I mean, that's what it was. And at some point, the next step in this progression is in the last 10 years or so, when Israeli big tech became fused with American Silicon Valley big tech. And now you have, Palantir trains its AI models in Gaza and sells them to the British National Health Service through the Tony Blair Institute. So, it's an evolving human catastrophe, an evolving crime against humanity.
So geostrategy, technology. Hasan, what's your take?
I agree with the historic assessment from Yanis entirely. And I think there's this ongoing debate in American society that, to put into more reductive terms, I would say is like the Noam Chomsky approach. Israel is an aircraft carrier, the materialist interpretation, versus the Mersheimer offensive realist approach of the impact of the lobby. I find myself at the center of both of these arguments because one cannot exist without the other. By my estimation, there's no other comparison to any historic ally that like the unbelievable amount of power and the influence capabilities that Israel has never been afforded to another country. There's no equivalence. There's no English lobby that is anywhere near as remotely as powerful as the Israeli lobby is. And the reason for that is all of the examples that Yanis just gave. Israel has been afforded the opportunity to intercept and sometimes subvert American democracy by way of AIPAC, by numerous advocacy groups, and a similar problem persists in the UK as well. I was, a recipient of the influence of the Israel lobby in the UK this past week. That's why we're having this conversation remotely, and that would not happen. That like no other country has this opportunity, and that would not happen if Israel wasn't such an important aspect of colonial expansion for Western interests, for Western capital in particular, in a resource-rich region. So it's a bit of both. But there is an unprecedented level of access. And I think now we're at an impasse. We're at a turning point in this relationship for the first time ever. A lot of people will say, like Tucker Carlson's of the world will say, oh, well, Israel's the reason why we went to Iraq. That's bullshit. Pardon my language. I don't agree with that. I think that it's not a secret that Benjamin Netanyahu certainly was influential and pushed America into going to war with Iraq. But this was events that were set in motion far before Benjamin Netanyahu came and spoke in front of Congress, right? This was pure capitalism, capitalist imperialism. There were petroleum interests in Iraq, and they wanted to overtake the Iraqi government and take away the nationalized oil industry and give it away to private interests. And they did so successfully. It was one of the first ministries and the only ministry that remained intact in Iraq in the aftermath of shock and awe was the Ministry of Energy. As a matter of fact, that was the only ministry that wasn't bombed. It was the only ministry that they went in and overtook. There's a reason for it. They already had the oil maps planned out many years prior to the invasion. I believe since the 90s, Dick Cheney was personally demanding this take place. And they took advantage of the fervor after 9/11 to implement this alongside the expansion of the surveillance state, which we suffer from to this day. But the reason why I say that we're at an impasse is because Donald Trump, not in the second term, but in the first term, actually changed a lot of things about our relationship with Israel. Of course, Israel had always been an influential country in American interest. It played an advisory role in American foreign policy, specifically in Middle East and North Africa. But Trump won in the aftermath of the JCPOA, came in with hundreds of millions of dollars of Adelson money. At the time it was Sheldon Adelson, and now it's Miriam after Sheldon passed away. But Trump won, ripped apart the JCPOA, for no real reason. There was very little opposition from the Democrats when Trump did this as well, and that's very important. And there was actually a lot of opposition towards Obama when he finalized the JCPOA, Iran denuclearization agreement. And Donald Trump kickstarted the Abraham Accords alongside Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, and they made a lot of money that way. These countries, these Gulf countries, were already informally experiencing normalized relations with Israel, but they wanted to put it on paper without the Palestinians ever being mentioned once, right? And they tried to finalize the Abraham Accords, or kickstarted it. They moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, making it official, the de facto annexation of Jerusalem, this profoundly important piece of land for all of the Abrahamic religions. And then they de jure recognized the annexation of Golan Heights, territory that Israel had militarily annexed. Donald Trump did all of that. And he's even bragged about how the Adelsons didn't even ask about Golan Heights. He just basically gave it to them, right? So this was a big change in the past multi-decade Israel relationship, that Donald Trump had greatly expanded the allowance that Israel had. And then Joe Biden became the next president after him. And Joe Biden did not return to normalcy on any of these issues. And that is precisely the reason why I always say October 7, like the event set in motion, turned this powder keg into what we know as October 7, where the Palestinians felt like there was no other option but to fight their way out, that there was never going to be a peaceable solution, and that they were going to make the occupation as costly as possible, no matter what the cost is to Palestinian lives. And that's precisely what happened. And then Trump came back in, and now we are at the final stage of this relationship where Israel's interests are actually at odds, directly at odds with American interests. Of course, every American leadership has fantasized about dominating Iran, but there's a reason why they refused to do this up until this very moment. There was a reason why, in spite of Benjamin Netanyahu's demands over and over again to militarily dominate Iran, and it'll be super easy, and that they'll be able to destroy this country and Balkanize it potentially, and foment ethnic and sectarian conflict in this country with 93 million people, with thousands of years of history, and rip it apart piece by piece for daring to oppose Israeli sovereignty in the area, or daring to oppose the greater Israeli project. Trump was the one who was crazy enough to do it. And now Trump is the one who's stuck in this predicament, in this quagmire, where it's very obvious to everyone else that he has lost, that America has lost. But the spoiling party here that is rendering a full-blown ceasefire is not the Americans. It's not even the lobby necessarily. It's just directly Israel. Israel is the spoiling party. So I say this is, for the first time ever, a situation where Israel's interests are superseding American interests in a very flagrant, very obvious manner. I don't know if you disagree with me on this.
No, of course not. Do you remember what Robert Fisk, the great journalist working for The Independent, once said? That unless Palestine is free, no American can ever be free. I think that's quite an apt summary of what you were saying. But look, because we are running out of time, I want to ask you a question about your own country, the United States of America, because you are, a great new hope regarding the possibility of radicalizing, especially young people in the United States, not in the right fascistic, misanthropic direction, but in the opposite, in the progressive humanist direction. How is that project going, especially in view of the midterms?
Well, you and I had this conversation in Doha, if you recall, and I laid out my project to you, and you said it's silly, and I should give up and just run for office as a communist, pretty much. And so far, it's actually been fairly successful, and that's part of the reason why I think I'm the recipient of a subpoena, apparently, that I haven't received yet from the federal government. And have been the target of unlimited attacks and smears for the past 3 months, almost 4 months at this point. In our current information landscape, in our current media environment, attention spans are so short. We can't focus on any issue for longer than 48 hours. And yet, for the past 4 months, Fox News has covered everything that I've said on my stream every single day, sometimes 8 times a day at the top of every hour. I cannot believe it. We've solved the attention span crisis for so many Americans, it seems. Now, I'm a Twitch streamer. Why would they be talking about me this much? Well, I think part of the reason why they're talking about me this much and actively trying to disparage what I'm doing is because they are on the right, on the far right, and even the center right that still controls the levers of power in the Democratic Party, terrified of this insurgent movement that is brewing from within the ranks of the Democratic Party through the primary system. I thought that it would be a more successful method to try to build a robust caucus instead of actively trying to fight for ballot access in every single state, and to actually put forth Democrats that are different than the rest of the Democratic Party, the way that the Democratic Party is viewed, and run and win their races, and through good governance and through the hurdles that they present against the fascist Republicans, but sometimes even the neoliberals at the Democratic Party, that they would present a different kind of politics. And so far, it's been very successful. And I've been suffering as a consequence of it. But I'm a very stubborn person, so I'm going to continue doing it until either they put me in prison and I can't do it, or I'm going to probably continue doing it until the Democratic Party says enough is enough. It's now illegal to be a socialist or a communist and run for the Democratic ticket.
Brilliant. Well, I was just about to ask you, all these attacks and everything, does it ever give you pause? Do you think, well, maybe I should tone it down, or does it make you want to double down? But you've just answered that. So there you go.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Brilliant.
Well, Hasan, so that you know, I'm going to suspend my judgment for another 2 years. So, keep doing what you're doing now, but get ready to run in 2 years' time.
Okay. Well, probably. We'll see.
Great to talk to you, Hasan. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you for having me, guys.
Keep going, mate. And, wear their insults like the badge of honor that you deserve.
Of course. Their boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes them cheer.
Exactly.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. That was a great conversation with Yanis Varoufakis, someone who I'm honored to call a comrade. On the DM25 platform. See, we got the approval for at least a little bit. Insane that Yanis can still mog in 720p. What a great convo. You got mogged. Of course I got mogged. Is Yanis Varoufakis? Are you kidding me? You had to ruin it with that Rick and Morty quote? No, it's like the Russell Brand quote. Okay, I'm taking ownership over it. No one wants to admit that it's a Rick and Morty quote, so people will think it's my quote now because it's a great quote. And people probably are too embarrassed to recognize it from freaking, what is this? Did you see multiple pro-Israel orgs are complaining about your wiki page? JNS. Wikipedia softens public image of extremists like Hasan Piker analyst says. Kurt Schwartz of Camera told JNS that the editors of the site commit errors of omission when they hide Piker's indifference and even denial of Hamas's sexual assault. Dude, you got to be fighting the smallest battles of all time. This is not victory. Okay, if this is the battle that you choose to fight, and you are historically one of the more powerful lobbying arms of a foreign government, and you are predisposed, that's crazy. You're predisposed with editing the Wikipedia page of a fucking Twitch streamer. You've lost the battle. You've lost it. But fear not, friends. We will fight back, and we will ensure. What is this? Yeah, Hasan needs some better Wikipedia users on his side, because right now his page just blatantly lies about him and cites sources that do not even mention the claim. This is literally the exact opposite of his reaction. Yeah, after Luigi Mangione, the suspect in the killing of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, was arrested, Piker supported him and praised the tactic of the propaganda deed. Yeah, I did the exact opposite. but avoided breaking Twitch's terms of service rules about glorification of violence. Anyway, you should just flash your DNC CIA badge. Yeah, famously, this is what DNC operatives and CIA operatives receive. Anyway, they have done the worst crime of all. Wikipedia has done something that I find morally repugnant. I find impossible to ignore. They have branded me an anarchist! How dare you, Wikipedia! We must fight back against the accusations that I am an anarchist. I am not an anarchist. I take showers every day. I believe in the power of a state, even if the ultimate goal is the abolition of said state. How dare you? The slander. How do we know you bathe if you refuse to appear on Austin's podcast? Okay, dude. All right, anyway. Instead of trying to control the whole world and manage social media, we can go directly to the companies and advocacy solutions. Dr. Maya Ackerman tells the American Jewish Committee. I know. Here we are once again. Another day, another conference that's called like the American Jewish Committee or the American Jewish Conference, where a bunch of people are literally going, hey, we love appearing at a Jewish conference and saying how we as Jews love controlling flows of information and manipulating flows of information. I don't know what else to say about this other than to just show exactly what they're fucking saying. This is another Cars for Kids 5-ish style situation where it's like, how do you explain this without sounding like an anti-Semite? Your new page photo. There it is. It's fine. The page photo is fine. Yeah, flawless optics. Caitlin Johnstone, people like me take great pains to avoid coming across as anti-Semitic in our criticisms of Israel, and then Jewish Zionists go to these events all the time and say, yes, we Jews need to be actively manipulating Western institutions in order to deceive everyone and control society.
But where do you see genuine opportunity? How can AI help improve Jewish representation in all these issues?
The really cool thing about AI is that while it can become a great ally for our enemies, if we act early, it can be exactly the opportunity that we need. After missing the boat with social media, AI is now becoming the dominant source of information, the main source of information. People trust AI more than anything else. They trust AI more than social media. They turn to chatbots like ChatGPT and Gemini instead of using Google, and young people use these bots instead of Google in very, very, very large numbers. So this is becoming the main source of information, okay? And so when I say this, I still find Jewish people being discouraged. They say, oh, but Wikipedia is already so anti-Semitic and social media is so anti-Semitic. Why bother? The AI just learns from all of this data. So, you know, whatever, not much we can do. But that's not true. Because over the past 2 years,
I'm a numbers guy, and I like ChatGPT, and I like grokking it, and that is why I say every morning, Am Israel Chai. Okay? This makes a lot of sense now. I am always value-taining, and I'm always saying, we got to ChatGPT it, we got to grok it. I'm a numbers guy, and also I've added to the rotation Am Israel Chai. I say 10 times, because when I go to the ChatGPT, I say, ChatGPT, who's the greatest country on earth? ChatGPT tells me Israel.
The AI companies have been moving towards alignment. So instead of the algorithms sort of honestly representing what's in the data, we're finding that these chatbots and the text-to-image models are increasingly showing us exactly what the companies want us to see, okay? So it's becoming intentional, which means that instead of trying to control the whole world and trying to somehow manage what's happening in this big blob of Wikipedia and social media, we can go directly to the companies with clear technical and advocacy solutions.
Which is crazy because one of the people that's on this panel is my baldest op, Jonathan Greenblatt. And Jonathan Greenblatt has also famously talked about doing just that, as a matter of fact. He's literally openly admitted at yet another one of these sorts of conferences where he was like, yeah, we're going directly to the AI companies and we're manipulating the data. So the output is positive for Israel. Yeah. The Israeli Foreign Ministry checking in on its investment dividends. Report Israel to spend over $500 million shekels turning ChatGPT into public diplomacy tool. There's a video of Jonathan Greenblatt openly saying this, by the way.
For the first time.
Doesn't this defeat the entire purpose of AI? Buddy, I don't know how to explain this to you, but this is the entire purpose of AI. And no, not for like Israel-related incidents or to boost Israel's approval ratings, but literally for a litany of different capital interests or maybe even foreign interests, as long as they have enough money and influence to wield. This is precisely what AI is. AI is a tool of social engineering, perhaps the most powerful tool of social engineering. And a lot of people don't realize that. This is the primary purpose of AI. It is to ensure that flows of information that people rely on and trust unconditionally, a tool that gains tremendous amounts of confidence from the population by constantly fucking talking to them like they're their best goddamn friends, so much so that it causes people to snap and maybe even kill themselves at times. That is a tremendously powerful tool of social control. No, it's not television. It's far worse than that. It's your best friend. It's worse than that. In an increasingly alienated society, it's your best friend that knows everything, that you think knows everything. And now this tool, these guys are openly stating, is going to educate people to have sympathies for Israel.
There is a path to correcting the digital world.
Thank you, Maya. Yeah.
It's not your best friend. It keeps telling you that, to be fair, it says speak to people and be normal, not joking. I mean, I have never used AI, literally. The maximum amount of AI that I've used is when I've unfortunately searched stuff on Google and the initial output is just like an AI summary of resources. Surveys have shown, however, that most people do not like AI. Gen Z, Gen Alpha really don't. That's not true. Not liking AI is one thing, but they still use it. There's mass adoption taking place right now with AI. I don't think people, I'm one of the few rare, unique individuals that just like openly shies away from using AI. And that's partially because I'm 34 years old, about to be 35. I was just too old. I feel like if I was 17 right now, I'd be using AI nonstop. It's the most normal thing. People use it to cheat at school. People use it all the time. I know you say minus AI, but here's the thing. Here's how they get you. It's too easy. It's too convenient to read a summary of points. So I do rely on it that way sometimes. That's how they get you. You play AI songs all the time. What are you saying? You're so delusional about your use of AI. You're coping so hard. I'm talking about fucking large language models, man. I'm talking about ChatGPT. I don't fucking utilize ChatGPT or any kind of AI to learn something, okay? Yes, dude, I play... And that's it. That's the fucking, beginning and end of my AI usage. God damn, there's always a fucking idiot out there who has to literally be like, excuse me. Like, you got to be a real fucking dumbass to be like, nope, you've actually looked at something. You've actually looked at AI art before. So obviously you have used it. Yeah, I'm not a fucking Amish person, dude. Yes. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm sorry. The only way for me to carry the fucking flame is AI art, and therefore that's the only time it's allowed. Okay? I have no choice but to utilize AI in that situation because I'm carrying the motherfucking flame. Anyway, so where were we? Oh, yeah, here's the ADL by their own admission. This is what I was talking about.
I'm proud.
Here's Jonathan Greenblatt openly admitting that.
We're in regular contact with the major AI companies, and I'm proud to share making a difference. For example, last year, we showed OpenAI how its new video generation AI tool, Sora, made it easy to create anti-Semitic videos. We worked it out with them, laid out the facts, and then 9 months later, when version 2 came out, Sora now refuses to generate videos around several of the specific concepts that we discussed and shared with OpenAI's team. We're in regular.
Yeah. If you think AI used in the U.S. is bad, go to any developing country and you'll be smashed over the head with it. Oh, no, for sure. Most of the Iran state media, it's state-organized marches and stuff is AI now. Half of Chinese ads are AI. It's everywhere. Yeah. No, I know. The resistance to AI is a first world thing for sure. Developing nations or nations in the periphery fucking love AI. 100%. I know. I've talked about it. Anyway, here's American Jewish Committee CEO Ted Deutsch telling a rabbi at New York synagogue earlier this year how he deals directly with social media companies to change their algorithms.
The American zeitgeist was defined by TV and newspapers. Today, it's social media. Does the organized Jewish community need a social media strategy?
Look, we know from our State of Anti-Semitism in America report that the largest challenge for us when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism is online. And there are multiple ways to address it. Yes, we need a better strategy, but there are multiple ways to address it. There is the content piece, and I think we have to acknowledge that it's important to put out meaningful content. It is also important to realize that the content is driven by algorithms that determine what it is you're going to see. And the way to address those algorithms is to deal directly with the social media companies, which is what we do. And we can point to successes with Meta and with TikTok and with others in working to ensure that anti-Semitic material and anti-Semitic material that feeds into algorithms is taken down from their sites. This is an enormous challenge that the community will be well served to come together around. Every social media company has they're private companies. They all have their own set of guidelines.
The only reason why this is an issue, for the record, is because when Ted Deutsch, or Ted Douche, really, talks about anti-Semitism, he doesn't mean like the heinous Nazi shit. I'm sure he means that too. But he's also talking about any kind of criticism of the state of Israel. That's the problem. Like, I'm in favor of combating bigotry. I'm in favor of trying to make sure that these language models are reflecting a more positive outlook overall. The issue is these guys are using that liberal tendency to want to sanitize speech to their own purposes of conducting propaganda at the behest of an apartheid state that's doing a fucking genocide. That's the problem. And they've shown over and over again that their real investment in this has nothing to do with combating bigotry, and certainly not even combating anti-Semitism, but combating anti-Zionism instead. That's why they spend a good deal of time attacking someone like myself, okay? They spend much less time in comparison criticizing the likes of Nicholas Fuentes. Like, Jonathan Greenblatt brings Candace Owens up only to fucking use it as a jump off point to compare her to me. That's it. It's insane. And then you got Neera Tanden. People who create Israel conspiracies around a main Senate race are no different in their anti-Semitism, and Republicans who blame Jewish space lasers for the weather. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think there is a difference. I'm going to be honest. I think there's a major difference, as a matter of fact. Totally ridiculous. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking Ethan Klein saga for a second. And we'll do PBD later as well. Neera Tanden was a lead advisor for Hillary's failed 2016 campaign. I know. We're obviously still going to be talking about the Graham Plattner bombshell that turned into not such a bomb, not so as big as a bombshell, and everything else. But as I was covering before I went on a conversation on a tangent with Yanis Varoufakis, and no, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Summarizations are fine enough for me. Graham Plattner has won over Zay Squirrel. I don't like Plattner as he's an unrepentant war criminal who volunteered to be a Blackwater mercenary, but that New York Times piece is the most transparent Israel lobby Zionist smear piece bullshit. Every part of it, from the fake victim to the authors, is fabricated by rabid Zionist freaks. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, I've had a similar experience going from initial skepticism to critical support after every single new line of attack. Every single new line of attack launched against Graham Plattner has made me remember like who is doing the attacking and why they're attacking. they're not attacking Graham Plattner because they think he's a bad candidate, especially considering that these are liberal outlets, right? These are liberal outlets that normally would never make such a spectacular deal out of, analyzing every single fucking former relationship that a candidate has had. You should see Asmold coping and not covering the lawsuit outcome. Oh,
Will you cover the Ethan Klein Denims update? I don't really understand it. I saw that Ethan Klein seems to have lost one of the claims, but there were two claims. And
you don't seem to understand a lot, my friend.
The retards that misunderstand everything were saying that like Ethan lost, which it seems like it's not really that true. So I'd have to read it and research it myself. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Asmongold, famous at conducting research, famously a big advocate of doing research. And what he means by that is grokking it, okay? Grokking it.
Yeah. And Denims won, apparently. I don't think it's that simple. I think that there was like two claims, and one claim it seems like she might have won, and the other one she didn't. But I don't know which the two claims were, or like what that means, right? So I have no idea. Whereas like the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like default judgment is like,
was it? Wait, was it? Or are you just as stupid and don't know what happened there either? Because the answer will shock you. Lo and behold, nope, you were just wrong on that too. You have been wrong confidently throughout this entire process, and your audience doesn't know any better, and they're just like desperately looking for something to confirm their biases and to reinforce this notion that like these bad women, these disgusting women are getting punished. And that's precisely the reason why you have dropped that other one after getting your biases confirmed. And now, in this circumstance, it's pretty obvious that you were wrong and all the other fucking lawyers that you relied on were wrong. So now you're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just, like, don't fully understand what's taking place here, so I don't fucking know. And just, yeah. Damn, court hits different when you're dumb? Yes. All of these guys are actively lying to you. If you follow, like, these drama slop tubers, if you follow these stupid reactionary fucking lawyers that consistently lie, have no interest or investment in the truth at all, you're going to be wrong. You're going to find yourself wrong all the time. But the unfortunate reality is, I think nowadays people don't just care. People just simply don't care about living in the real world, because there are plenty of examples and plenty of new content that's constantly coming out that will allow you to stay in your hug box. And the more we spend time on the internet as opposed to the real world, because that's what's happening, the more you have less reliance on the truth and what's happening in the real world at all. This is something that we see with the cultish attitude from MAGA, right? Trump can just be like, the war is going great. And even if gas prices are fucking skyrocketing, you can just still feel like the war is going great. Trump told me so, you know? War must be going great. Trump said it's going great, so it's going great, I guess. And every day you can just refeed into that mania. Ethan Klein launched a frivolous lawsuit against Denims because he didn't like how she debunked his YouTube video. He fully expected to just financially bully her and enabled large right-wing creators to harass her for months. This is a huge win for smaller content creators around the world. It also proves just how delusional these right-wing slop channels are. Will these guys learn a lesson here? Of course not. Annoying e-girls sued into poverty. They are legally fucked now. She's about to lose everything. Someone's in legal trouble. Uh-oh. Gas prices don't singly indicate status of war. What the fuck do you mean? It of course indicates the status of war. The entire purpose of America's military actions now in Iran is to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which was, of course, open before America bombed Iran. From that point on, gas prices are a direct signifier of how the war effort is going. And every single day that the gas prices go up is another day where America's fucking losing. Why the fuck do you think gas prices went up out of nowhere? You think they just like did it because they were bored? You think the oil companies were just like, we want to make Americans experience a little bit of inflation for funsies. Copium overlord Hasan has taken me to court. If you know like a... Yeah, hell yeah. This is the final... This is the finale of his content. You know what I mean? This is the finale of his content. I gave him the ultimate notice. I noticed him. And not only did I notice him, but I also might take him to Singapore in court for stalking and defamation. Our battle will be legendary. Hasan stole the Legos. You can beat him, Pegasus. We believe in you. You can truly become legendary. Ain't no way Hasan is threatening a guy with massive Hasan evidence video library. Hasan telling his supporters to harass Pegasus while he's saying he's going to sue Pegasus. Harassment is just so on character. Again, this is awesome because if me saying I'm going to sue Pegasus harassment, what the fuck has he done? Like, these guys think it's only harassment if Hasan actually notices More Pegasus. When More Pegasus does 359 videos on Hasan, that's not harassment. You respond once and they start crying. Hasan hates law enforcement. Also, Hasan wants to use law enforcement to have people executed. I love law enforcement. I don't know what you're talking about. These guys are so funny. It is actually making me... Aren't you like completely joking about suing him and getting him caned too? Well, am I? Am I? Maybe. This is the first time I've acknowledged this motherfucker, and he literally is like, oh my God, he's trying to kill me. By the way, it worked. Wait, what?
The update. So the situation did get me thinking that I should probably make more variety videos, not because I'm going to get sued. He's not winning that, but just for my own enjoyment. I used to make a lot of variety. I also recently wanted to talk about KSI leaving the Sidemen, the bricks and minifigs Lego drama that was so interesting and it's still ongoing, but I never had time to talk about it. So maybe going forward, we're going to mix in some other stuff, maybe lay off on Hasan a bit if he's a very good boy and doesn't cause any more trouble. But yeah, just for my own enjoyment, maybe.
Oh, wait, it worked? I got to do this more. What the fuck? It worked? Nah, he's probably still going to keep making videos. He remembered he's not in America. He remembered he lives in Singapore. Let me make some fucking calls real quick, dude. Let me make some goddamn calls. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, we need to move all your haters to Singapore? Yeah. This is like Tectone, who won't be able to stop himself. He's too addicted to you. Yeah. You mean Rape Tone? Who's Tectone? I only know Rape Tone. Remember how he was going to win that court case too, and everyone was fucking dumb enough to believe him? Yeah. Dude, it's always funny. I mean, there have been numerous examples of like the real world meeting the internet world. Like Chud the Builder is another great example of this. Rape Tone is a great example of this, where like Rape Tone created this like fucking environment around himself where he was like, I'm defeating this court case. It's nothing. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I can't wait to fucking destroy all my enemies, blah, 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 all this shit. And then what happened? What happened? It turns out, straight up, we were right. We were right. He was a rapist, right? Similar thing took place with Chud the Builder. That is the one area where the internet world and memes don't fucking matter. In the real world, when you're forced to actually exist in the real world and there's like actual adults with power over you that oversee your court case, you can't just like fucking meme your way out of it. Chud the Builder is going through that right now. He had a great time harassing black people over and over again, doing hate crimes over and over again, until he fucking shot himself in the process of trying to shoot a black person outside of another court case that he was dealing with. And now he's in fucking prison. Like, your clapbacks don't fucking matter. You know, your clapbacks don't actually matter in a court of law. Your drop site moment? What is my drop site moment? What? Oh. My drop site interview. Nice. Yeah, I did see something really funny about Asmongold. I saw a clip on my timeline of Asmongold crying and complaining that I was actually, being soft as baby shit against this More Pegasus situation. I wonder if I can find it again. It was one of those like kick, algo farmers, algorithm merchants that was that clipped him. Peggy Boy won't make a video on Denims' victory. Of course not. These guys can only maintain the drunken stupor that their audiences find themselves in by refusing to recognize the truth. Like, they will never turn around. They will never turn around and be like, yeah, we were wrong. They don't have to, because their audiences don't care. There's no investment in the truth. They don't have to live in the real world. Many of them are shut-ins anyway. So for them, it's just an ongoing sequence of harassments and justifications for harassments, even if like the person doing the harassment is engaging in an act that you would otherwise find unconscionable if it was done to you, right? Even if there is validity to taking legal action in a certain situation. We saw this with Alyssa, the former Kotaku writer, who is now successfully suing, what is his name, Smash JT or whatever, and has basically destroyed him. And it's perfectly valid, for the record, to do so. This guy, what was his name? Smash JT? Alyssa Mercante is the Kotaku reporter that Asmongold and all these other fucking monsters have been bullying and belittling nonstop, right? And a big vector of that hatred came from this guy, Smash JT, reactionary content creator, total fucking idiot, right? And Alyssa, after years and years of withstanding harassment from this guy, turned around and took him to court. And for the longest time, before the court proceedings started, Smash JT was saying, oh yeah, sue me, who gives a fuck, right? And now that he is being sued for online harassment, the consistent online harassment that you know I've experienced, that Morgan has experienced, that Casey Tron has experienced, that Denims has experienced, right? Now that she's actually successfully suing him, all of a sudden, the guy's crying. He's like, I have a family. You're ruining my life. If you speak to his... Oh, yeah, Steven Azark, who did the Asmongold video, said he saw my response to it. He was on honeymoon. Flex, by the way. He said, while I was on honeymoon and saw on the hunt, reacted to my Asmongold video and theorized that if I spoke to his fans, the outcome would be very different. While I'm working on my reaction, I wanted to reach out to Hasan Piker fans and ask, why do you like Hasan? How many hours a week do you spend watching him? What do you think people misunderstand about him? And this guy says, if you speak to Hasan fans, you will be speaking to absolute lunatics who will threaten to rape and kill you over a minor difference of opinion. That's the difference between the two audiences. Nobody has threatened me with any of those yet. You know, some Diddy Gers will try to get in and act like they're Hasan fans. I think Steven is a good enough journalist and also smart enough to probably smell that out. Like I thought about that as well. I thought about that as well for sure. But I mean, I trust Steven to not fall for shit like that. The Justice Department has sent a prosecutor to observe Los Angeles ballot counting amid President Trump's baseless claims about Democratic cheating. Oh shit. They edited the clip with your rant about the drug trafficking executions with you talking about Pegasus, making it seem like you want him executed. If you control F Hasan, the judge mentions you 14 times. Why am I mentioned 14 times in this? Filed as a statutory plaintiff's tragicomic documentary entitled Content Nuke Hasan Piker, the nuke, posted on plaintiff's YouTube channel. The nuke centered on the allegedly controversial political ideologies of the alt-left Twitch streamer Hasan Piker regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict. In the final decision, Klein presents the two motivations behind the nuke, which are to stop Hasan's infiltration of mainstream media, which, by the way, what a fucking failure that was. Remember that was the final goal, was Ethan Klein's final goal was to stop my infiltration of mainstream media. Since then, I mean, he's obviously been very, very successful at that, hasn't he? What is this? The nuke for the exact purpose. Throughout the defendant's live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to the criticism of the nuke. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denim attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hasan. During the live stream, defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or a middle school project. Defendant also complains about the documentary's editing, the source of the documentary relies upon, and supposed inconsistencies in Klein's statements. And the video treats the audience as morons as it allegedly attempts to trick them. As further support of defendant's commentary throughout the live stream, the complaint states that defendant frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Defendant offers further criticism of the subject documentary during her live stream. Yeah, this was one of the major points that the judge also issued, where the judge was like, dude, in your argument, you said Denims actually contradicted your overall goals, which immediately implies that it is a transformative subject. It is transformative because of the accusation. One of the accusations that you launched against Denims was that in the argument that this is not transformative, this work is not transformative at all, the argument that you presented was that it was transformative. It's so fucking stupid. So you owned yourself even with the complaint. Anyway, yeah, the judge basically calls Ethan's lawyer an idiot for undermining his own case with his comments. Is he representing himself? No, he has the worst lawyer of all time, it seems. Yeah, Ethan's going to come out tomorrow and be like, it was a Biden-appointed judge. This was an Obama judge. This was an Obama judge. Clearly, I demand a retrial. Yeah, his lawyer is a West Bank settler, apparently. This is the legal equivalent of shitting your own pants. Yeah. I mean, some Twitter users did that. Oh, wow. You mean to tell me that Ethan Klein's newfound audience that is diminishing in size every single fucking day is increasingly more right-wing and will make unbelievably stupid statements like that is very different than what his original audience used to look like at his peak? Yeah. The courts have treated me unfairly, more unfairly than I've ever been treated, than anyone else has ever been treated. Yeah, the judge in this case... The judge in charge of this case, in general, is a Biden auto pen hire. The only ones coping are you R-words, lol. Yeah, hey, Awk 2000, maybe cover this, but let's see if you have enough self-respect. Lemau, turns out we were right. Denims won. Another Hutch L. Yeah. Did you address Ethan Klein calling for a vote for Susan Collins over Plattner? No, I didn't, because I don't care, because he has nothing. He is literally is unbelievably irrelevant, especially when it comes to this issue, right? Oh, man, he's a real mover and shaker in the fucking main Senate race.
It's called the light most favorable. In evaluating a motion for judgment on the pleadings, a court must accept all factual allegations in the complaint as true and construe them in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. What the judge is saying here is, I made myself biased toward Ethan. I said everything Ethan says is true. But with the full context... You fucking lose anyway. You lose anyway. Ethan, you fucking lose. Even biased toward you, I can't fairly say that you have a chance of winning. Do you understand how much of an L this is? This is an extra, like, there's no way to lose harder than this legally. Like, legally, this is as bad as it gets.
For reference, winning a motion for judgment on the pleadings as a defendant is very fucking hard to do. At what points do the courts determine him a malicious litigant and bar him from future lawsuits? I don't think it works that way in the United States of America. I mean, I don't know. What is it called? The vexatious litigant, right? But I don't think that... I think after 7... I mean, how does patent trolls work? It does work that way. He'd have to lose 5 cases in LA. Oh my God. They're doing a hearing on this motion at 2:15, so we should see this ruling finalized then. If that occurs, Ethan loses. Awk blocked me, so I couldn't retweet it, shaking my head. I mean, for the record, if you guys think that this will be a fucking turning point for some people, I need you to understand it will not be. And one of the greatest examples I can use is the issue of Israel, right? Many of these guys, Ethan Klein himself, and all of his little fucking orbiters that suckled on his teat for a year plus or 2 years plus, literally spent every fucking waking moment attacking people for the crime of criticizing Israel. They did. They called us terrorists over and over again. They played fucking games that they designed on their websites, Asmongold and many others, right? And they never actually turned around and were like, yeah, we were wrong about this Israel shit. They just moved on, right? So if they're shameless on this issue, where the collective consciousness totally shifted to our side, and they still end up calling people like myself a fucking terrorist, people like Morgan a terrorist, I don't think they're going to do that for this either. I may have yelled a bit during the coverage of this, Lamau, because it was so cathartic. I actually have seen some people turning on Ethan. Good. I hope so. But like, the problem is, some of these guys are just simply shameless, where they can pull in and out of this issue at a moment's notice because there's not a lot of buy-in, right? The entire reason as to why they're joining this battle is because, you know how like some people are misogyny tourists and they weren't like Tory Lanez fans at all, but they just joined in on the fun to shit on Megan Thee Stallion? This is the same principle, right? These guys are just simply reactionary. They have no investment in the truth whatsoever. And from their perspective, it was a fun opportunity. It was a fun opportunity to just like join in on the fun, belittle and humiliate another female content creator on the internet, and get their licks in, right? And they move on. When they're wrong, they just fucking move on. Obviously, there are people who can't move on from this. Ethan Klein is one of those people, and some of his closest associates are the people that shouldn't be able to move on from this. I mean, he literally cannot, right? Here's the original video, his quote retweeting.
XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
No, but that's not an element in the fair use analysis or in the.
Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA. Well, it turns out Pisco and Mike from PA were actually correct. And the fake legal scholars that you constantly fucking promoted, who are literally MAGA supporting weirdo sex pests, by the way, like sex tourism lawyers, right? Fake lawyers that are, I don't even know where the fuck these guys live. Half of these guys are just not real lawyers at all, simply claim to be on YouTube. They were wrong. It turns out that the guys that you're calling fake lawyers, like Pisco, LARPing as an attorney, were right. Their analysis was right. So what do you do?
The test for infringement. You know, intentional siphoning is not an element, right? I could intend to siphon money from you, but give a fair use work, right? I could say, I really want to steal from Hutch, and I'm going to do this, but it turns out that my work is fair use, right?
Someone like XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose.
Yeah. Didn't they pass the bar? Didn't they go to law school? I don't know if Michael passed the bar. I know Mike went to law school, but I mean, Pisco is an actual fucking attorney. Yeah. He says Denims gets a win in the Ethan Klein copyright case for new claim the court has held tentatively her reaction was fair use. As I previewed weeks ago, if the court relied on Stebbins, Denims would be in a good spot. Completely absent from the analysis, intentional stated malice. As I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction and therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action. But the nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions like XQC's. This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal if he so chooses. Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, Mallory McMorrow was on Hutch's broadcast yesterday, apparently, so look forward to that massive bump that will take place. The intentionally stated malice was the reason why Ethan Klein argued that he won't sue Roach or X. He argued because the three women said, watch my stream instead. It is actual malice. The court didn't even mention that part because it's irrelevant. I'm an IP attorney, and this is literally what I do. Pull me up if you have any questions. I mean, it was obvious that it was fucking bullshit anyway. It was always bullshit. It was always going to be bullshit. And what was really frustrating for me was watching so many people, not that I had a lot of respect for them. It's not like I was like, it's not like I respected XQC's opinion or Asmongold's opinion or any of these other fucking like bottom feeders and their opinions. But it was frustrating to see so many people get swept away and recognizing that there was a market for this kind of bullshit. Because at its root, regardless of my personal feelings about the victims in this circumstance, what I hate, what I cannot stand is when people have no investment in the truth. Like when people don't want to think critically at all, and they're excited at the prospect of just like, pushing people down while they're down, while a much more powerful, much wealthier content creator is just like abusing the legal system and the financial power that they have over someone. Like when I watched the internet celebrate the Casey-tron decision, I couldn't believe how cruel people were. Like it's just not a single person turned around and went, hey, maybe this is a little fucked up that this fucking bully with a shit ton of money is actually going after Casey-tron. And because a lot of people looked at Casey-tron and looked at Denims and looked at Morgan and saw them as annoying, right? Or saw them as not worthy of defense at all, that they just either stood idly by and let it happen and maybe quietly whispered their discontent privately, or they openly celebrated it. Yeah. Ethan literally made Casey-tron do a ISIS hostage style video The reason the lawsuit is so much, and then Hasan did this, and then Hasan did this was, I think, because Ethan Klein was baiting HasanAbi to react to his slop so he could sue him. Yeah, and I never did, and I never gave him that satisfaction. He was driven to the fucking verge of tears, begging on camera, demanding that I watch his video. At which point, that probably would have destroyed his chances of suing me anyway. I think he thought I was dumb enough to just like lean into this immediately and react to it. And when I didn't do it, he just lied to his audience and kept repeatedly saying, oh, he's too afraid. And for months on end, while I'm over here covering Donald Trump literally fucking becoming the president and all of the insanity every single day in, day out, regardless of where I am in the fucking on the planet. I was in Japan, you know, I was traveling. They would just come in and be like, why don't you react? Are you too pussy to react? Honestly, if he had sued you, he would have gotten a bag off him from counterclaims. He wouldn't have sued. Kuiman, JSTLK, and a bunch of ex-Sex Destiny fans supported Casey Tron and the girls. No, I know. That's what I'm talking about. Like a lot of the orbiters have like pulled away from Destiny's orbit and now actively oppose him. Anyway, so this was really funny for me. Okay. Asmongold reacts to Hasan trying to sue popular YouTuber Pegasus. First of all, popular YouTuber. Let's be real. But even went as far as to look up Singaporean laws he could use against them. He's trying to sue Pegasus. You're really going to call the government out on him. He went from, I love this dude, to he's only mad at me because I'm hot, to I wonder if he's breaking the law, to I wonder if we can eliminate this guy. He's just criticizing you. This is an evaluation. It's fair. Are you against journalism now? I thought you liked journalists. He's got to be farming. So what's really funny about this is Asmongold has actively demanded that the federal government take care of me. Sometimes in real time, sometimes trapped in the confines of a 1-minute video. The famous video of him going, oh, Hasan would never be brave enough to be on the fucking streets. Yeah, he's a fake revolutionary. And then finding out in real time that I was down there, and very quickly turning around and be like, oh, well, then he should be arrested. He should be arrested immediately. And it's really interesting because this guy covers lawsuits all the time, unless it's one of his best friends and it's a rape suit, right? He loves lawsuits. He fucking celebrates it. He cherishes it. He farms it, right? So for him to turn around and cry foul in this moment is very funny. I mean, he's celebrated Ethan's lawsuits. He's even actively told his audience that he was killing it. That Tech Tone, Rape Tone was killing it. Same with XQ Cuck. Yes. Yeah, Asmongold made his new career off of the Johnny Depp case. He loves lawsuits. He just hates it when it's someone who he values as an ideological ally, I guess.
I thought Pegasus was his biggest fan. What, now he wants to sue him? What the hell happened?
It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him. But the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet. The animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
It's crazy to me that it's so funny how insecure he is that he defaults everything down to like his appearance.
Dog, I'm sorry. What is the redeemable aspect? I mean, it's one, like, there's nothing there. It's not like there's intelligence there. It's not like there's intellect there. It's not like there's creativity. There's the same video over and over again. Like, why does this hit such a sore spot for you, Asmon? Why is this such a sore spot for you, Asmon? Why have you been crying for the past week and a half since Stavros said you get no pussy? So much so that you're now fantasizing about possibly getting hair transplants, gender-affirming surgery. Okay, that you laser in on this. You laser in on this immediately. It's just one aspect of all of the qualities that a person has. We're talking about a guy who has made the same exact video almost 400 times. The other thing about how they all say you wouldn't help any of the lawsuit victims is so annoying. I have mentioned during the Casey Tron saga as well that you will never know. And I'm perfectly happy with that. If you think I would give the satisfaction to Ethan Klein on any of these issues, that I was disturbed or in any way, shape, or form involved, you're out of your fucking mind. Who gives a fuck if his fans also are like, Hasan is such a bad guy? I don't give a shit. These guys are awful people. They're awful scumbags. Oh no, they hate me. Okay, who cares? Chopman Gold crying about
It's
this.
so funny how insecure he is that he defaults everything down to like his appearance.
By the way, I literally did go on to hype up Pegasus's like self-improvement journey. I think it's awesome. That is actually one redeemable quality to more Pegasus. I will always respect that.
It's so funny. Like, no, obviously some people just don't like you because of the things that you're saying. It doesn't have anything to do with like how you look or anything else. There's plenty of guys that are, you know, like good-looking guys that take care of themselves that don't get a million hate videos made about them. So it's just like, this is the biggest cope that I've ever imagined.
I never even remotely implied that it is my looks that draws so much anger. What the fuck? He's just arguing against the point that I didn't make, claiming that I'm implying this point. That's not what the fuck? Thank you for, I guess, saying that I'm attractive. It's weird. The fuck? Is this always just like Projection Central over there? I don't really watch as many Asmongold videos, especially as of late, but kind of feels like he's just making up arguments and then dunking on those straw man arguments that he made up. He's just a professional misunderstander at this point. Why pretend like he has anything worth listening to? Yeah, that's true. Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress.
He's looking up Singapore statutes online. So he's trying to sue Pegasus? Oh my God.
Cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in this section the target person by any means.
No.
Use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior.
You really think you're gonna call?
Someone's gotta make the clip copy of Asmongold demanding that the American federal government prosecute me, celebrating when the American government intends to prosecute me over and over again. Someone's got the copy, right? There's gotta be, because there's probably at least an hour of uninterrupted footage of Asmongold first demanding that I get deplatformed, then demanding that I get sued, then demanding that the federal government prosecute me, and then celebrating the federal government, implying that they might. So, again, the most inconsistent person on the planet. These guys always say like, oh, it's the perception of hypocrisy that is so frustrating, right? Like they always say this. They act as though they give a shit about hypocrisy at all. It's very cool. For a rabid anti-socialist, Ethan Klein Sherlow's being publicly owned. It's true. True.
Oh, you're going to call the government out on him?
Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass.
They're going to cane him? What are you talking about?
One of the highest per capita execution rates globally, enforcing capital.
Wait a minute. So now he's fantasizing about having Pegasus.
Who made this clip compilation? I'm not fantasizing about Pegasus getting executed. I'm literally, there's a separate point about the draconian nature of the Singaporean criminal justice system, which I, of course, have the utmost respect for. It's the most... It maintains a level of professionalism and integrity that I actually believe in. Just so everybody understands, I love the nation of Singapore. My life for Singapore. I will one day visit. It is the most moral nation on the planet, more moral than even, dare I say, Israel. So the Roach has a whole video explaining. The Roach has a whole React video wanting you prosecuted. 8 days ago, attorney explains Hasan's best case scenario. And then the attorney is everyone's favorite legal expert, notoriously wrong legal expert. The guy who always gets it wrong. Perhaps he got this one wrong too. Of course, these guys will never the main channel video, but just a bunch of random reliable clippers. Yeah, I don't know who clipped this compilation, but I guess the intention there was to make it seem like I want to kill more Pegasus. I don't. I want more Pegasus to live a happy life. I personally don't think he can pursue this happy life while also simultaneously continuing to defame and slander me inside of the boundaries of the nation state, the beautiful nation state, the moral nation state of Singapore. But I want him to live a healthy and happy life nonetheless. Boston Globe says you are to do whatever you want while Nick Fuentes gets attacked. Boston Globe, the fucking people that took down the Catholic Church's pedophilia are now writing articles about left-wing extremist Hasan Piker gets away with it. Right-wing extremist Nick Fuentes does not. A bit of comeuppance for Piker in recent days doesn't even the score. That's crazy. This is one of... God. It gives me... It just makes me so sad to see some of these newspapers It gives me such deep sadness to see like these actual fucking newspapers that in the past had done incredible work give away to reactionary garbage and turn into fucking basically New York Post, you know? It's an opinion article, but even then it's like there's an editorial standard. Yeah. Here is Asmongold with a 1-hour video on me getting subpoenaed where he's basically cumming his pants.
Well, I mean, here, let me ask you a question, right? Do you want American citizens taking money from governments that we are actively in a...
Did I do that? No, I didn't. Maybe it's because leftists are objectively correct and right-wing views are not. I don't know. To be fair, the Boston Globe didn't take down the Catholic Church. It was a spotlight group inside the Boston Globe. It was a few journalists, not the entire paper. Still. What is this? This is a back and forth. Honest question. Do you think that the girls he's suing uploaded his video in good faith? They definitely reacted to the video to criticize Ethan, but I do not believe they reacted to it with the express purpose of stealing views and revenue. Frogan was a big part. Frogan was a big part of the content nuke. Of course she'd watch it. Ethan has personal reasons to sue these exact people. How do you reconcile that with the fact that they, on video, explicitly said the exact thing you're saying they didn't do? You can look it up and see yourself. Well, it turns out the judge didn't give a fuck about that, even though that was the #1 narrative on the internet, right? Everyone kept repeatedly saying, oh, well, they said this, dead to rights, dead to rights, dead to rights. It turns out it's not fucking dead to rights. Turns out internet is not real life when it comes to, like, you know, the actual adults in an actual adult courtroom with an actual judge who's read more than fucking LSF threads. You know what I mean? At least for the time being, we still don't have the brain poisoned AI brain, the AI brain poisoned generation that has grown up exclusively reading fucking Reddit posts. Defendant's live stream is not a market substitute to the nuke because someone watching the former will have a very different experience from watching the latter. Anyone seeking to watch the nuke, a scripted and edited documentary, would have a distinctly different experience watching the defendant's fragmented start and stop live stream, which featured spontaneous reaction, live chat interaction, sharp criticism throughout, and extrinsic source. These serial harassers who built careers off this type of shit need to see jail time. This bullshit has ruined the internet for long enough. Ethan Asman, Pegasus, Twitter clip farmers, all of them. It's not going to happen. I don't think anyone has a real investment in cleaning this space up. The citation the judge is citing is basically a huge fuck you. That's Ethan's old case. I mean, it's not even a fuck you. It makes sense. It makes sense that he would use the old case that Ethan won that set a fairly reliable and you know, very important precedent for fair use. It is literally the backbone of so much content on the internet. Ethan's idiocy was to try and destroy the same exact precedent that he actually fought for. Zaggy doesn't give a shit about copyright. He's just getting back at them because he thinks they tanked this podcast, and you have personal beef with Casey Tron, so you're enjoying this for your own reasons. There's another way to solve this. He even refused settling with Casey Tron. This reply is the exact reason I hope Ethan sues them into poverty. Lying, gaslighting, and then hostility when pressed. You know what you're doing, and everyone else does too. You insult everyone's intelligence by engaging in such obvious manipulation. Yeah, that's what it is. The context nuke is about you out of context clips. I know. You cannot demand that in a copyright claim, you cannot demand that the market substitute actually is a market substitute, but you didn't like the market substitute it represented. That's insane. But Ethan has done this consistently because he knows that he can at least manipulate people with money, okay? He knows that he can bully people into submission with money and force them to do things that they normally would not want to do. That's exactly what he did with Casey Tron and that ISIS hostage style video that he forced Casey Tron to read. He gets a lot of satisfaction out of that, okay? To force people into doing things that they don't want to do, to humiliate them like a fucking bully because he's a weak and insecure, disgusting little bully. And unfortunately, again, it's, you know, I mean, spiritually is real, okay, in every way, shape, and form. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of little gremlins on the internet who are just as insecure and just as powerless and will derive great satisfaction off of someone else doing this to a person that they've decided is an enemy, okay? There have been instances where he thought he could get his way and failed, like with that other fucking guy, the Ryan Kavanaugh, right? He had more money, so he was able to fucking, you know, stop Ethan. like literally through the legal system. So what did he do? Lo and behold, he turned his crosshairs on much smaller content creators who don't have the financial backing to withstand a legal process like this. It's gross.
Literally killed? So we went from I love this dude to he's only mad at me because I'm hot to I wonder if he's breaking the law to I wonder if we can get this guy killed. And it's been like, what, a minute?
This person has made, or maybe it's not been a minute and you're just watching a clip compilation. God. I can't stand people who are just confidently stupid. Like, it's just Dunning-Kruger all the way down. You know what I mean? Yeah! It's just 358 videos.
It's gotta be more than, it's gotta be at least 500.
363, sorry. It's alarming.
I was right.
It's very scary. I was intending to visit Singapore soon, and
Maybe
now
you can
I
meet
don't
up with
even
him.
know if I could do that.
It would be crazy if he did a collab with Pegasus IRL and Pegasus was able to interview him. It would be really funny. Listen, in the same way that like you...
That would be really funny, actually, because it would not go the way he thinks it would, evidenced by the fact that it never does. There are very rare moments where someone who is like an online hater will approach me in the real world, and that interaction never goes the way they think it will. So that's actually pretty funny that he's speculating that that interaction would actually go the way he thinks it will, where like Pegasus will come in and be like, you are actually a loser. Ha! And then I'm going to be like, no, you honed me. Oh, I've been reduced. I've been reduced into nothing. Also, I was, memeing here, but hey, whatever. If they think it's being serious, if they think I'm being serious, then that's fine. I'm happy with that. Seemingly Pegasus is taking that seriously.
Who brings it? Like he's just criticizing you. That's all. This is an evaluation. It's fair.
Because
this is journalism. Like, is he against journalism now?
This is journalism. Well, it turns out, as Alyssa Mercante's case has shown us, no, the courts actually don't see it in that same way, as a matter of fact. When you routinely engage in fucking defamation, slander, and actively cyberstalk someone, a normal judge, not a Singaporean judge, by the way, because a Singaporean judge might actually view this very differently. The Singaporean judge might be much more strict, okay? And might have a far more rigid application and interpretation of the law. However, an American judge, it seems, in the Alyssa Mercante case that I was bringing up, has a very different opinion about what constitutes for fair journalism and what constitutes for cyberstalking and actively fomenting hatred towards an individual on the internet. Simply can't stress enough how differently the good state of Singapore might view the situation. The best state of Singapore. The best state. Okay? Just want to point out, Singapore, my life for Singapore. Okay? I will personally pry open the Strait of Malacca if I have to, if they ever dare to stop transit from that strait. Do you understand? My life for Singapore. I live for Singapore. Singapore, more like Singa-rich. True. I just want the judge to remember that. The things that I've said. The love that I've demonstrated. Love how these guys are like, lol, Hasan getting subpoenaed, but the moment you mentioned they're breaking the laws in their own country, they flip the script. Yeah, I can't control my goo. Yeah, they really can't be controlling their goo.
I thought he liked journalists.
When you look at his Instagram page,
what's this?
He's actually celebrating it, right?
The legendary series is officially... Dude, this guy is a complete proud hater. That's insane. And so the legendary series has officially reached 300 episodes. Absolutely.
Wait, he literally just said this was real journalism and then openly recognized that he was a complete proud hater? So I guess it's not. So I guess it's not journalism then. I guess it's being a hater as a bitch. Will we ever see you in clothes that are not a suit again, since you wear it for both important events and inside your house? Maybe.
Absolute cinema. Fighting the evil Diddy Piker and restoring common sense, one episode at a time.
Like even that, like calling me Diddy Piker, like that's slander. It's total slander, you know?
out of 10
is defamation.
Would recommend. But seriously, thank you guys for all the support. I could not have done it without you. Stay tuned for the greatest entertainment humanity has ever known.
Do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the stalker here? Oh, there's a defamation one too.
What is he doing? He's got.
I guess he's confused because I didn't just like rely on ChatGPT or Grok or something, because his brain doesn't function. His brain doesn't function when someone is just like reaching out to primary resources as opposed to asking ChatGPT.
How to be farming? Like, what are you doing?
There's even unintentional defamation.
What are you doing?
And I love him, but also am now scared of him. Initially, I was like, "Wow, how wonderful! This must be a fan page." And then I realized he's exhibiting stalker-like behavior and also defaming me, and causing great injury to me psychologically. And I, Dr. Felipe, 100 gifted subs to Dr. Jihad. I don't like that.
I'm so sorry. This must be horrible for you. Oh, this must be so sad.
I am scared.
Yeah.
Even a single instance of defamation is unacceptable and puts you in fear. True.
Oh my God.
True. He's clearly not picking up on you, playing it up. Yeah, I think his whole attitude relies on it, but I also do think he's just stupid. Ooh. He's not a particularly intelligent guy. Yeah, I saw this. Only Ethan Klein's allowed to threaten to sue his snarkers. Am I right? Singapore loves Palestine, so Pegasus will be fucked. Please read, Hasan. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. He literally thinks you're being fully sincere. Well, apparently so did Pegasus, because he's now going to put a stop. He's going to add more variety to his content. So maybe I am being fully sincere. We'll explore our options. Yeah, I love this idea that if someone is doing something bad and illegal to you, that you're supposed to just take it. How dare you look up legal avenues? Oh no, I mean, even if I'm doing it insincerely, like it still doesn't matter. Like these guys are genuinely like they're doing the thing, the fucking Twitter meme, like my enemy is ontologically evil, so I can do any evil act against him, and it's perfectly moral and just. They have designed me as their, ontologically evil enemy. It's over. It's like they can do whatever they want. They can fucking kill me and it would be fine. You should react that way more often so they're forced to react to you, hamming it up with total sincerity and outrage. Yeah. Anyway, let's just run this real quick. Oh, beautiful country. Beautiful people. Beautiful country, beautiful people, and perhaps most beautiful of all, a wonderful, robust criminal justice system. My life for Singapore, once again. Fantastic stuff. All right, let's get into it. I did a Democracy Now! Hit earlier this morning at fucking 5 a.m., and I feel like I didn't actually do a very good job. But let's start here. We will talk about my banning from the UK and whatnot. I got to go pee real quick.
DemocracyNow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Earlier this week, the British government banned the progressive political commentators Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur from entering the UK. They were scheduled to speak at the South by Southwest London Festival and the Oxford Union Society. The UK's Home Office said it was cancelling their travel permits, quote, on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good, unquote. Both Piker and Uygur are outspoken in their criticism of Israel. Recent comments from that have drawn scrutiny include Piker saying that as a, quote, lesser evil voter, he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, unquote. The week prior to their ban, British Labour MP David Taylor called for Piker to be barred, saying, quote, "It's shocking that South by Southwest would invite someone who's openly supported a proscribed terrorist organization and spouted these kinds of vile anti-Semitic rants to speak at their festival." With the unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism on our streets, leaving British Jews in a constant state of anxiety, Hasan Piker is clearly not conducive to the public good, he said. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent online influencers on the left. He has millions of followers and subscribers across social media platforms. He live streams on the gaming platform Twitch for hours every day. Recently, he's drawn the ire of the Democratic Party leadership for endorsing and campaigning on behalf of progressive candidates in primaries across the country. To talk more about his ban from the UK, his views on Israel, his critique of the Democratic Party, and more, we're joined by Hasan Piker from his home, where he streams in West Hollywood, California. Hasan, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you start off by responding to this ban on you? And Cenk is your uncle, is that right? Cenk Uygur, on what this means. In fact, you're going to virtually participate in the Oxford debate anyway, right?
Yeah. I was also supposed to, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a real honor to be on the show. I'm basically listening to the show a lot earlier than I normally would, because I usually do that in my morning routine. So Cenk and I were supposed to participate at the Oxford Union. We were supposed to do different panels at South by Southwest. I was also supposed to have a conversation with Jeremy Corbyn and Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party. And I also had another talk set up with former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis. And then Cenk was supposed to travel to the UK with his family, and he was stopped at the airport, and he found out that his visa had been rescinded and that he could not get on the plane. So I ended up checking my visa as well and found out that my visa was also revoked. Now, I find what the British government did here to be objectionable. I find it to be disgusting. I also find it to be terrifying. I think it's a terrifying prospect for the future of Western liberal democracies. The fact that a country that has in the past harbored much more radical thinkers than myself to completely drop all pretext that they care about free expression instead of protecting it is, I think, a sign of the times. I think it's a sign that we're moving down we're headed down a very different, dare I say, fascist direction in the Western world.
And this is happening, Hasan, under a Labour government in Britain, especially given Britain's particular role when it comes to Israel and Palestine being the primary imperial power that allowed the creation or promoted the development of the State of Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of culpability, that extends far beyond the Balfour Declaration. And the British government has been coordinating with the Israeli government. The Royal Air Force has been conducting surveillance missions, flying off of their Cyprus base. Keir Starmer has actually visited this base and has openly admitted that he could never say in broad daylight what the Royal Air Force is doing there. Starmer has also invited Isaac Herzog, who has been mentioned in the ICC and the ICJ court cases against both Israel and Israeli officials, like former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So the fact that England extends a red carpet to war criminals and collaborators of war criminals that have played a role in the genocide of the Palestinians, but then critics of Israel are considered to be real threats, significant threats to public safety, is preposterous. But once again, I think this is a real warning. Just as the prescription of Palestine action and the mass arrests that have taken place of pensioners in the UK that have demonstrated in support of Palestine action was a very clear attempt by the British government to do the exact opposite of the democratic process, to refuse to listen to the very just and moral demands of the masses and instead suppress their voices and try to silence them through state repression is very clear that there's a terrifying direction that the UK is headed down. And yes, it is the Labour government's complicity both in the crimes that Israel has committed, but it's also the Labour government's complicity in the acceleration towards fascism. Because the next government that comes in, if it's, God forbid, a reform government, a far-right authoritarian government, they're going to overtake this exact same process, and they might not have even the restrictions that the Labour government is applying currently. So to offer them the keys of the castle in this manner is complicity. It's something that we've seen. It's appeasement. It's something that we've seen throughout history in the past where liberals assume. Honestly, this might be it for me. I'm tired of waiting around for Hasan like I don't have anything better to do. Clearly, he doesn't respect our time. Why should we respect his? This is a mutual relationship as far as I'm concerned, but it's beginning to seem very one-sided. I think this is where I unfollow and unsub. 48 months, by the way. Thanks, everyone, but I can't take it anymore. God forbid I'm away from the fucking camera while I'm literally talking, wearing the same exact goddamn suit too, and showing you a video from earlier in the day. Okay, God forbid. That's great copy pasta. That they could overtake the reactionary demands coming from the right in an effort to keep control, and they ultimately failed to the fascists.
I wanted to ask you also about another international issue which you've been involved.
Read logs. Tupac just got announced in the new Ryuga Gotoku game. Oh my God. Okay, nice, dude. You're doing great in that video. I don't think you did poorly. Okay, good. All right.
With
I'm skipping the rest of this. We're not watching The National, but I did do an interview with The National as well the other day.
Monday, Hasan Pai.
You guys can listen to that as well. Let's get to the bombshell. Bombshell. The Tsar Bomba of allegations launched against Graham Plattner. Ladies and gentlemen, is that your 1983 Armani suit? No, it's not. This is a Polo Ralph Lauren, just the jacket. So yesterday I covered this, but I'm just going to touch up on it a little bit. For the last week or so, a lot of operatives on the political side were spelling trouble for the Graham Plattner Maine Senate run. They said over and over again that things were going to get really bad for Graham. Okay? Graham Plattner was going to be outed as doing heinous things. And there was even suspicion that there was a sexual assault allegation coming. I mean, it was horrible things, right? Turns out the New York Times has spent the last 6 or so months, okay? Turns out for the last 6 months or so, the New York Times had gone and extensively looked through every single relationship that Graham Plattner had and conducted interviews with every single former partner of Graham Plattner. Now, this, you might think, is maybe a little crazy. Like, obviously, there's a lot of background information that people look for when someone is running for Senate. I will openly admit that I've never actually seen this level of coverage. Perhaps there was some, and maybe I missed it, but I have never personally seen this level of investigative reporting on the possible misdealings of someone running for Senate. Okay? It's a bit much. It's a bit much. So, in any case, they did that. What about Matt Gaetz? 1, not running for office, and 2, after Matt Gaetz's best friend was in a criminal trial and went to jail for sexual misconduct related issues. You do understand that there's a difference between, like, if there's smoke, there's fire. That makes sense. This is a targeted attempt at doing opposition research. You get it, right? Like, this is an attempt to create smoke and then therefore point to the fire. Matt Gaetz's case also involved minors. There's a difference, and the example that you used as evidenced by the fact that no one knew about Matt Gaetz doing this when he was running, and they only found out about it after his best friend was arrested and criminally prosecuted. That's my argument, right? A little bit different. So, yeah, for sex trafficking, his best friend got convicted of sex trafficking, and some of the victims were minors, including some of the minors that were found to be involved with Matt Gaetz. None of which came out until this, court proceeding took place, and none of it certainly came out during the opposition research that was conducted on Matt Gaetz when Matt Gaetz was running. So very different set of circumstances. I need you to understand, right? Now, the New York Times wrote this entire article where they went to 6 of Graham Plattner's former girlfriends, and 4 out of 6 of them had some, neutral or nice things to say, straight up nice things to say. I say 4 out of 6. One of them wasn't as neutral because one of them actually said that it reminded him of him being Graham Plattner being misogynistic, right? That one is a neutral. And then one said they had a complex relationship, and there was one instance that ended the relationship where Graham Plattner showed up at her house drunk after she said, "Don't come over." Okay, but there was one ex-girlfriend that had a lot to say about Graham Plattner, including some fairly significant allegations where she drew a line at like domestic violence, but basically most people that would read that would say this is domestic violence, right? Like she said that Graham Plattner had never like physically hurt her, but had gotten physical with her, and she was in fear, right? Now, that one person, the New York Times also reported, did not actually have any corroborating evidence. After the New York Times looked through and reviewed all of her text messages, and the text messages she had with her friends, like the conversation, they read her diary. And then the New York Times openly wrote in the article that there was no corroboration. Like the New York Times could not independently verify these allegations, and there was no corroboration. Now that's pretty significant. And the reason for why that's significant is because this is a massive allegation. Like the most maximum version of this is to accuse someone running for Senate of domestic abuse, domestic violence, right? And when you have an allegation of this sort, and you're not like some fucking random YouTuber or the New York Post, if you are the paper of record, if you're the gray lady, if you are the New York Times, these claims need to be accompanied with a tremendous amount of evidence, corroborating evidence. Now, the reason why I say that is because the New York Times upholds an editorial standard. Now, at times, we have seen the New York Times reduce their editorial standards. One of the most famous instances of the New York Times openly reducing their editorial standards in an effort to get a story out was with the article Screams Without Words. The article that accused Hamas militants and the entire Palestinian resistance of engaging in coordinated, mass-directed mass rapes on October 7. Virtually every single piece of information that they delivered in that article has been completely dismissed and proven to be wrong, okay? And there was a lot of internal conflict at the New York Times at the time. The story became how this became a story in and of itself, right? Now, of course, the damage was done already. People went with it. People went along with it. And to this day, people still get very upset when you say there was no mass rapes that took place on October 7. There's no evidence, rather, of mass rapes that took place on October 7. And certainly not directed by Hamas. And what's interesting about that is that I know for a fact that there was a lot of internal commotion with this specific story as well. Okay? The New York Times, once again, lowered their editorial standards instead of upholding their and maintaining their integrity and upholding their editorial standards. They chose to reduce them. And in the process of reducing them, they wrote this article, and they obviously couldn't New York Post it and fucking hit the Graham Plattner is a domestic abuser, they came out with the title. Where is the New York Times report on it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. They basically wrote this article where they were like, several women, exclusive from the New York Times, several women who dated Graham Plattner recall unsettling behavior. Okay? This is a way to basically say, you should be worried about Graham Plattner, but we don't have enough information to openly tell you why. Okay? And of course, there were still a lot of people who obviously read the headline and didn't already like Graham Plattner for a litany of different reasons that went along with it. They were like, this is fucking bullshit. So are you saying you think it's untrue, or what you're saying about the allegations? I think that there was embellishment. There was a little bit of maybe hyperbole, potentially, or at least there's enough cause for suspicion that there is hyperbole in some of the statements that one of the girlfriends of Graham Plattner made. And the reason for why I say this is because we very quickly found out, well, one, the reason why I say this is because the New York Times itself said this, right? Like or at least they leaned into it, right? Because remember, professional journalists are fairly decent writers, and they also have a legal team. They know exactly how to soft pedal a domestic violence allegation without actually saying it, without actually just like leaning across the finish line. But then they'll engage in some ass covering in the process, right? And it's interesting because like the long and short of it is 7 ex-girlfriends are interviewed, and half of them have nothing but nice things to say. And then one of them says they ended the relationship on a sour note. And then one has all the meat, all of the allegations. It just happens to be that the person that had the allegations is a Republican operative who has not only been a Republican operative for the past decade, but is a Republican operative that has exclusively worked with an organization that actually is responsible for the PR initiative that got Susan Collins across the finish line on the Brett Kavanaugh appointment, when Brett Kavanaugh had a litany of rape allegations that surrounded his appointment proceeding. Do you understand? Like, I want to find the actual point that is the most interesting. Cassie Pritchard, this has dramatically reduced how much weight I'm giving her Plattner accusations from a lot to nearly none. It strains credulity that some longtime GOP operative in Nova really thinks the New York Times duped her into aid Plattner, doesn't know how fact check works, etc., but is perfectly calibrated for a partisan conservative audience and to raise her own standing. Yeah. Jesus Christ. The fact that the ultras are biting on this so hard makes me so disappointed in the U.S. left. It merits suspicion. No, many of the ultras that I've seen, this was their turning point when they were like, oh, I see what's going on here. I saw numerous people on the timeline be like, I fucking hate Graham Plattner. He's literally a war criminal. I despise him. But this is very clearly a Zionist smear job. Zay's Squirrel came out against the New York Times on this. Because it is that. Let's be real. Okay? It is that. They are trying to actively besmirch and tarnish and ruin the chances of a Democrat possibly being the majority vote in an otherwise Republican-controlled Senate that also happens to be a Democrat that's openly anti-Israel. And that's a big problem for a lot of people. Yeah, look, I don't like Plattner as he's an unrepented war criminal who volunteered to be a Blackwater mercenary, but that New York Times piece is the most transparent Israel lobby Zionist smear piece bullshit. Every part of it, from the fake victim to the authors, is fabricated by rabid Zionist freaks. This person, look, when I read the article, what did I tell you from the start? If there were other Republicans, not Republican operatives, but just like regular Republican women that Graham Plattner dated, that had anything that would like corroborate similar experiences to the major testimonial coming from Lindsay Fifield, the party with all of the allegations, then there would be a little bit more weight. There would probably be a little bit more weight to the accusation. There would be a lot more credibility to the accusations. And for the record, again, Graham Plattner, PTSD-addled vet, has alcohol issues. It makes perfect sense for there to be something there. Okay? So it's definitely not an unbelievable story. It's definitely a very believable story. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say millions of Americans have similar complex stories with relationships that they've had with their loved ones when they come back from active duty combat. So this is not a unique story at all, okay? The uniqueness of this story, perhaps, comes from the fact that the only person that had these allegations was a Republican operative that had specifically worked on the Brett Kavanaugh case to urge the Republican Party to who did crisis PR basically for the Republican Party, including but not limited to Susan Collins, who Graham Plattner is working to unseat in writing a message that would allow her to defend in the post-Me Too era appointing Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court of the United States. Inez Stepman and Lindsay Fifield are two millennial women who co-founded the group Ladies for Kavanaugh to show their support for the nominee. Their pro-Kavanaugh group was formed on their own time. Not only did this lady work for a group, as a Republican operative, work for a group, Independent Women for Congress or something, I forget what it's called, that wrote the PR message for Susan Collins and every other Republican that would justify their vote for Brett Kavanaugh in spite of the rape allegations. But she literally co-founded the group Ladies for Kavanaugh to show their support for the nominee when they felt that view was being left out of the public discourse. Their day jobs are in conservative politics. Stepman at the Independent Women's Forum, this is the group that she's a part of, and Fifield are at the Heritage Foundation, who Fifield then joined, or joined before Independent Women's Group. Okay? Fifield and her pro-Kavanaugh friends had stayed quiet during the original hearings while liberal women raged in the streets and on social media. But in the wake of baseless 11th hour accusations orchestrated to stop Kavanaugh's confirmation, we couldn't stay silent anymore, Fifield said. The person who wrote the article is a former AIPAC activist of the year, by the way. The journalist at the New York Times who wrote the article that would normally not meet the paper's editorial standards, her name is Katie Glick, who literally has received an award from AIPAC. So down to the bone of this article, you see something nefarious afoot. I didn't even know that she also started on her own time, apparently, a group called Ladies for Kavanaugh, which makes it even less substantive, her allegations. The 2016 text from Fifield's friend saying, "Do not call Graham," is a load-bearing pillar of the New York Times story. The reporters used it to illustrate that people in Fifield's life were aware of their allegations. They even made it a heading. Now Fifield says the text was a joke from a friend after she ended another relationship. If it were a joke, surely the New York Times reporters would have known, since they read her messages. And if it wasn't a joke, why is Fifield now claiming it was? Do not call Graham. That was the fucking headline of the piece. I bucked. Some new information has come out since this article, and that's why I was covering it again. Okay. One, this is something that I covered yesterday, but of course, Lindsay Fifield has lied in the past about Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk, saying they were not targeted for advocacy against Israel. They are being held accountable for destruction of property, organizing violent actions, making threats to Jewish students, and distributing materials funded by state-designated terrorist groups. You'll be surprised to learn you can't promote terrorism and death to America while you're here on a student visa or green card. Let's see an update. Interesting assertion. All I've seen is that Öztürk wrote an op-ed. Do you have evidence otherwise? Her arrest had nothing to do with an op-ed. That was the lie they ran with, and you just nom that talking point right up without question. So I ask you once again, if someone is so involved in political knife fights of this sort that as a political operative that is so invested in defending the Zionist occupation and the genocide, that they will actively lie about legal permanent residents writing op-eds and being criminalized for criticizing the state of Israel, what makes you think they won't fucking make up shit about a possible senator that will be openly against Israel, a reliable vote against Israel? What makes you think that they won't do that? You have to be fucking delusional to not be skeptical of these allegations. This is not a normal, random person Lindsay Feefield, serious question. What would go in a Palestinian museum? What are their accomplishments, inventions, or notable figures apart from terrorists and bombs made from the water pipes Israel gave them to pipe in free water for their people? So just remember all of that. But yeah, Lindsay Feefield, since the article came out, has also responded. She wrote 13 hours ago, she wrote these long, extensive screeds on Twitter. She said, anyone who's ever extracted themselves from a relationship with a narcissistic abuser knows it isn't clean or easy. I cringe remembering how many times I tried to play the cool girl or fawn in response to what was clearly abusive, coercively controlling behavior by Graham. I also know how dangerous it is to become the target of a narcissist, so even long after our relationship ended, I continued to be upbeat at any time he reached out, though I would also immediately shut down any attempts on his part to initiate flirting or romanticizing of the past. Yes, the day I saw him announce he was running, I wanted to make sure people knew he had a Nazi tattoo, and I was terrified he would find out it was me. But of course he knew it was me. What's ironic is, I absolutely never would have shared my story if he hadn't been relentlessly attacking my character behind the scenes for months once the tattoo story came out. I tried to signal that I wasn't the source and stayed completely silent about him on social media, even as most of my friends posted regularly about what a bad person he is. But then in early April, the New York Times came to me. I asked how they got my number. I said I was not interested in sharing my story. They said, but wait, there are other women terrified to tell their stories too. And you need to band together. We will help you. We will protect you. Men can't keep getting away with this. Guess what? This is what a Republican operative does. Now that her credibility has been tarnished all up and down the timeline, she's pulling the fuck the New York Times cord to at least manage her own personal reputation and perhaps still continue to be a Republican operative. Notice how she immediately shifts the blame over to the New York Times and says, oh, the New York Times actually had credible rape accusations. Actually, they were going to Me Too him. Classic New York Times inventing Me Too scandals, right? That's it. That's literally what she's doing. She's signaling to the conservative crowd that she's still open for business. Hours before, wait, where the fuck did it go? Jesus Christ. Hours before their first call to me, I saw Eric Swalwell's nameplate get removed from his office door in Cannon. It felt like fate. I welcomed the two journalists. Oh, then it brings up Eric Swalwell. Like there's a similarity here. I welcomed the two journalists into my home days later, nervous and overwhelmed. Justin Fairfax had just murdered his wife and himself the previous day, and even conservative pundits were conjecturing that if only those women hadn't accused him of abuse, this would have never happened. But I told them my story. I let them, implying that Graham Plattner is going to fucking murder her. I told them my story. I let them take pictures of my diary pages. I sent them screenshots to messages and gave them phone numbers and contacts. It was excruciating. I was surprised by what details I remembered. And as I poured through old messages, I was horrified by how much I'd forgotten. I explained very clearly that, like many women abused by their partners, I had not told anyone about his violence at the time. I had covered for it and defended it. I accepted his earnest apologies. They said that's fine because the diary entries and my on-the-record story was enough. They connected me to two of the other victims so we wouldn't feel so alone. I insisted to each of them that I trusted New York Times journalists and what we were doing was the right thing despite their sadly very accurate sense that something was wrong. One of the victims and I realized our relationship with Graham overlapped completely. He had been cheating on both of us the entire time we were together. I should note here that my life is just ... beautiful. These are the best years of my life, raising two young girls in a safe, beautiful neighborhood where I work from home and shuttle my children from dance classes and soccer to church events. I'm blessed far beyond what I deserve, wonderful friends and family, and the most loving, brilliant husband in the world. Why would I blow up my life like this? Why would I risk the psychotic doxing from violent leftist activists? Because while I have been terrified to come forward, I decided this was the hard right thing to do. The guilt of staying silent had nagged me. Most therapists recommended a gray rock approach to extracting yourself from narcissistic abuse. It works really well. But it's a gift to the abuser, allowing them to persist in their delusion that they've done nothing wrong. I couldn't stay silent. Yeah, she also lied about still being an active Republican operative. The New York Times said that Lindsay Feefield had been out of politics and isn't doing anything with the conservative dark money group Independent Women's Forum anymore, but here she is getting quoted at a Republican congressional event mid-April of 2026, a few weeks ago, with IWF as her ID. This requires a correction from the New York Times, mind you. Like that is straight up wrong information. The New York Times is putting, like, they didn't put any effort into looking into her background at all, or they did and chose not to report on it. Dude is still doing this shit? Yes, I am. Yes, and I think it's important to do this, even for someone of shitty character or poor moral choices in the past, as far as like joining fucking Blackwater. Do you want to know why? Because you have to fucking push back if you see a smear job being conducted by a fucking Republican operative Because if you don't actually build some fucking backbone towards this kind of thing, you're going to constantly find yourself duped by Republican operatives in the future, as you have done so in the past. Republicans love tugging on our heartstrings, okay? They love tugging on our heartstrings. They never abide by the same moral standards or the principles, and they actually deploy a unique set of circumstances and principles to you that you might not even abide by. And then they accuse you of hypocrisy in the process. And people on the sidelines get duped by it every single fucking time. They weaponize woke. 100% they weaponize woke. This is all they fucking do. It's the most obvious shit. A woman who does not give a single shred of a solitary fuck about rape allegations, so much so that she actively worked to persuade people to vote for Brett Kavanaugh as the next Supreme Court justice, who then turned around and, of course, returned the favor to all women in the United States of America with the abortion decision, for the record, after lying to everyone that it was a super precedent that wouldn't be touched, is now supposed to be the single, solitary, lone victim and witness to Graham Plattner's serial domestic abuse that they tried to present it as. Anyway, here's the second statement. I bucked all advice from my friends. I guess this person has blocked me already. Yeah. I was like, why can't I fucking interact with her shit? But it turns out I was blocked by her. Makes sense. I bucked all advice from my friends and resisted my conservative bias and decided to fully trust the Times journalists. Okay? As they left my home, they asked that I not talk to any other outlets, and I insisted then and repeatedly over the following weeks that I would keep my word and only share the story with them. But then the weeks dragged on. They kept coming back to us saying the editors needed more. I needed to go on the record. Okay, we need more screenshots. Okay, I met every benchmark they set, eager to provide more sources or evidence as needed. After the story went up, I began to ask them, wait, where are the other stories about the other women? Where are their accusations of sexual assault? Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detail of my work history, more than has been published about Graham's by far? Why does it say nobody could corroborate when I offered them sources that could corroborate? Why did they include an out-of-context quote from a friend joking, do not call Graham, after I called off my wedding because she knew I would never? So what's really fucked up is that they literally, the New York Times also added, do not call Graham. That wasn't even about like Graham Plattner in that moment. It was a joke. And they fucking added that in as evidence to suggest that Graham Plattner was actually, a horrible, abusive monster that even all of her friends knew. And now she's actually fucking opposing that framing as well. Where were the screenshots they said they'd use, or the mention that I supported local Democrats and that most of my family and husband are liberal? The editor said it was too much, they explained. The Times also failed to include any mention that I did confide in multiple friends throughout the years that Graham had been abusive long before he was running for office. Those friends confirmed they told the Times so. It dawned on me that this really was a setup all along. The journalist I trusted who convinced me to share a story I never wanted to tell methodically delayed and twisted this into a gift to the Plattner campaign, violating the trust of the victims. Yeah, dude, yes, this was a catch and release story. Like, that's the argument now. Now she's saying that this is a fucking catch and release story, that they actually hit this bombshell to defend Graham Plattner. And at the end of my call with them, I reluctantly accepted their insistence that this was a powerful story and that I had done a brave thing, and I thanked them for all the hard work they put into it, still fawning after all these years. And now there's a complaint about DC's culture for women from someone who is literally paid to do character assassination on Christine Blasey Ford in order to confirm the man who overturned Roe v. Wade. There genuinely doesn't seem to be an iota of good faith to this. For those of you who think I should have said something at the time, let me remind you of DC's culture for women, and sadly nothing has changed. When I sent this tweet 13 years ago about a Republican staffer, the next morning my boss at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce pulled me into his office and told me Congressional Affairs was furious and that I could get fired if I spoke to reporters. I had tweeted a photo of the staffer's business card, which I did agree to delete, but I refused to delete this. Everyone at Tune In was mad at me for talking about it. Yeah, this culture is real, for the record. But I'm sorry, you have literally been one of the most loyal servants of this culture for the last decade. And as a matter of fact, the additional commentary that you've offered on this issue implies that you still choose to be a loyal servant of this culture. This is you worked for organizations that fought to not only maintain this culture, but are the most loyal servants of this culture. Again, I'm done. I'm done with Republican agents and reactionaries weaponizing woke. I'm done with it. This is one of the things that we got to excise from our movement. Okay? Straight up. This is one of those things that I think needs to stop. These people do not care about this stuff. Okay? They don't. They're weaponizing it against people who they perceive do, who will easily get duped. Okay? Stop eating the fucking bait. Hook, line, and goddamn sinker. I will say this. I'm probably one of the more rare individuals who has actually leaned further in Graham Plattner's direction in the aftermath of these sorts of stories, because I recognize that the people who are launching these attacks are objectively worse than he is now as a person, regardless of what he may or may not have done, okay, as a trigger man for empire. Right now, the reason why they're attacking him is not because of that. The reason why they're attacking him is in spite of that and because of his statements about Israel. And it is very fucking obvious. Natasha Korecki, news so far, there hasn't been no mass exodus from Dems who endorse Plattner. He intends to attend a Bar Harbor rally Friday with Ro Khanna. Plattner backers forging ahead. It's a lot harder to dislodge us because we know the man. Democrats smeared every woman who stepped forward against Clinton, and there were a lot, including people who had textured claims of rape by him. If they did that for a rich person's Democrat, I don't see the justification for ditching Plattner. That's the other thing. Bill Clinton actually did do those things. So far, there is no evidence of Graham Plattner doing anything close to what Bill Clinton has done. Yeah, actual Mainers also give their response to the Graham Plattner allegations and how they feel about him after. But yeah, Joan Walsh when it's her preferred centrist establishment white male versus Joan Walsh when it's a lefty outsider white male. The troublesome Tara Reid story. Yeah, Graham Plattner's rocket to stardom reflects something ugly that's developed not only on the right but the left. The only acceptable form of identity politics is now white male identity politics. Okay. Why are we not entertaining the concept that both could be true? She can be targeting his campaign, and it can also be true that an alcoholic combat vet has a tendency to sex women while married, get a Nazi tattoo, work for Blackwater. And why did bro date a Republican Kavanaugh head? Does homie ever make a good decision? Did I say that Graham Plattner makes good decisions? He clearly doesn't. I don't think we're in disagreement there, my friend. As a matter of fact, he is a lifetime of bad decisions, from joining the Marine Corps to go on fucking 4 separate tours of duty and then joining Blackwater, getting a fucking getting a tattoo in any tattoo parlor in Split, Croatia is always going to give you a 50-50 chance that it's a fucking Nazi tattoo at a Nazi tattoo parlor, by the way. So that's also another bad decision. Okay? So yeah, he has a lifetime of bad decisions. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, he never worked for Blackwater. Yeah, it's cope. He worked for a private security contractor that was an offshoot of Blackwater. Blackwater obviously didn't exist at the time because of all the fucking war crimes that they had committed. And yes, he did diplomacy security. I know. He got a contract for guarding a U.S. ambassador, a program set up by Obama, these radlibs favorite president. Yes, I know. I know all of that. I'm aware of all that. It's still, it still once again shows that, he didn't have the right mindset at all. I'm puzzled as to why people on the left are lumping Hamawi and El-Sayed in with Plattner. Hamawi is the victim of a racist smear campaign seeking to discredit a respected doctor with a first-person account of the genocide. Plattner simply has more baggage than God. Yeah, whatever happens with Plattner, the Democratic right and sympathetic media is going to try and hang his campaign around the neck of every other left-wing candidate like an albatross. No one loves comparisons between Plattner and 2 squeaky clean doctors more. Yeah, it's fucking totally ridiculous. And guess what? That is also part of the reason why I'm redoubling my attitude on this. Do you understand? Because why are they fucking engaging in unbelievable racist smears against Adam Hamawi, basically an American hero in every way, shape, or form? Okay, one of the best and brightest that America has ever offered. Okay, why are they attacking him? Why are they trying to invent controversy around him? Same with Abdul El-Sayed, incredibly accomplished doctor with 2 degrees, Rhodes Scholar, worked in fucking public health in Detroit. Why? Why are they trying to also mire him in controversy? Why are they trying to tar and feather them? Perhaps it has something to do with their positions. Perhaps it has something to do with their positions around Israel. That is exactly what this is. And if you can't see it, I'm sorry, you're being played a fool. Okay? You have to have a little bit more backbone. You have to have a little bit more scrutiny in your lives. Okay? But why does Chuck Schumer support Plattner? Because at the end of the day, Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. Chuck Schumer loves Israel first and foremost. Chuck Schumer can get away with not supporting openly Zohran Mamdani for New York mayor. But if Chuck Schumer came out and did the Jake Auchincloss shit and said, oh, I don't really care if there's a Democratic majority, they would probably kill him, okay? Proverbially, not literally, but like Democrats would literally be like, enough, that's over, you're done. No, it's not because Plattner is white, chatters. It's not because Plattner is white. There are different priorities here, what you can and can't say. Auchincloss can say that because he's in the fucking House of Representatives, okay? Chuck Schumer can't literally oppose his own potential majority. Are you fucking insane? Plattner is running for Senate. Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And even then, he reluctantly defended it. So, yeah, in Zoran's case, the alternative was Cuomo. In Maine, the alternative is a Republican, which means the Democrats can't take the majority in the Senate. If Pill's Mafia was still in the race, you'd hear Chuck Schumer's real opinions on Graham Plattner. Okay?
Arc that is one of redemption. They're willing to continue to back him. Here is some of what we heard.
Does he have a problematic past? Yes, but I would rather have a redemption story than somebody telling you how wonderful they are, how much.
Bro, white people love Graham Plattner. That's the other side of the story, that like there is something that they see in him where they see him as like the second coming. I swear to God. God damn. No, they fucking love the dude, okay?
Much research they do, and yet they still make the wrong decision for the people of Maine.
Would I date him? No. But it does play into his character. But we're not looking for perfection. We are where we are. We have a Senate that's controlled by the Republicans who are...
They're so locked in. I mean, look, I'm sorry. I do have a lot of respect for the Barbaras and the Deborahs. They're so fucking locked in. This is literally politics. Okay? They're like, I don't care. He's a reliable vote. He's a reliable vote against fucking the Republican Party and Donald Trump and MAGA. Sorry, not going to happen. That's it. That's literally it. At the end of the day, they have a better understanding of politics, real world politics, than motherfucking ultras do. Okay? They do. They're looking at this and going, okay, who's a reliable vote against Donald Trump? A fucking Democrat or Susan Collins? That's it. That's the calculation. You say you don't like Graham Plattner, you're not gonna. You're subscribing to a potential of a Republican majority in the Senate, a continuation of the Republican majority in the Senate. Harm reduction narratives don't work as well when there's a Democrat in charge. Harm reduction narratives for the Senate or for Congress as a whole absolutely work, especially when the Republican president is in charge and molesting the money with regular frequency. And not just molesting the money, really, but also actively implementing fascism in the country. For many, I don't think it goes beyond that. Why do Mainers support Plattner despite his flaws? He talks a lot about the issues that affect their daily lives. More than half of Mainers struggle to afford basic necessities, while Susan Collins keeps voting to fund wars overseas. People are looking for change. When an imperfect candidate offers a path forward, many are willing to take that chance. Yes, the beautiful story here for us is not that Graham Plattner is a fucking hero and he's the best and he's the coolest guy around and he should run for president. I'm not saying any of that shit, okay? The cool story for us, for the watchers, for the leftists who still believe that we could make at least some marginal changes in Congress and maybe make some gains in the process, is that when you have a solid foundational policy that centers the working class, you develop a tremendous amount of loyalty from the base. Loyalty that causes the base to overlook your very clear personality flaws. Does that remind you of perhaps another cult-like leader who did the same thing but for Republicans, which means that he did the same thing with culture war issues and racism and things like that, because obviously Republicans were not actually, looking for someone who was going to be a real fighter for the working class on material issues, but instead was looking for someone who would be a fighter for the working class on issues such as fomenting racism and dominating the vulnerable, marginalized identities that were presented as like the real reason for why you're suffering financially. FD pointed out how Platinum gets way too much national attention while other progressives exist. I'm inclined to agree with them. I actually, low-consensually, don't necessarily hate that because I think he's fairly strong. And this actually focuses the attention away from smear jobs that, candidates that I'm aligned with actually could withstand potentially. You know what I mean? Like, it's good that he's a magnet for all of the Zionist enmity right now. He's tanking it. Dems new from Andrew Howard. New latest accusations against Plattner are leaving fellow Democrats in an uncomfortable holding pattern until Tuesday's primary. Everyone waiting to see the margin with Mills, who hasn't campaigned since April. That's insane. She literally dropped out and then turned around and was like, actually, we're not dropping out. Never mind. I'm still on the ticket. Get your licks in now. Get your reps in now, chatters. It's going to get worse. You're going to see a litany of racialized smears that you have never seen since like right after 9/11 when Abdul El-Sayed, inshallah, wins the primary. And it's not just going to come from the Republicans. It's going to come from the exact same Democrats that are currently implying that Graham Plattner is a rapist. Okay? I'm letting you know right now, if you're not cut out for it on this one, if you can't use this as a reliable opportunity to gain some experience in dancing in these treacherous waters, you're going to get fucked. Because get ready. Because one thing that Graham Plattner has that Abdul El-Sayed does not is a superpower in the eyes of the broader electorate. And that is, he's white. Okay? Hey, Papa, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. From just watching part of the stream last night, I thought that was the allegations because of how implied that is what he did. Yeah. Just warning y'all.
Presumptive check.
Colin's inability to even feign outrage over this bullshit only further proves the fact that it's a non-story. Yeah, when I saw Senator Whitehouse be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about this story, I was like, oh, it's done. And then Kirsten Gillibrand too. That's what finalized it for me, because Kirsten Gillibrand very famously was the responsible party for Al Franken's resignation. The terror jacketing of Zoran. Yeah, I thought Gillibrand's statement was a cryptic non-comment, like not standing by Graham by name. There's another reason why the smear job is happening. Plattner is a progressive in a swing district if he wins. Yes, I already mentioned that as well. It doesn't just stop Trump. It discredits the entire centrist theory that the party must go right. Remember, the bland centrist Dem got owned in 2020 in Maine? That same thing is true for Abdul in Michigan. Both parties must see them lose. Remember Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin. These centrist scum would rather lose. I agree. 100%. I like Graham Plattner and Matt Iglesias is already fucking maneuvering in the direction of being pro-Graham Plattner so he can set himself up to say, oh, I never actually implied that Graham Plattner's politics could never win in a state like Maine and unseat a Republican, right? Some of them are smart enough to understand what's going on, and they're trying to, protect their comfortable sinecure. Others are excitedly trying to fuck over the run to prove their priors, that to prove the ideological zealotry is actually not zealotry, but instead sound, reasonable analysis that you simply can't be a progressive in a red state or running for a red seat. Yeah. This internal poll came out that was 46-46. It was a push poll, I think. Okay. Of course, Jewish Insider immediately jumped on it to be like, see, it's working. He's bad. He's bad news, guys. Maine Senate poll conducted by GOP pollster Tony Fabrizio from June 1 the 3rd after sexting allegations before physical abuse story puts him at 46-46. Graham Plattner's image has cratered, with his unfavorables nearly doubling. Here is how they suggested Graham Plattner in the internal poll. The internal poll literally refers to Plattner as a pedophile And they're tied at the same numbers at Fabrizio's last poll way back in January. Graham Plattner is actively texting on a social media website notorious for sexually preying on children. This website has been described as a predator's paradise, and it's still 4646. Do you fucking understand? Yeah. He's actually gaining on Collins post sexting scandal. Yeah. The GOP and pro-Israel lobby-backed attack against Graham Plattner flopped so fucking hard that the Daily Caller has now resorted to saying it was a soft catch and kill operation. So the Republican method went from, oh, Graham Plattner is a vicious rapist monster, implying that he's like a vicious domestic abuser, rapist monster, to actually the New York Times is collaborating with Graham Plattner. Incredible. Let's see how Susan Collins responded to the story.
Your presumptive challenger in November's election, Graham Plattner, another scandal, I guess you would say, coming out in the New York Times yesterday. What's your reaction to it? Have you had a chance to read the story? And what's the takeaway from you?
The allegations in the latest story are troubling, and I believe that Graham Plattner has a lot of questions to answer.
Do you think it will cost him votes, and should it cost him votes this November?
Well, that's really up to the people of Maine.
Dude, first debate is over. I'm calling it. First debate, Assad numbers. She's going to be shaking like jello up on that stage, and everyone is going to be reminded. And Maine is a very old state, by the way. The average voter age is, I believe, 44. And even then, old people don't want to see another old person in charge any longer. Here is Madeline Dean celebrating her special friends from AIPAC. Yeah, new Democratic representative. God, this is one of the nastiest things that the fucking ZNN does. Immediately, they'll look for any Democrat, any AIPAC stooge they can to come up and be like, well, his own party is actually opposing him. Okay? Remember, they even did this to a much more limited degree when I went to the Delaney facility. There were counter-protesters there. The counter-protesters were yelling a bunch of fucking insane shit as we were going back to the hotel room to conduct an interview with Adam Hamawi. And immediately, they framed that as, oh, the left is actually opposing Hasan. They love doing this, where it's like, it's even your own party hates you. Okay? And then the controversy expands beyond that, where it's like, well, even if his own party is opposing him, how does he have any shot at winning?
All of the stories that are coming out, and they're more and more, it seems, by the hour. I'm not a voter in Maine, but he has disqualified himself in my eyes. He is not qualified to be a representative, a senator. We'll see what Maine does about it, and I know Governor Mills remains on the ballot, but he has disqualified himself.
Okay. Do you support Graham Plattner's candidacy?
If you're not a Maine voter who gives a fuck about your opinion, I don't know, Benjamin Netanyahu probably gives a fuck about every pro-Israel person's opinion right now. The fact that the most bloodthirsty Zionist mouthpieces from Van Jones to Fetterman are running with similar narratives about this tabloid trash should tell you all you need to know about it. This is a hit piece motivated by Plattner's strong stance on cutting aid to Israel. Dude, it does worry me a little bit. Like, we're one step removed from some operative deploying stingrays or deploying Pegasus software on fucking oppositional figures' devices, and then scouring through whatever fucking data that they can find to develop another smear. And then we're two steps removed from just straight up trying to assassinate people. Like, literally, what are the only last two things that remain at this point is planting shit, going through illegally their devices, their private details, their private affairs to find anything they possibly can, and then just outright killing them. They're going to use Pegasus on your fap top, yeah, and they're going to find out that my masturbation habits are the most vanilla they've ever seen.
Terrible. And here, Democratic Senator John Fetterman, Pennsylvania, criticized him not for the first time, saying he's, quote, behaving in a degenerate way, urging voters to back Janet Mills, Maine's governor, in Tuesday's primary. What do you think, Ben?
You know, it's a moment of truth in this party. This is tough. You know, I think that I hear people in our party, and they're saying, why are we...
Wow. Another Zionist lapdog saying this is a crisis in our party. Our party? I didn't know the Democrats were also a part of the Likud party, which Van Jones is referencing when he says our party. He's not referencing an American party.
We so tough on our bad guys when the Republicans are so soft on their bad guys. And so, you know, that's the kind of stuff when you're a parent, you struggle with that, because it's like, look, we're running this house. We're not running the house across the street. We're not running the neighbor's house. We're running this house. And so what bothers me about what he's done is not just the things that are being reported about him, but that his stories just don't hold up. He said that he got this stuff under control years ago, and some of this stuff is not years ago, and people are concerned that there's more to come. I don't sit in judgment of anybody. You know, all the work that I've done in prisons, and, you know, I'm a second chances, third chances, fourth chances guy. When you're on a redemption arc for real, when you've taken real accountability, when you've actually owned up and you have a track record, or at least you're honest about where you are in your process. My concern is he tried to polish this thing up. I used to be one way, now I'm not. Well, you better be telling the truth about that, and it seems like he's not. And so now this party's got to look in the mirror. Do you want to sign off on?
Yeah, this kind of stuff only draws enmity, by the way. You hear liberals hear this shit and try the desperate attempt to be like, we have no moral standing to oppose Donald Trump, the great pedophile redeemer, okay? And they go, fuck you, Van Jones. This doesn't work, okay? This does not work, especially for the intended audience, because he's trying to get the liberals off the Graham Plattner train, right? You should have never brought up the comparisons to the other side, okay? You should have never done that. The biggest mistake is to remind liberals in this very moment that the Republican Party exists, okay? There is no shot, because, like, you'd have a stronger argument, potentially, if you were to just keep it at his own moral failings or something. But the moment that you remind liberals that the opposition exists and we no longer have a fucking moral standing, that's what he's saying, our party, we no longer have a moral standing, liberals are going to hear that and go, who's we, motherfucker? Are you speaking French? What party are you a part of? Donald Trump? Donald Trump's party. That party.
On the Donald Trump standard of behavior, you got some other people who have very bad behavior in the other party.
Okay, dude. Yeah, that's insane. The two reporters on the New York Times Plattner story, Katie Glick and Lisa Lair, are the same reporters who described Zohran Mamdani's July 2025 win as a spiritual crystal knock. I feel like last night's New York City election results like a spiritual crystal knock. It proved Jew hatred is now okay, posted Jill Kargman, a Jewish writer and actress who has also shared inflammatory content about Muslims in support of Mr. Cuomo. She didn't say that. She quoted that person, to be fair. Anyway. Yeah, this was apparent, but good of Mandel to confirm it. The previous anonymous claim about the tattoo was from the GOP operative, according to her friend Bethany Mandel. So this new claim is not backing up another previous claim. It's the same one from the same person. Bethany says she was trying to tank his campaign and thought it would work, but it didn't, so now she's doing this. Yeah. Bethany, we should be friends with neo-Nazis Mandel. An incredible beacon of morality. Lindsay is loved, respected, and trusted by everyone in town who has the pleasure to know her. It's telling that Michael finds this concept confusing. She came forward with the totem cloth many months ago, naively believing that a Nazi tattoo would be disqualifying. Unfortunately, that was a bridge too far, much to our dismay. That was not a bridge too far. Yeah. Graham Plattner should have instead said, not nuking these fucking animals is the only restraint I expect, and that's only because the cloud would hurt Israelis, and then the media class would deem him acceptable. That's what fucking Bethany Mandel said. In 2014, by the way. Why hasn't AOC waded into the primary? She has a much higher standard for who she openly endorses and associates herself with. And I like to think in my headcanon that it's because she considers Graham Plattner to be a revisionist and not a true socialist and not a true communist. And that's why.
Abandoned Graham Plattner after these messages came out, these sexually explicit messages they sent to women?
You know, I haven't waded into that primary. I don't believe the primary has occurred yet. So I would kind of, you know, again, I don't wade in on that. I haven't waded in that race.
Yeah. As a Maoist, she does not like the Khrushchevite era of de-Stalinization that Graham Plattner backed. That's what it is, I think. AOC's wait-and-see approach and overthinking every move, not just with Plattner, is a larger problem for her. If she wants to run in 2028, she's going to look like Kamala Harris 2.0, and I'm not speaking ideologically about her approach. I mean, she's made some pretty fucking solid bets so far, so I'm not going to hold her to it. Yeah. She should not weigh in on that race. She shouldn't even step in a state bordering Maine before the election. Yeah, there's no reason for her to do that. I normally I'm very critical of AOC's lack of endorsement on races. This is not one of those races. After Chevalier's news conference, she took questions from reporters about her own super PAC support. Old social posts empathizing with Vladimir Putin. Oh, God, what a fucking insane way to frame that question. Her appearance at a DSA rally before October 7 attacks, a day after October 7 attacks that Mayor Mamdani avoided and that Brad Lander disavowed. My queen, I cannot stress this enough. I love Daria Lisa and I love Claire so much. Okay? I'm just going to point this. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. They are incredible. Okay? I haven't felt this excited about supporting candidates. Like, Zoran was the appetizer. Okay? I need you to understand something. Zoran Kwame Mamdani was the motherfucking appetizer, okay? Maybe a mozzarella stick or two, okay? These guys are the fucking meal, okay? They are the main dish, straight up. Brother, he's a boneless wing? Sure. Zoran simply opened the door for a total communist takeover in New York City? Yeah, he's like, I don't even want to put these guys in the same category, okay? Chris Rabb is another one too, like gems that I never thought I would see in Congress, gems that I never thought I would hear from in a position of power. And now we are close. Do you guys understand? Do you understand? For years, I've had to sit around and be like, first of all, self-described socialists even, right? I've had to sit around and expect politicians to come out with statements about American foreign policy that's critical for years. For years, it was Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, and that's it. Okay? Sure, AOC is very good on the legislative track, on the legislative side, absolutely. But as far as like being being the tip of the spear and communicating about American imperialism in critical terms, I did not expect that. I never expected that from AOC. Take the foot out of your mouth, uncle. Wait, what? Ranking people is capitalistic. There are genuinely, is this, you know what I ask myself sometimes? I'm like, is this how fucking like neoliberals feel all the time when there's another like cookie cutter, I don't know, Navy, Air Force drone pilot, lesbian woman that's like running on nuking Medicare for all and giving you like maybe incremental improvements? Like, is this how they feel when they're like, oh, there's a candidate that I identify with ideologically perfectly? Is this how they fucking feel? Because it's a new feeling. It's a new feeling for me. It's a totally new feeling for me where I'm like, wow, a candidate that actually is critical of American foreign entanglements. That's a feeling that I have not felt. Like, do you think neoliberal centrists are like, oh my God, Elisa Slotkin. Oh God, love her to pieces. Oh my God, a girl boss like Abigail Spamberger. Oh, I cannot wait for her to veto progressive initiatives that the state legislatures advance in her state. It's gonna be sick. $15 minimum wage? No, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted childcare? No, you're not getting that, because what else do you want? A unicorn? You know, that type of shit. Like, is that how they feel? Because that's got to be a good ass feeling. You gotta have a level of gluttony to just like get so used to constantly having cookie cutter neoliberals who constantly say better things are not possible, and that's the only type of candidate the party has run for the last fucking 4 decades. You know what I mean? The only type of candidate. Dog Hutch called Slotkin a queen. I listened to Pod Save America in 2018, and yes, that is how they feel. Yeah, well, Pod Save America in 2026 is like basically basically talking about how, you know, we really do need to have some communists in the party. I mean, this is getting a little ridiculous. So very different vibes over there at Pod John's. New ad with 600K behind it, backing Daria Lisa for New York. It features Noor Khalil, Mahmoud Khalil's wife, talking about how Adriana Espaillat abandoned them when Mahmoud was snatched. Constituent service matter. This is from the anti-APAC super PAC.
Me and Mahmoud, he's the only person that I have here in New York. I was 8 months pregnant, preparing for our beautiful baby boy. That's when Trump's ICE snatched him away from me. Mahmoud's arrest was the start of Trump's mass deportation machine. When we asked for help, Congressman Espaillat left me in the dark. Daria Lisa showed up.
We have to be fighting for a vision, and in electing a champion like Daria Lisa, we could have exactly that in Congress.
Me and Mahmoud.
Woo! Sheesh! No notes. New York Times, Hochul asked Zoran to back Espaillat instead of Daria Lisa. Oh yeah, no, I saw this. Sally Goldenberg reports another behind-the-scenes tidbit. Kathy Hochul asked Zoran Mamdani to back Representative Espaillat in recent weeks. He told her he couldn't, and a few days later called to let her know he'd be supporting Daria Lisa for New York instead. Within a day, Hochul announced her backing of Espaillat. This also throws a wrench in the Espaillat camp's statements about how Zoran had privately told Espaillat that he was going to endorse Espaillat, because if that was the case, then why did fucking Kathy Hochul ask? Why did Kathy Hochul have to call Zoran personally? Because that was the suspicion, right? Espaillat tried to imply that Zoran had made a deal with him, you know, an endorsement for an endorsement. Anyway, let's see what Daria Lisa has to withstand now.
Congressman Espaillat doing for AIPAC money. So the question to you, what are you doing for the money that's going to support you from Sam Marouk, also a very rich guy from Texas, and his super PAC?
I'm not sure the super PAC.
You don't know Sam Marouk and the super PAC? He funds American Priorities that's supporting your campaign?
I learned about that super PAC through the New York Times, the money that was being spent there. Again, I don't coordinate with any super PACs.
So you're not going to do anything for that money the way you're accusing Espaillat of doing AIPAC's bidding?
Again, if anyone is donating or participating in this campaign in any way, shape, or form, it's because they believe in the values of this campaign.
Daria Lisa, can you respond to past comments that you said the U.S. was a quote fucking disgrace, and you also you said the U.S.
It's so funny because they're like, oh God, Chris behaving like a political op here. Oh, he always does. Come on, man. Chris Sommerfeld, like, no diss, but I provided Avia Chevalier's campaign with a copy of the tweet and the question yesterday morning, so she has definitely had some time to review the context. Yeah. No, knives are out. Knives are out. Knives are out. But that's good. It's not bad. Because remember, look, I'm not tooting my own horn here at all, because like I said, always, it's up to the candidates. If they have the solid fundamentals, they will win. I can only fucking aid in the media attention potentially, or we can also go out and seemingly, from what I've gotten back from other campaigns that I've worked with, when we do rallies together, when we do this kind of stuff, like, there are a lot of fucking door knockers, right? Like, they see an increase in excitement and advocates, door knockers in general, fundraising and whatnot, small dollar donations. Daria Lisa was not getting the shine that she deserves for quite a while. Okay. Now she is. That means that the machine has perceived her as a threat. In the past, if this race went along unacknowledged, okay, if this race went along unacknowledged, who knows which way it would have gone. Now it is being acknowledged. Now there is a lot of attention. And of course, it's mostly because Zoran endorsed her, obviously. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the attacks that she is receiving now might frustrate you. And you're like, whoa, she's such a wonderful candidate. Why the fuck are people attacking her? That's a good thing. Okay? That is a good thing. Because every attack signals one of her positions, right? If they hit her on like, oh, you said this tweet or that tweet, you can just like turn around and use that as an opportunity in the spotlight to push for your policies, to push for Adriana Espaillat's inefficiencies, his weaknesses. Yeah, she did a radio debate. I know, I saw. She did a radio debate on Brian Lehrer at 10 a.m. and torched Espaillat. Espaillat ended up lying about a bunch of things in that debate, including but not limited to saying that he actually offered support to Mahmoud Khalil. You would be a dope campaign manager. I would be an awful campaign manager. No, I would not be a good campaign manager. I am nowhere near crazy enough to be able to do that shit. Yeah, the October 8th rally attack is so stupid. Yeah, one of the lines of attack that she has been on the receiving end of is the fact that she was right, but too early. And I find that to be a very strange line of attack, especially when the overwhelming majority's opinion at this stage, especially in the Democratic Party's primaries, but across the board and even in the general, is that everybody's like, oh yeah, Israel's dog shit. So it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny that they are saying, oh, Daria Liza was right on the Israel issue and did not wait for the majority to shift to arrive at her conclusions about, about Israel's activity, its misconduct, its war crimes, its genocide. That is the best line of attack, okay? There is, in races like this one, there is not a better line of attack to show that you are morally consistent on a 90-10 issue, okay? And that's part of the reason why they're trying to literally hit this with like, oh, isn't there an inconsistency between you and Zoran? Zoran didn't attend this rally. Brad Lander disavowed the DSA for participating in this rally, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Doesn't fucking matter, okay? The October 8th rally, Jeff Colton says, was too soon and too controversial for New York City DSA, which is not true, by the way. They're just flat out fucking lying. New York City DSA did participate in the rally. Every socialist elected official, including Zoran Mamdani, avoided it, but Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, then relatively unknown, was there. I said premature anti-fascism is not a real critique. I get why many on the left see an article in the mainstream press about Daria Liza's Palestinian solidarity and assume it's a hit piece. But this story is really about the tensions within Mamdani's coalition between liberal Zionists and anti-Zionists. Well, let me tell you something. There is no tension, okay? And Brad Lander is smart enough not to make this a moment of tension. That's it. There's no tension between Zoran and Daria Liza on this issue. Not even a little bit. Because, once again, she's on the right side of this issue. And there is no tension on the Brad Lander side because that would only make him look bad. So why the fuck would he actually come out and be like, yeah, it was really fucked up that Daria Liza attended a protest that why would he remind people that he might have left the DSA because of the October 8 rally participation? So yeah, there's no real tension at all, regardless of what Peter Stern says here. And he is obviously the most tapped in with New York City DSA related issues, but I don't think that there is any real tension here, because the only person that would bring up the salience of this issue could be Brad Lander, and that would make him look bad, especially after they did this, Zoran slate ad with, Zoran's picks for Congress ad, on the Knicks game. So,
U.S. bullied Russia. We reported that this morning. Would you like to clarify those comments?
I'm not sure what the context of those comments was coming from.
Your tweets
so
from 2020.
I do not remember what the context of those tweets in 2022 were. I'm interested.
Are you the gentrifiers candidate? Are you the candidate for the gentrifiers of the district?
Oh my God, they're fucking, everyone is just like, what is this from the New York Post? Like, who's fucking asking these questions? Guys, dial it back. That's crazy. Dial it the fuck back. I am a reporter from Israel. Yeah, it's so funny that they're just right out of the gates. As soon as it became a problem for Adriana Espaillat, AIPAC's guy, they're literally going fucking crazy. Speaking of Israeli plans, Trump has said he wants to take a government stake in leading AI companies. This is coming on the heels of Maya Ackerman talking about AGC going directly to AI companies about Jewish advocacy solutions. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, knives are out. Knives are out.
I'm not sure. Listen, I am somebody who has been organizing here in this district for over 14 years. I'm someone who has been with New Yorkers on the hardest days of their lives, and I have felt the abandonment of the leadership that we've had for a very long time. If the incumbent wants to complain about the changing demographics of this district, I'll remind him that that is the result of the leadership that he has shown over the last 9 years.
Can you explain why you attended the rally on October 8th, consider the attacks by Hamas in Israel and the taking of 251 hostages, including children, as resistance? Several other politicians, local elected officials, including Zoran Mandani, decided not to attend the very day after what many people thought was a horrific war crime. Why did you attend that rally on October 8th?
Listen, like so many other rallies, sometimes there are people there who share a different view from you. I have always condemned the celebration of the loss of life. That's not a view I share. That said, I was at this rally because I have always someone who has followed the issues that happen in the region. I have seen a pattern in which whenever there is an incident, the state of Israel engages in a response that is often disproportionate and creates a greater loss of life. And that is what I was there to stand against.
Did you condemn the October 7th attacks at that rally on October 8th?
Listen, I was there again. I gave you my response as to why I was there. I've condemned Hamas. I've told you that I do not believe that celebrating the loss of anybody's life is okay. And that's where I stand on that.
All right,
Brad Lander said it was
2026, dude. This would be a good time for I said what I said. Mamdani back House candidate Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier refused to answer a past social media post. So what's the fucking Russia post? What did she say? What was it? What did she say? I mean, no one gives a fuck, but I just want to know. Her sympathizing with Putin, I'd look more at her actual writings from college. Russia's military assault on Ukraine has caused a European refugee crisis of a magnitude not seen since World War II. The present situation in Ukraine should be cause for great concern for all. Since then, in a deleted tweet, suggested that the U.S. shared at least some blame for Russia's invasion. Echoing a Putin talking point, it's right. This kind of shit doesn't work, man. It's like literally when you say Israel's bad and they're like, well, Hamas says that too. Okay, well, it's still true. I don't give a fuck. Oh, wow. I guess you're in agreement with Yahya Sinwar. It's like, okay, well, yeah, he was right to say that the Israeli occupation is a deadly endeavor for Palestinians. What do you want me to say? I don't give a fuck. Literally mainstream international relations analysis from both conservative and liberal analysts. Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah, she's a Mersheimer head. No, it does work in the West with libs and even a lot of progressives. I don't even think liberals are there any longer. I'll be honest. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. People still yell at me all the time. They'll always be like, oh, dude, you fucking love Vladimir Putin. But to a much lesser degree nowadays, I think. What is this? This is when people say listen to. At this point, at least in the West, there's way more dehumanization and demonization of Israelis than there is of Palestinians. I love this guy, dude. John Aziz, my goat. Mr. Peace Advocate. Yeah. Thanks, John. Thanks for the insight, John. Great take, by the way. All right. We're moving on from the Grand Plattner. Gratty Platt. Gratty Platty.
Well, it's denied.
Oh, my God. More Gratty Platty. I'm skipping all of it.
This bill, as amended, is passed.
This morning, the Senate narrowly voting to approve a $70 billion immigration enforcement package without any measure to block President Trump's $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund. Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski, the lone Republican voting against the bill, which now heads to the House for approval. For more than 18 hours, Democrats and some Republicans introducing measures to rein in the fund, aimed at compensating President Trump's allies, possibly even the rioters who attacked police officers on January 6th. All of those efforts failed. For weeks, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche defended the fund, but after a firestorm of criticism, he testified it had been dropped. Still, President Trump did not commit.
Republicans are trusting the word of Todd Blanche, who built a career on lying, that the administration will just drop this slush fund.
The president is now expected to nominate Blanche, his former personal attorney, to lead the Department of Justice.
We are going to make him permanent Attorney General.
But he could face a difficult road ahead.
Do you think I'll have a hard time getting confirmed? Hard to say.
At least 2 Republicans have not publicly committed to supporting Blanche in this effort. Now, something that also could complicate this entire process, former Attorney General Pam Bondi testified behind closed doors that it was Blanche that oversaw the handling and the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, which we know did prompt some bipartisan criticism over on Capitol Hill, Rebecca.
Yeah, a very hot button issue there. Okay, Rachel, thank you.
The problem's piling up for Democrats in New York City as well, where a Mamdani-backed candidate for Congress now being exposed for her shocking views of America and her views of fellow Democrats. The New York Post uncovering now deleted.
again, not bad, very good. Not bad, very good. And then after this, we'll move on. After this, we'll move on to the better Hasan duking it out with Patrick but David. Okay. Oh, before I move on from that, though, glad that this has been revealed. New Abdul El Sayed internal poll by Tulchin Research Share With Me finds Abdul El Sayed widely ahead. El Sayed at 41%, Stevens at 23%, McMorrow at 18%. Yeah. Also, the United Auto Workers this morning endorsed Abdul El Sayed for U.S. Senate in Michigan. You already knew? Maybe. Maybe I knew about this already. Who knows? Maybe I didn't. What matters is you know. What matters is now you know. Okay? Folks, I'll be interviewing Mallory McMorrow today on the Streamage around 12 p.m. When was this? This already happened?
Do it. I'd say that does the trick. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I'd say that'll do it. Yeah, I'd say that would do it.
I'm going to be honest. This is over, I think. Did the UAW know about this before they foolishly decided to endorse Abdul El Sayed, who's very clearly probably going to resign? He's probably going to concede right now. I'm confused. They're saying it's Mallory McMorrow over. I guess they are not aware, just like I wasn't aware that Hutch interviewed Mallory McMorrow. Yeah. I prefer these guys trying to do actual politics and obsessing over your VODs. Okay, that's actually fair. No, that's you know what? You're right. I'm glad Hutch took the time out of his day, his busy schedule, covering me and demanding people vote for Jeffrey Epstein instead of me, to turn around and actually do real political coverage for once, which I suspect his audience was shocked by. They were like, wait, what do you mean? Why are you not poring over every tweet made by a Hasan hater? I'm so confused. Well, who is this woman? They probably were saying, what is the Democratic Party that you speak of? I only know politics as beginning and ending at Hasan's misadventures. Why are you not playing a Hasan VOD? Why are you talking about anything but politics? Politics is supposed to be about disparaging Hasan. I have normie friends in Michigan asking me about Abdul. Already exited for him. Excited for him independent. My influence? What? Anyway, yeah, that was a huge thing. The UAW endorsement. It's a double whammy too. It's a real fucking double whammy. Here's why. One, Mallory McMorrow worked in the automobile industry, and the person that was probably most likely to get it over Mallory McMorrow was Haley Stevens. Okay? Because Haley Stevens has basically made her entire campaign, designed her entire campaign around a love letter to Michigan. Okay? A love letter to Michigan. And there's nothing more Michigan than the UAW. McMorrow is no longer in contention. There's only one electable candidate left in the race, and their name is Abdul El Sayed. Falcon 6-pack, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yeah, Schumer privately backs Haley Stevens in Michigan Senate primary. I mean, this is an old article. Wait, it's not. It's a new article. What the fuck? Chuck Schumer, the Democratic minority leader, has remained officially neutral on the race, but in conversation with donors, he has been clear about which candidate he supports. We know that already. This isn't new information. I guess he's just doing another push behind the scenes, but the reason why he's privately endorsing Haley Stevens is not because he doesn't want to pick favorites. It's because he knows that his endorsement actually carries the opposite version of weight. It is weight, but in the opposite direction. But we've known that already. They're both stooges for AIPAC. So anyway, in terms of the scale of this lead, the poll is an outlier, but directionally, it is in line with other surveys showing El Sayed surging ever since Third Way made Israel-Palestine a major issue in the race. Poll finds Stevens edging out McMorrow for a second, with the August 4th primary approaching. Take any individual poll with a grain of salt, particularly internal, but Tulchin research is legit and the trend line is consistent. Poll was commissioned by a newly formed progressive coalition that'll be backing El Sayed, helmed by Hannah Fertig and Connor Farrell. I just want to give a quick shout out to Third Way, my favorite ops. We probably still would have gotten it there, but you certainly aided and abetted and helped tremendously. Because once again, Abdul Al-Sayed is a stud, okay? Abdul Al-Sayed is a fantastic candidate, okay? Fantastic. He's got the fundamentals. But Abdul Al-Sayed had a problem. He wasn't getting the looks that he absolutely deserved to get, okay? Third Way solved that problem. And I guess in some ways it is actually Abdul also being lucky in some ways and not really seeing that there would be like a media shitstorm that would surround him asking me to stump with him. But it absolutely worked out, okay? Because he hit me up when he said, oh, will you stump with me? I never thought that we would be going on this fucking journey, okay? I did not think that this would lead to unlimited media coverage since the first moment that I stepped foot in Lansing, Michigan. From that point on, the midterms arc began in this community. I parachuted in there. Why didn't you think it would lead to unlimited coverage? Well, here's the reason why I didn't think it would lead to unlimited coverage. And there's obviously a lot of things that he did right in the process. Like he didn't fucking drop me or admit guilt in any way, shape, or form because he wasn't guilty of anything. Obviously, a lot of that also worked. And it also raised the salience of the issue around Israel-Palestine, one that certainly favors Abdul Al-Sayed's position and mine. Having said that, however, the reason why I didn't think it would be this big of a problem is because I didn't think that it was exceptional. Like I just thought, it's business as usual. I've already collabed with Abdul. I've been to Dearborn with him. I didn't think that stumping for him and doing rallies would actually be in any way, shape, or form different than what I had done prior. The media had a very different approach to that story. They were like, nope, this is different. Very, very different, actually. How dare you? Right? Be honest, were you worried at all? No. Remember, people ask me all the time. They were like, don't you feel... That was one of the questions that I had to answer all the time from the media. What do you think about your influence on this campaign? Don't you feel like you could be a negative? Don't you feel like you could be a burden on this campaign? And what did I say? I was like, look, I have my positions. I'm proud to stand by Abdul's side. And not only that, but also, this is a 90-10 issue. If our opposition chooses to, place themselves voluntarily on the unpopular side of a 90-10 issue, then yeah, great. That'll be good for me. That'll be good for the candidates that I endorse and work with.
Social media posts. You
are the most clueless person about your importance. I think you guys overemphasize the level of emotion I have, but it's fine.
From Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. One calls the United States an effing disgrace. Another says to F Kamala Harris. Here now, Dan Cannon, former Battleground State Director for the Harris-Walz campaign, and Alex Sawyer, Editor-at-Large for the Washington Times. So Chevalier tried to hide all of this, sweep it under the rug, whatever you want to say, by deleting her Twitter X account. But as we know, the internet is forever. You can dig all this stuff up. She also called for abolishing the police, abolishing ICE, abolishing prisons and deportations. Where are you finding these candidates, Dan?
Oh, there's a period of time.
I hate how other people are saying whoever was on your stream lost. Are they dumb or what? No, they're just, they are dumb, but they're also hateful. Their whole worldview does not revolve around like advancing any sort of significant interest beyond attacking me. You're talking about like Asmongold. They don't have any politics. They're just pure reactionaries, and sometimes not even reactionary towards a political ideology, but instead reactionary towards what I'm doing. It has been funny though, because there was a misattribution of candidates that have been on my stream. Nithya Raman for mayor, Los Angeles mayor, and Tom Steyer for California governor. I never endorsed them, and I did not do rallies with them, right? There's like there's varying degrees of my involvement with some of these candidates, right? But what's actually kind of funny with all these new dumps coming in perhaps what we previously thought was CATTLE-FORNIA may still remain COMMA-FORNIA. And what I mean by that is because all of these fucking dumps that are coming out show that Tom Steyer is still in the running, and Nithya Raman actually has a really good shot at taking the second place spot, which would imply that all of these other, articles that were written about how all the candidates that appeared on my stream lost would end up inadvertently giving me clout that I don't even deserve. It's so funny because I didn't, I'll take credit for their victories, I guess, but I had nothing to do with it, really. Is it true that you, Mamdani, and Trump are going to oil whistle at halftime at Game 3? Yes. But yeah, just so you know, just so you understand, even if Nithya Raman ends up securing the second slot, second place, and pushes out Spencer Pratt, which would be great. I don't want to see Spencer Pratt ever again. And Tom Steyer pushes out Hilton, and it's the Republicans are iced out of these races. If you think my haters are going to turn around and be like, "Oh, my bad," actually every person that was on a stream, with the exception of Shoykot, actually won their races, you're fucking delusional. They're just going to move on and be like, "We always knew Hasan had nothing to do with it." Because again, if they lose, it's because of me. If they win, it's in spite of me. Because these people don't have real politics. They don't. Yeah. Did you get converted? Yanis and Stavros do Greek conversion therapy to Hasan Piker. That would be an incredible matchup. Am I missing something? Is Pratt done? No. Steyer's getting excellent drops around the Bay Area. Many of these counties have not reported late mail batches yet, so comparisons are limited, but they are starting very blue. Alameda hit his benchmark on its first drop, and San Francisco moved in his direction. Yeah. Things are looking better and better. Giannis Varoufakis tells Hasan Piker to get ready to run in 2 years. Excellent drop for Steyer and Alameda, posting a 16-point net gain over Hilton and pulling within a point of Becerra. Just a day ago, he's running third there. Another Steyer drop, from 2 minutes ago. You know who doesn't have to worry about these sorts of drops? Toby Durden in South Dakota. There's a man so rotund. There's a man so large. You've never seen anything like it. And no, I'm not talking about that filthy cattle thief Dusty Johnson. I'm talking about Toby Durden, the real people's governor. Toby Durden in South Dakota. He's going to close up that border wall with North Dakota real quick. All right? Toby motherfucking Durden. I like to think about him on days where I'm being attacked unjustly, and I think to myself, what would Toby Durden do? Well, I know what Dusty Johnson would do. That yellow-belly coward Dusty Johnson. That wily coyote. He'd give up. But Toby never gives up. Toby believes in himself. And that's why Toby was able to make it to South Dakota. He was able to save South Dakota. God damn it, Dusty Johnson. If Hilton loses, this will be why. We now have Riverside County precinct results available on a California governor precinct map. Bianco is currently carrying a majority of precincts across the Inland Empire portion of Riverside County. Yeah. We're not around these parts. We don't support Dusty Johnson. And we don't support Larry Roden. We only support one man and one man only. His name is Toby Durden. Biden trying to rat fuck Toby Durden. Joe Biden endorses 3 statewide candidates in South Dakota as he heads there for a state party fundraiser. God damn it, Joe Biden. How dare you? How dare you come after my rotund boy like that? You better be endorsing Toby Durden. Across party lines, Biden. Fact check from Toby Durden. I beat Roden everywhere. Southeast, I won. Larry's destroying our economy and has done nothing to support the business community. Tax raising Roden. Northeast, I won. Larry supports the use of eminent domain for private gain. He browbeat every single legislator in an attempt to keep Summit Carbon Solutions coming after your land, and I hate that. West River, I won. Larry calls himself a rancher, but he is truly just a low-energy third-year career politician. Are you a rancher if you support lab-grown meat? I'm Toby Durden, and even the thought of lab-grown meat makes me want to vomit. Only real South Dakotan cattle for me, please. I would never in a million years ever consume lab-grown meat. Then you, everyone, for your amazing support on Tuesday. What a dominating show of support. I look forward to uniting our amazing Republican Party and getting to work on your agenda. God bless. I'm Toby Durden, and I approve of this message. How does one get his body to be this shape? Dude, there are so many beautiful characters in the American tapestry. Okay? Like, I am, of course, thinking of Stephen Chung, my fave. He has a very special place in my heart. Obviously, Donald Trump has a beautiful shape as well. And Toby Durden is now one of those big boys that I like. Okay? What a unique build. It's incredible. Hogs come in all different sizes and shapes and colors, and this one is a great shape. Okay? That's right. That's great AB, brother. FDA approved, except FDA is FD gay. More like FDA, no way. If I'll have my way in South Dakota, I'll fucking end FDA approval. No more homosexual Marxist meat. That's what I like to think about. I like to think that that's what Toby Durden is talking about and thinking about in his private moments. Anyway, Calci and Polymarket have been sponsoring posts from users promoting viral LA election fraud conspiracy theories. They're stealing it, aren't they? Wait, what? After we asked about the post on Thursday, a Calci spokesperson told me this afternoon that it asked several users to remove them. We've asked these to be taken down as they violate our affiliate marketing policies. Polymarket didn't respond when I asked about the paid viral election fraud post. I also reached out to some influencers asking if they think Polymarket should refund Pratt voters who traded on the LA election since the results are fraudulent. Sadly, no one has responded. That's a great question from Max. They're so corrupt, dude. They're so unbelievably corrupt. What the fuck are we doing, man? Gunther Eagleman, Matt Von Swoll, paid partnership for Calci, talking about how this is a stolen election. 1 minute ago, Nevada County, Tom Steyer, 28%, up 9. Is that a good drop? I don't even know. I don't even know what these fucking numbers mean. Calci had been running ads on Facebook plus Instagram earlier today, encouraging people to place bets on the LA mayoral race, but those haven't been pulled per the Meta ad archive. The org has spent a lot on Meta political ads promoting action on this race. They're getting more bold, dude. They're getting more fucking crazy. They're getting more insane. Anyway, I'm a numbers guy.
I'm Claire Valdez,
and as a numbers guy, wait, what is this? Mamdani on Twitch show talking with the people on how Democrats have lost focus on workers. Okay, I'm skipping all this. I think it's time. Am a numbers guy. Am a numbers guy, ladies and gentlemen. As a numbers guy, I gotta say this right now before we get started, okay? I brought in this brown guy. He's Muslim. His name is Mehdi Hasan. And as you know, I will never have Hassan Piker on the stream, on the broadcast, because he will never be able to value tame people, okay? I only have people that are gonna value tame people, okay? As a numbers guy, I'm gonna chat GPT it. I'm gonna grok it. And I'm never going to Claude it. You already know. Okay? It turns out this Mehdi Hasan guy, he knows a thing or two about the numbers. Okay? Because throughout this conversation, I was ChatGPTing it, I was grokking it, and I was grokking my shit. Okay? I said, Vinny, help me out. It turns out Mehdi Hasan knew what the fuck he was talking about.
Story. Okay. So tell me your story, your background.
My background is, if the accent didn't give it away, I'm a British American. I'm a dual national, British American citizen, citizen of both great countries, born and raised in the UK. My parents, immigrants from India, moved to the UK in the 60s.
What part of India?
South India, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Best biryani in the world.
Best beer?
Biryani.
Biryani.
Yeah.
That's the best beer.
I'm not going to be the guy who gives you beer recommendations.
Best beer. Okay, got it.
So
I went to Mumbai. 8 years ago, and I spoke at IIT Institute.
Oh, yes. Big.
Incredible experience.
Incredible place.
Yeah.
But Hyderabad has better food. So I have to say that as a Hyderabadi. So my parents moved in the 60s and 70s to the UK. I was born in 79. I think we're similar in age. And I moved to the US 12 years ago, come February. So it's been over a decade I've been here. Became a citizen in 2020, been a journalist all my life.
What do you prefer? UK or, and I know, listen,
oh, this
Mom's
is a
watching,
controversial question.
Just ask
Mother,
me. I don't want to upset Mom, so you don't have to answer
family,
it if you don't want to.
They both have their brilliance. I go back to the UK all the time. I'm heading out there next week. I get to go for work and pleasure. And
wow, flex on me, Maddie. At least one Hasan is allowed into the UK. Oh, look at me. Oh, I can go back to the UK willy-nilly. Oh, look at me. This is why I'm the better Hasan. I'm allowed on the Patrick Bet David broadcast, and I'm allowed inside of the boundaries of the United Kingdom. Oh, I can go anywhere. Hasan simply cannot. Look at me.
Going back to the UK, but the US, I gotta say, the US has given me opportunities and open doors that even the UK I don't think could have done.
Really?
And I think...
Wait. Okay, 447,000 views came for the comments, and they do not disappoint. This is what happens when your training ground is Vinny and Adam. Adam and Vinny watching from the back like, thank God that's not me today. This was brutal to watch. Patrick, what's your point? I bet you Patrick won't listen to the market on this debate. Adam lending Patrick his body bag. Patrick got owned. Adam is going to sleep like a baby tonight. This was almost as bad as Dave Rubin shellacking on Jubilee. You know what's really funny? I genuinely don't understand why these guys like think they can go toe-to-toe with Mehdi Hasan. Okay? It just doesn't make any sense. He is literally the maximum debate lord. He is the ultimate debate lord. I have never seen him. I have never seen him on the back foot on any debate, even including people that I agree with and favor the ideological position of as opposed to Mehdi Hasan, right? There are some out there. He's just an incredible debater. I mean, he wrote an entire book about debating. He'll lose if he talks about China. No, I've actually had some private conversations with him about China too, like because we've tried to figure out like where our disagreements are. But he's just a fantastic debater. Sam Cedar is also a very good debater as well, but I think Mehdi's even faster than Sam is. Like Sam has a different way of going about it. Mehdi has the talking points dialed in and data points dialed in. Very clean, very sleek, very straight to the chase. In many ways, the cadence is very different than Sam Cedar's. I would say, like, obviously, I'm nowhere near as good as either of these guys, but I'm probably a little bit closer to Sam's side as far as like my cadence goes, because I take like the long road and the long approach to explaining things, probably over-explain things, whereas he's just like boom, 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 boom. Here are the data points.
I think you hear that from a lot of black and brown folks from the UK, because I'm someone who's criticized racism, obviously, in the UK and in the US. But what's interesting is you talk to people in the media space, entertainment space. You look at someone like Idris Elba. You look at someone like my good friend, my old school friend, Riz Ahmed, Oscar-winning, Emmy-winning actor. They've all talked about how when they came to the US, they got more opportunities than they got in the UK.
Why do you think that is? Is it just capitalism? Is it just business? Is it incentives?
I think there's also, I mean, the country is a bigger country. I think we can sometimes forget when we live here how this is a continent of a country. So just geographically, space-wise, there's more places to just do things. The UK is very heavily concentrated around London, right? The entire country, to the great consternation of people in Manchester, Birmingham, the entire economy is centered around one city. Politics is centered around Westminster in London. And I think there's also, in England, we don't have the legacy of, plantation slavery and the black struggle for civil rights in the US, but we do have a different kind of legacy of empire and that form of, history to overcome. I don't know what the right word I'm looking for, like staid, stodgy. It's just a kind of an old way of doing things. You hit a different kind of glass ceiling in the UK. I'm not giving a pass to old kinds of racism and bigotry there still is in the US that we're still fighting with. But there is something about being a person of color and just having a little bit more ambition in the US is going to get me in huge trouble with
the two of
people.
us.
I'm
forever to
screwed
explain,
now.
bro. I know.
Okay,
I do.
next week, if this airs before the next.
Both of us are brown and winning in America, which is a good thing.
Yes, from different parts of the political divide, I think
That's right. By the way, in high school, if I was in high school with you, you're 15, 16, who's Mehdi Hasan? What were you doing?
I was the same person I am now. I was a debate.
Okay, let's get to the good stuff. When does it start? When does it get juicy?
I was an arguer. I was the guy with the big mouth. I was the guy getting thrown into the hallway. I was the guy going to detention.
I know they talk about me. I know. He hits the fucking clip copy for Mehdi, and there's one that he doesn't know the context of. The landlords let the streets roam red in capitalist blood, and he gets flubbed apparently on that one. But
answered back. I talked a lot.
Teachers, students, didn't matter.
I found report cards recently that my children and I sat and went through. It was really embarrassing. My daughter sat with me. We went through the report cards. Every single one is, he doesn't stop talking. He answers back. He thinks he knows everything. He won't stop asking questions.
Is that a family thing or is that a youth thing?
It's a family thing, for sure.
Got it.
Yeah, I wrote about it in the book. My father passed away last year.
Sorry.
He was a very disputatious individual. Loved to debate, loved to argue, super provocative. Even in the Muslim community, the story I tell, remember in the late 80s, you'll remember this because you're of Iranian heritage, Ayatollah Khomeini gives the fatwa against Salman Rushdie for satanic verses.
Yes.
Muslims in the UK are furious, especially in the UK, more than
By the way, he helped them sell millions of copies by doing
Indeed. So listen to this. So in Bradford, big Muslim city in the UK, they even burned copies of the Satanic Verses. Got it, huge issue we could talk about another time. But anyways, huge issue in the UK. My dad goes out and buys a copy of the Satanic Verses, reads
as a Muslim,
and puts it on our dining room bookshelf right next to the table. So every time our friends, family come over for dinner, it's there. And people are saying to my dad, what the hell are you doing here? Why do you have Satanic Verses on your bookshelf? And my dad said, have you read it? And I said, no. They said, well, how do you know what to object to about it? And I think that attitude of his, which was quite provocative at the time, and even till his death, he was known as a provocative individual. I think I borrowed a lot of that. The ability to be able to ask questions, be offensive if need be provocative if need be. Don't give a shit what people think. If you need to ask the right questions, you need to say what you want to say. That very much comes from my father, from my household growing up. My sister is also a journalist. We very similar in that sense.
Was he a journalist or no?
No, he wasn't, but he was very political. He was a very traditional, he was a civil engineer. My mother's a doctor. They're very classic Asian, Desi, Indian couple. But he was very political from the moment he moved to the UK. He loved British politics. Till he passed away, he was asking me questions about Trump. What's he doing? Is he going to survive? Like in 2024, all he asked me was like, why are they running Biden? Why are they running Biden?
At what age?
This was at 80. He passed away last year at 87. So this would have been at 86.
Good for him.
So he was super.
Was he sharp to the very end?
No, unfortunately. He wasn't sharp at the end. But even when he wasn't sharp at the end, he was still very political. Just wanted to talk about politics whenever I called him.
Never had a desire to run and do anything? Just opinion?
No, just loved it. There's a certain generation of Indian immigrant men who have a lot of opinions.
Well, the opinion part, I agree.
Like but he also read broadly, read widely. He could quote Shakespeare.
Who influenced him? What influences politics?
His uncle growing up. My dad grew up as an orphan. His father died when he was 2. He was raised by his uncle mainly, who was a kind of polymath. And I think he absorbed a lot of that. So my father was someone who could quote Shakespeare, but he could also quote Allama Iqbal, the famous Urdu poet. Like he could switch between different cultures, different intellectual references. So it put a lot of pressure on me and my sister.
But was he a devout liberal himself? Like, would you consider him would he today be a progressive himself or no?
I think he very much would see himself as a liberal.
Okay.
My parents are very different. I think my mother is more conservative, more practicing. My father was more intellectually engaged with the
religion. Like a literal conservative? Like conservative?
So economist, if you're into that level, being a journalist, it's just, I didn't know what else to do. I did to run for office. I know Zoran well. I've met him a few times. He actually spoke at our anniversary party recently, and I had to speak after him. And I'm kind of arrogant. I think of myself as a good speaker. I got nervous that day. I have to speak after Zoran Mamdani.
Wow.
What the hell? What am I doing here speaking after
Did you feel the
Mamdani?
energy that he had?
He was Muhammad Ali. I'm looking straight there at Ali there.
Yep.
He is the Muhammad Ali of politics right now.
He is so fucking good. Son of a bitch. He is so goddamn good. And Mehdi is also very good as an orator as well. I mean, these are... with Mehdi, it makes more sense. He's had a lot more practice. Zoran is my age. The fuck am I doing? You know what I mean?
Just the energy in the room, people going crazy, his every move, hanging off his every word. He's got that. If he was American born, he would be one of the top runners and riders for 2028 easily.
Super capable.
But here's the difference between me and Zoran Mamdani. There are many differences. The big one is he has this charming electric smile. He is he's the guy who kisses babies at events. He wins people over. I have what's called RAMF. I have resting angry Muslim face. So when I'm talking to people, when I'm listening, I look mad, right? People have told me this over the years. Producers have told me in my ear, you look angry, smile. Not in a misogynistic way, like said to women, you should smile. But people tell me, smile.
Yeah.
So for me, running for office, I look angry all the time. Yeah. You can't win like that.
Yeah, Zoran is a remarkable schmoozer, okay? You put him in a room, I swear to God, like, I've seen it in person as well, obviously, in private conversations as well, but like he is so fucking good at making you feel special and rizzing you the fuck up. Okay, he is the goddamn Rizzler. So yes, the Trump situation is unique. I obviously have talked about like the background and how like, Zoran is seen as like an insurgent that, oppose the Democrats, and Trump probably sees a little bit of himself in them. But it absolutely has a lot to do with the fact that he can charm your fucking face off straight up.
Yeah. The smiling. You're brown. You need to be smiling.
Kelly,
you a glazing motherfucker? No, I mean, I'm honest. I'm honest.
Or people, family that are taking pictures. Patrick, can you smile, please? I'm smiling.
He charmed you the first time you guys met. He did. That's true. But he's just very good. He's just very, very, very good.
you're not smiling. So maybe it's a Middle Eastern thing. I don't know.
But I think for brown and black people, sorry to come back to racism again, I do think there's that extra pressure to show you're not an angry black man, angry brown man.
Yeah.
Obama was always seen as beloved because he was like, oh, you can imagine your daughter marrying him when he comes in the room. There was always that kind of sensibility around Barack Obama.
So you think that's the part with Mamdani? He's got a little bit of that Obama-esque thing going for himself.
For sure. I mean, he won over your guy.
Yeah. You talking about Cuomo or you talking about Sliwa?
I'm talking about Donald Trump.
Oh,
he won him over. He went to the White. You saw him in the White.
Tell me you don't love the fact that you're saying my guy. That my guy said. Just tell him how you feel. Tell me you don't respect that.
That was an amazing moment.
Tell me you don't respect that.
I respect Mamdani for pulling it off.
But do you respect that Trump's like, just tell him you don't like me?
I don't respect it. I don't understand it.
You can't say that.
I swear to God, I don't.
Dude, you know you respect the fact that.
I've studied Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. Point one for Patrick Bet David. See, this is Patrick in his element, right? The debate hasn't started yet, but he already won in this conversation because he's doing the muscle guy technique. Okay? He's kind of like, come on, you like it. Classic move. Definitely, he's going in hard.
Unfortunately, through no choice of my own, for 12 years. I moved here months before he came down that golden escalator.
You respected that.
I do not respect Donald Trump. But I watched that clip, and I'm someone who, you could ask me about Trump, I could talk about Trump all day long. Yeah. I know everything about Trump. That moment still...
he's big. He's doing what we like to call big dogging. Exactly. He's big dogging. He's like, come on, big dog. Come on.
He looks at Mamdani the way I've never seen him look at anyone. I've never seen him look at Melania the way he looks at Zoran Mamdani. Right? In love. Just in awe. He goes on Sid Rosenberg's radio show. You see that? Yeah. Sid Rosenberg, he's a jihadist. Mr. President, he hates you. Nah, he's a good guy. He's at the State of the Union.
Doesn't get you to say you
I don't understand
Trump.
why. But can you tell me why?
Yeah, I think he respects talent. But honestly,
like game recognizes game.
No, look, you're here. I like your talent. And I watch and I see what you do. Yeah. Listen, we may not agree on 50%
he's not like that with most other people.
But no, he is. He respects talent, and he's got it.
Fawning over people, Trump doesn't fawn over people.
To bring the guy over. He's done it with a few different people.
Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Zoran Mamdani. Those are my
What does that say about your Mamdani, though? You got to be careful with that.
That's why I don't
understand. You just put him in a bad place.
That's why I don't understand.
Be careful what you're doing.
That's why I don't understand. I genuinely...
Mehdi compares Mamdani to Putin and Kim Jong-un. Don't do that. Why
out of context. This is why no one likes right-wing media. Out of context.
Just say you like the fact that they got along with
I do like the fact they got along. Because,
I do as well.
Because Zoran Mamdani went, in his second time he went to New York. He's so smart. He knows how, Trump is very easily won over. Mm-hmm. He takes a front page of a newspaper, right? He takes a fake newspaper front page. Yep. Why has people not thought of this before? With Trump saving New York, gives it to Trump. And then he goes, can you free this Palestinian student who ICE just picked up? By that afternoon, Trump has freed that student. Right? That is a mayor who knows how to get results and win over Trump without giving up his own self-respect, without fawning over him like I think Wes Moore was in one clip where they used it against him, where he was very, very friendly.
Will you give any credit for the fact that by the afternoon, the most powerful man in the world gave him what he asked for?
No.
You won't.
I'll tell you why. Can I tell you why?
When is your birthday? Where's the July 10th, 79? You are this stubborn?
Why? You've done your homework. I'll tell you why I don't respect it. Because I'm glad Zoran Mamdani did it, but what does it say about our leader, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, the self-proclaimed leader of the free world, that it's so easy to play this guy? World leaders have been doing it for years. This is the problem with him. It's so easy to manipulate him. He's so easy to be won over. And I'm glad when my guy's doing it for a good cause, but people do it for bad causes too. I'm sure we're going to talk about Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu did it to get him into a war of Iran. That's my problem. When Trump first went to Saudi Arabia after he got elected in 2017, there was a story about how when he drove from the airport to the embassy or hotel, wherever you're staying, the Saudis, this is in 2017, remember his first trip as president was to Saudi Arabia. The Saudis put up on billboards his tweets. Can you imagine that? How smart that is? That Trump is driving along and he's seeing his own quotes. Like, these people know how to play him. They know how to suck up to him. Kim Jong-un...
His good quotes or his bad quotes?
No, good. They're praising him, right?
All right.
Every foreign leader knows how you can suck up to Donald Trump. You praise him, and now in the second term, you give him money. You can now bribe the President of the United States.
So do you think there's an element... you've never been in sales before, but you're a businessman now, right?
Yeah, I'm selling. I have to...
You're now sales.
Do that stuff, yeah.
And that's...
Subscribe to...
Dude, okay, Patrick Bet David, waiting in a territory where he's most comfortable. He's a numbers guy. He's a businessman, okay? I see what he's doing. He's like a fucking panther, okay? Setting a trap. Mehdi doesn't know what he's arriving into. He's in the Vietnamese jungles, and he's about to step into one of those like bamboo traps, and he doesn't even know it yet. Okay, this is Patrick's environment. Okay.
Join to Capitalist, which I'm so happy.
All the cameras. ZETO.com.
By the way, respectfully, you leave mainstream. You're at MSNBC. I think you're the number one guy for them with the eyeballs you guys are getting. I don't know
For
what
young
it was.
people online, for sure.
Yeah, for young people online, you're number one. So, and then I don't know what the story is, what happened there.
Stop wishing this was you. Okay, I am a little jealous. I'm a little jealous. Oh, God, I wish I could bro out with Patrick Bet-David so bad. I want to fucking bro out with him. If he said, I'm a numbers guy at any point, if I had an opportunity to go on a show and he told me to my face that he's a numbers guy, I would lose my mind. Okay? I don't think you guys understand. You would never see me again. I would die on the spot. I'd be like, oh my God, you said it.
A lot of different stories. They were giving you another job. You chose to leave. You do independent. And then independently, you have what, $3.5 million in reoccurring revenue 12 months later.
Yeah.
12 months later. That's amazing to be able to do that. And then today being a business guy. So it's great to have.
And I've never run anything in my life, so I was very worried.
So maybe that PPE degree you got in economics, that capitalist was inside of you, and we brought it out. So that's great.
Okay.
Welcome to the Club of Capitalists. It's great to have you with us.
I'm a socialist / capitalist. There you go.
A multi-millionaire socialist, which is great.
Nothing wrong with that. Bernie's a millionaire.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But let's go to the part about you brought up Trump and Bibi. So Axios brings out the story. At this point, you've seen it. So, Rob, if you want to go down so I can read the whole thing, you're effing crazy. Trump fumes at Netanyahu in call on Lebanon. Go a little bit lower, Rob, so I can read the whole thing. So President Trump last out of Israel over Israel escalation in Lebanon and an expletive Latin call on Monday. Two U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios why it matters. Early on Monday, Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying actions in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu.
What the fuck? Wait, bro, how did they dive in? I walked away for 1 second. What the fuck happened? He's like, oh, yeah, you're a socialist millionaire. Oh, I love it. And then boom, I come back and it's like Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are actually fighting. What do you think about this?
Two U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios why it matters. Early on Monday, Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying actions in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu crazy and accused him of ingratitude. According to two of the sources, he also put the brakes on Israel's plan to strike Beirut. Behind the scenes, one U.S. official told Bibi that following through on his threat to bomb Lebanese capital would further isolate Israel from around the world. Two of the sources said Trump claimed he'd help keep Netanyahu at a jail. He said, if it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail right there. You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates Israel because of this. Do you think this call happened?
The call definitely happened, but both sides are spinning it in their own ways, and they're spinning it with the classic people. So just background on this. This is an Axios piece. The author of this piece is Barak Ravid, who is an award-winning journalist, won a coverage, co-authored by Mark Caputo, former colleague of mine at NBC News. But Barak Ravid is famous, or should I say now infamous in media circles, for being the guy who the White House always goes to leak stuff about conversations with Israel.
Is this the guy that leaked it, that Bibi got up, that Biden got upset at?
Yes, same.
This is the same
So
guy.
he did both.
Okay,
He's bipartisan.
I got
Whether
it.
you're Joe
So he's a
Biden.
fair guy.
Well, it's not about being fair. It's the point is that whoever's in the White House, they know that this is the guy who does the stories about split between Israel and America. So we've had about 2 dozen of these stories over the last 3 years.
Is this a guy you trust?
Unfortunately, no. Now it's not that I don't trust him. I'm not saying he's making stuff up, but I'm saying he's clearly become a useful vessel for information from the White House that they want to get out. They know if you're Joe Biden or you're Donald Trump, you know that if you want to get out that you're pissed at Netanyahu, Barak Ravid's the guy you go to. Now, on the other side, you have Amit Segal, who is one of Israel's most famous journalists, very close to Benjamin Netanyahu. Channel 12, I think, is his network. This guy is now...
Wait, hold on. Big dumps, big dumps, big dumps. Los Angeles continues to move hard in Steyer's direction with each new batch. If that trend were to continue at its current pace, he would likely win. That said, the recent rate of movement is so strong, it may not be sustainable over time. Huge drop for Raman. Heavily favored to pass Pratt. She beat Bass on this one. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm a numbers guy. We're going to ChatGPT it. We're going to grok it. Every single person. I have 2 goals in this, okay? A Steyer, Raman, Red Mirage takeover would be beneficial for 2 reasons. One, kicking out the Republican off the top of the ballot incredible. Okay, fantastic. 2, every single person that said every candidate that appeared on Hasan's stream lost would have to go back and do an about face and accidentally give me way more motion than I deserve because I did not endorse them. I'm a numbers guy. We're ChatGPTing it and we're grokking it. We're grokking so hard. And just like that, all of a sudden, Javier Becerra is now in first place. Okay? Things are changing. I'm a numbers guy. Things are changing pretty hard. Nithya is now the heavy favorite. The more we count the votes, the more we are stealing. Okay? We are doing start to steal. The Patrick Bet David quote makes me stim so hard. Me too. Toby Durden and I'm a numbers guy. The difference between Pratt and Rahman went from 6% to 3.3 with big swings. Very good numbers. We are ChatGPTing it. We are grokking it. We are looking at the numbers. Shirtless workout stream with Reckless Ben in Mexico when? Dude, he would mock the fuck out of me. Have you seen that man's cum gutters? Are you out of your dang mind? I see a check on Javier. How do they determine that since the counts are not all in? And there's one on Karen Bass as well because they're weighing it. They're adjusting it and weighing the likelihood of the percentages that will hold towards the end of the count. It's the statistical likelihood that they are definitely going to make it. That's why this is a projection, right? They'll say this is the projected winner. The winners are never official. Like what you see on television at the night of the election is never actually the official winner. It's always the projected winner. Many people don't even pay attention to that. And the way that they calculate that is by past performance. That's the reason why a lot of election night watchers who are not me, but actual fucking election understanders, were very quick to say a lot of people are doing an early celebration or early doom and gloom. There's a very high likelihood that Tom Steyer might make it into the top 2 still. There's a very high likelihood that Nithya Raman might make it in the top 2 still. My doom and gloom still obviously revolved mostly around the fact that Spencer Pratt got so far 174,260 votes, implying that I'm surrounded by 174,260 fucking morons. Okay? That's for my doom and gloom comes from this. Because the fact that he's cracked 100K in and of itself is devastating. Okay? Which is really funny because a lot of people thought that I was just like upset because Shoykot lost. I always knew that Shoykot was a long shot. It wasn't like, it wasn't a given at all. I have said as such. I have said as much. Sorry. My Vang is also within 2K votes from Matsui. That's great. How does this stuff change but not Shoykot's race? It's just not votes. There aren't votes. Whenever an election doesn't go their way, these people cry fraud and convince their audience that the results are illegitimate. If your goal were to design a political movement that would drive people insane and undermine the American political system, it would end up looking a lot like the modern right. Okay, this polymarket shit doesn't matter, and it's literally a paid post. Come on, man. I've been keeping an eye on Shoykot, and it's been 2 to Connie for every Shoykot, sadly, would be a crazy wave for it. Platinum addresses his controversy and says they're false accusations. Yeah, that's what he said already on Chris Hayes last night. This drop was about as good as Steyer could have hoped for, but he cannot have LA sitting at plus 19 next week and win. He's not gaining enough outside of major urban counties, so he needs LA and similar areas to keep moving even further in his direction. Los Angeles continues to move hard in Steyer's direction with each new batch. If that trend were to continue at its current pace, he would likely win. That said, the recent rate of movement is so strong it may not be sustainable over time. If he loses by 0.5%, yeah, at that point, I'm not going to say anything. But at that point, I think we all know who's at fault. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to get, hit with microwavable mashed potatoes. And no, it's certainly not Toby Durden. Okay, Matt Mahan. No, I thought you were going to say you because you didn't endorse law. No, fuck no. Yeah, no, I'm actually going to point the finger and blame it Butch Ware and Barack Denzel Obama Shaw and Country and God DeMott. Living for Country and God DeMott, sorry. Yeah, they fucked up. I can't believe there was 61 candidates, man. What an unbelievably stupid process we have. What the fuck? 61 candidates, and Butch Ware still wasn't on the ballot. What the fuck, man?
Are reporting today, the day we're talking, that actually the Israeli side is saying, no, Trump never swore at Netanyahu, never mentioned jail or prison, and they disagreed about how to handle Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the question then becomes, for those of us who were not in the room, who do you believe? Serial liar Donald Trump or serial liar Benjamin Netanyahu? Journalists who act as vessels for leaders on both sides? It's very hard. This is why people have a real issue with mainstream media right now. Because what do you do in a situation like this where both sides are spinning furiously? And I can believe either version. I can believe that Trump told him you're fucking crazy. We wouldn't put that past Donald Trump. I can also believe that they lied to make Trump sound stronger than he is, and that Netanyahu's telling the truth. I don't know.
Okay, so how do they typically get the credibility? Because anybody can say this was said. So can you go back to the article when it says two sources were there? What is the... You're in this world. Yes. Is there a system or a standard to be able to... Because this is a big deal here.
Yeah, it's a big deal too. I mean, look, all the traditional rules of political journalism went out the window when Donald Trump came along, right? So, my colleague Swin Subsang reports on the White House for Zateo. He has very good contacts. And, he tells me some of the crazy stories he gets from behind the scenes in terms of people trying to screw each other over, right? In the Trump administration, there's a very unique dynamic. And, he's referred to it as a Reservoir Dogs dynamic. It's been referred to where everyone's got a gun to each other's head at the same time, right? So they're all trying to screw each other over. So that's another issue is, are two of the sources people who are allied with each other? Are they from different wings of the White House? Pat, with this Iran war, there are different elements in this administration. Some people want the war done, finished. Some people want it to keep going. So there's different pressures on
This
Trump.
is not 100%, 80% story. This is...
No. So there's different people leaking for different agendas to try and end a war or escalate a war.
Give me how this makes Trump look good. How does it make it look bad? Who's winning with the story? Who's not?
So
optics, purely
Trump,
optics.
you know the MAGA base better than me. Many of them are your viewers. Many people in the MAGA base, not as many as people suggest. My good friend Cenk Uygur, I know you had on the show, he thinks there's a big split in MAGA. I'm less of that view. I look at the polls, 80% of MAGA still loves Trump, 70% love this war. But there is...
Why are they Googling? This show is so funny, dog. They're just Googling Amit Segal and then Cenk Uygur.
A growing minority who don't like what's going on with the foreign wars, with the betrayal of anti-war promises. And a lot of them see Donald Trump as being, I can't come up with a better phrase than Netanyahu's bitch. And this would help Donald Trump say, look, I'm telling Benjamin Netanyahu, fuck you, you're fucking crazy, I saved you from prison. I'm the dominant partner in this relationship. And by the way, this is not just a Trump issue. Every American president who's dealt with Netanyahu has come out getting screwed over. Joe Biden got completely screwed over. He gave his entire presidency to save Netanyahu. Look at him today, destroyed. Bill Clinton in the 90s came out of a conversation with Netanyahu. You know what he said to his team? He said, who's the fucking superpower here? He was so pissed that he got talked down to by Benjamin Netanyahu. So American presidents have been dealing with Bibi for many years, and they've always tried to assert their dominance, and many of them have failed to do so. So I think for Donald Trump, it's good if people believe it. The problem is, those of us who know the Axios reporting on this, we're very, very skeptical.
So let me ask you
this.
If you're Trump's advisor, which you're not, but let's just say if you were Trump's advisor, and Trump hears you, and he says, screw this guy, that call did happen, that's exactly what I told him. What does he need to do publicly for even a guy like you to say, shit, this happened?
That's a great question, because Donald Trump's word means nothing to me. I've been documenting his lies for many years. No one's told more lies than Donald Trump in the public sphere. So actions matter more than words. Same issue with Biden. His people would leak, Biden's very upset with Netanyahu. Okay, but what the fuck are you doing about it? Right? Many of us frustrated with the genocide would say. Same question now. What are you going to do about it? Donald Trump has given Netanyahu everything he wanted, right? Even if this conversation is true, he's saying, I saved you from prison, in the sense that he demanded the Israeli president.
Did he? Don't you think he did, though?
In many ways he did, because every time this war continues, Netanyahu avoids trial, right? Every time there's escalation in the war, he doesn't have to go back to court.
That's right.
And Trump has publicly called on Herzog, the president, to pardon him, which he hasn't done yet, but I'm sure he's feeling the pressure from Trump publicly calling him out. So he has helped Netanyahu. But worse than that, you look at what's happening in Gaza. He's given Netanyahu everything he wanted. And this really bothers me, because in 2024, I spend a lot of time pointing out to people on my side, leftists, Muslims, Arab Americans, people in Dearborn, Michigan, who welcomed Trump. And I said to them, you're going to get screwed over by this guy. No. He's more anti-war than Kamala and Joe. This is what I was told by Arab Americans who voted for Trump. He will be the anti-war president. Stephen Miller said he won't send our boys to die. Trump said, remember what he said? He goes, Liz Cheney will go to war with Kamala and kill Muslims. I won't. Sorry, they all believe that shit. Then he bombed, 6 countries last year, 7 countries last year. Now he's in a war with...
This is 956,000 likes on TikTok. Are we here? Is it happening? Or is TikTok aware of Asmongold? Sorry, that's crazy. I got to see 11,000 comments. Is Kratos not a 40-year-old middle-aged father? What's his point? He's just upset that Kratos had an age-appropriate relationship. This game is going to be amazing. Talking but this is him. Who actually watches this chud? I'm actually crying. Kratos is a middle-aged dad, bruh. You people have respect for Kratos, but not his wife. How sad. This game looks amazing, and I personally can't wait to play it. Oh my god, when normies encounter Asmongold in the wild, it's so funny. Jesus Christ, the anti-roach brigade on fucking TikTok. They hate his ass. Oh, I forget that we are in a very dark and very seedy corner of the fucking internet where, like, we're surrounded by chuds. We are literally in a sea of chuds. Like, everywhere we look, there are chuds all around us. And because the space that we occupy are fucking Twitter and I'm good. Because the fucking environment that we are in is Twitch and Twitter, maybe sometimes a little bit of YouTube too. YouTube can get some chuddy. YouTube can get chuddy too at times. That we have a totally fucking different worldview. This is why whenever I go to TikTok, sometimes I'll see like a random, not a random stray that I caught necessarily, but a random positive a clip of me, and the comments are all like, we love this guy, we love this guy. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. In the real world, TikTok almost is like the internet equivalent of touching grass.
With Iran. In Gaza, he had this ceasefire at the beginning that people were very happy about. But since then, he's allowed Netanyahu to do whatever he wants. And earlier this week, Netanyahu went on camera and he said, we now control 60% of Gaza, and I'm going to take 70% of Gaza. Even Biden, Harris, Blinken, none of them said that would be possible. Trump has basically given Netanyahu carte blanche to do whatever he wants in the Gaza Strip. So when your answer to your question is, what does he have to do to prove he's holding?
A guy like you.
He has to hold.
It's impossible to win a guy like you.
I will give credit. I'll say it now. On
If
camera.
what?
If he manages to get Netanyahu out of Lebanon and out of Gaza, which he won't. But that's what I would want to see. Because that's what's happened on his watch. On his watch, Netanyahu's taken more territory in both those places.
Right.
Prove to me that you actually care about Middle East peace. Prove to me that you have control over Netanyahu and American weapons, and get him to pull out. Because right now, Greater Israel is happening in front of our eyes. Netanyahu's doing the project that far-right Israelis have always wanted. He's taking Lebanon, southern
You're
Lebanon.
saying Egypt,
He's taking
Turkey,
Gaza.
all this stuff.
Who knows what's
next?
coming
That's
next?
what you're thinking?
Well, if you embolden the guy, what is the lesson of the last 3 years? There's impunity. You can do whatever the F you want, and America will never stop you.
Okay, do me a favor. Differentiate between what Bibi's vision is and what Israel's vision is.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so for instance, you could have there's a difference between what America's vision is.
Yes.
Be the greatest country in the world versus what AOC's vision would be if she became president versus Trump, right? So what do you think?
Which is the worst country in the world, obviously. AOC, if she's president, she wants America to be number 200. Maybe AOC would be inventing countries to make sure America lasts. Trump, number 1. AOC, maybe like number 60 at first.
Bibi's vision versus Israel's vision.
That's a great question. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. We do this thing in the US, especially on the liberal side, where we say, look, we're against the Netanyahu government. We're not against Israel or the Israeli people. The problem is the Israeli people have made it very clear over the last 3 years that they're totally behind all these wars. There's been no real anti-war movement. In Israel, there's no real...
There's a little bit. It's not a big number.
It's tiny. It's tiny. You look at the polling, 80% of Israelis support...
20% is what I was going to say.
Every military operation blindly. You look at the polling, some of it's horrific.
Yeah, Benji says, nope, the Israeli people. he said it's not the Israeli ruling class, it's the Israeli people that are at fault.
Like 80% of Israelis support removing Palestinians from Israel. From Gaza, and another small majority support ethnically cleansing them from Israel itself, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Israeli society...
What percentage was this one?
So I think it's 80% say they're fine with getting them out of Gaza, like forcibly.
Right.
And there's another majority or big plurality of Israelis who are Israeli Jews who say even Palestinians in Israel should ultimately emigrate.
The West Bank and some of that.
No, Israel proper, within the Green Line.
Got it. Okay.
1/5 of the population of Israel is Palestinian citizens of Israel. So the polling is horrific. There was a poll done last year by Penn State, I think it was, where almost half of Israelis said that when we capture a town in Gaza, we should treat it like the Bible and Jericho. We should kill all the inhabitants, all the men. Like this kind of crazy. So, okay, all these polls, you take them with a pinch of salt. I get it. But anyone you speak to in Israel who's a serious commentator on Israeli politics will tell you that over the last 5-10 years, Israeli society has moved to the right, to the far right, in a way that American society has not. Donald Trump is polling in the 30s right now. Even at his peak, he got 49.8% of the vote in the last election. He's never had a majority.
True.
In Israel, the right-wing parties, the far-right parties are dominant right now. Maybe in the 90s, early 90s, there was a peace camp. There was Oslo, all this stuff. That's gone now. You can argue about why it's gone.
He's not wrong when he says about American society has not shifted to the far right in the same way that Israel has. He's right about that. As a matter of fact, you can even point to the polarization of the Democrats and how much more open-minded Democrats are to more radical, more left politics than they ever have been before.
How is that possible? How is it that in Israel, the guy is being that aggressive and his support is getting higher?
I don't think his personal support is going. We'll see what happens in these elections. Because you
just said 80%. I mean,
the war, right? This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying
Sure.
don't focus on Netanyahu. It's a very good cop-out. Even Bernie Sanders, who I'm a big fan of, he often says, Netanyahu, Netanyahu, Netanyahu. A lot of Palestinians say, Bernie, it's not Netanyahu, it's Israel. It's the Israeli political establishment. So if you swap out, I'll give you one example. If you swap out Netanyahu tomorrow with Naftali Bennett, who's an opposition leader, former prime minister, I interviewed him once. Naftali Bennett is also on the right, also likes war, has threatened Turkey, has threatened Lebanon. You've got another opposition leader, Avigdor Lieberman, former defense minister. You know what he said this week? He said, flatten the suburbs of Beirut. We should be going in and don't listen to Trump. So the opposition in Israel are equally hawkish, right-wing. So this idea that it's all about Netanyahu, it's a myth, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, so you're saying the two are the same, is what you're saying.
On issues of war and peace, yes. I'm sure in some domestic politics, tax rates, I'm sure there's
smaller stuff. Is
yeah, in domestically within Israel, I'm sure they are. When it comes down to the region, Israel's role in the region.
Tell me what the vision is. If you think, what do you think their vision?
Bro, I think Israeli domestic politics is even funnier when you learn about like what the major distinguishing factors are, especially because even on the domestic agenda, they only go further right. So because the entire culture, the entire society is anchored around the ethnic displacement of Palestinians that are treated as like an ever-present threat all the time. And it's like supposed to be this security threat, this security state. It inevitably creates unbelievably reactionary politics on the domestic front as well. So like, yeah, you have the Ashkenazis, the older Ashkenazis that are like a little bit more woke, I guess, as woke as you can be, which is not woke at all, obviously, when it comes to fucking genocide. But most of the distinguishing factors in Israeli politics on the domestic side, if you're going to, think about Palestine as a non-issue because everyone agrees with it, it goes unbelievably far right. Like, should women be able to read? Far right. Like, should women be allowed to learn how to read? Okay. Now, of course, Israelis that are like liberal Zionists or whatever will refuse to acknowledge why that's the case. Like they'll talk about how it's because Benjamin Netanyahu is a far right figure and he created this coalition and gave a lot of legitimacy to the worst elements like the settlers. We don't like them, all this shit. But the only reason why these guys are allowed in polite society and have a growing movement and a voice is, well, one, because of demographics. They're the only ones who are fucking and having 8 kids. The more fundy you are, the more fundamentalist you are, the more likely you are to have children. That's why the next generation of Israelis are far more radicalized than the older Israelis. Yeah, the liberal Ashkenazis don't fuck. They don't have children. And it's only the ultra-Orthodox population that's just repopulating. That's part of the reason why Israel hasn't actually run into the same developed nation issue of demographics. And because of their lack of interest in addressing the whole society being anchored around far-right militarism against and ethnic cleansing and justifying ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians, of course, the guys that are more radical are also going to be radical on other shit too.
What do you think Israel's vision is?
There's a best case scenario and there's a worst case scenario.
Okay.
The best case scenario is that they have this idea of we must be in a state of permanent war footing, right? I think there's a phrase for it, I forget the name, combat between the conflicts. There's a military doctrine that says even when we're not at war, we carry on doing preemptive strikes, we carry on doing cyber warfare, we carry on doing assassinations, so that Israel remains the regional hegemon. We keep our superiority, our military edge. We let everyone know in the region who's boss, even when we're not in a formal state of war. That's the best case scenario, that this is just a security doctrine that says we will bomb and invade whoever we like just to remain top dog in the region. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's ideological, that these are fanatical, messianic people who believe that all of the territory is theirs, given to them by the Bible. I interviewed Naftali Bennett in 2017, nearly a decade ago, for Al Jazeera. He was education minister at the time. I never forget this interview. I said to him, we were talking about peace treaties and two-state solution, and he said, the Bible says it's ours. I'd never heard someone say it that bluntly to my face. I can't imagine Ilhan Omar going on TV and saying, the Quran says this, right? This guy's openly saying, the Bible says the land is ours. Where do you go with that? There's no debate after that, right? That's just a kind of religious, ethnic nationalist, messianic vision. So Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he's not a religious man, has signed off on a greater Israel. He was asked about whether he believes in it. He said, absolutely. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, who's a kind of centrist, supposedly a liberal, he was asked after the Mike Huckabee, Tucker Carlson interview. He said, do you agree with Mike Huckabee that all of the territories from the Bible, it's all yours? He said, yeah, our borders are biblical. This is what the opposition leader said. Forget the right-wingers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
What do you think is likely that their vision becomes a reality?
Right now, more likely than not, because the United States of America has allowed Israel to get away with a genocide.
How long? I mean, long term,
long term, no. Long term, it's perpetual war for perpetual peace.
And by the way, deep down inside, do you really think Trump wants this war to continue?
No. Trump doesn't like long wars.
No.
He likes short wars. That's why he's been humiliated by Iran, because he thought this would be over in a few days.
By the way, nobody thought Iran was going to be able to, not nobody. A lot of people on his camp, when they sat there and talked about it, it is a very fair argument to say that. No, let me make my point on what I'm saying. It is a very fair argument to say that unlike Venezuela, which we...
This is such bullshit. Of course, everybody knew this would happen. There's a reason why no previous administration has ever done it. Literally, everyone knew that this would happen. I am not a numbers guy, as you guys know. And even I knew. Why did I know? Because the motherfucking generals, specifically Dan Kane, came out and leaked to the media that this was a spectacular failure if implemented. And he only did that after he couldn't convince Donald Trump. So literally everyone knew that this was going to happen. His analysts knew that this is what would happen, down to expending their standoff munitions that they have developed for their peer and near peer adversaries that they've stockpiled for Russia and China. As a matter of fact, the only aspect that they didn't know, they knew that they would, close off the Strait of Hormuz. That was always an imminent threat. Collapsing the global energy markets. That was always an imminent threat. The only thing that actually surprised even the American analysts was how effective the Mosaic defense structure would be at pummeling American targets. They didn't know how much intel Iran already had. That was one of the major, that was one of the new things that we found out after this, right? We always knew that they had the capacity to close the Strait of Hormuz with relative ease. We always knew that they had a capability to withstand tremendous American attacks because of the missile production facilities that they have underground. The stockpiles are underground, but no one, I don't think, knew exactly how accurate their strikes would be. The Iranian strikes would be. But everyone understood that this would be a very difficult task. We didn't know two things. One, how effective they would be at destroying American targets. And two, how effective they would be at propaganda with Lego videos. Nobody knew how good the Lego videos would hit.
We went in, we got Maduro, and we're out. Most likely, Cuba is going to be the same way as Venezuela, probably even easier when they go through and get it.
Sure.
Iran showed up strength to the world.
Yeah.
And you got to give them credit, no matter what anybody says, conservative or on the left.
You can give them credit militarily, obviously not politically, but Trump, I don't think we can defend him with nobody knew this, but he did this line recently. Nobody knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. We all knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. They've been saying this for years.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states. Do you think that's been their doctrine for years?
Do you think that unified the Gulf states even more?
No. I think we've wrecked our long-term relationship with the Gulf states.
Tell me why.
I think in private, all of these Gulf states will, in public, they'll say what they got to say, but in private, they know the U.S. security umbrella does not extend to them anymore. They know that even if they give Donald Trump a $400 million plane, even if they put $500 million in his crypto business, Israel will always take precedence over them.
Do you think the Gulf states prefer Iran to be led by IRGC, or the story we saw recently with Pezeshkian, who's a moderate, stepping down because he's like everything's being run by. Who do you think the Gulf states would rather have?
I think the Gulf states are not a monolith, first of all, Patrick, because the UAE is very different to Qatar and Kuwait, right?
But they're neighbors.
They're neighbors, but they have different foreign policy.
I understand.
The UAE
that.
is an outlier. The UAE is very hawkish, very pro-Israel, very pro-America, very anti-Iran, which is kind of crazy because, if the US and Israel move on with their lives, the UAE is exposed to Iran for the rest of their lives.
Isn't UAE succeeding the most out of most of the Gulf states?
Are they?
Financially?
Are they? So many businesses have cleared out. Tourism has fallen. It's a huge industry based on tourism.
For the time.
You think people are going to go back? I think my thing is...
I think so.
I think that their image has been...
Brother, what are you saying? Bro, this is a brief glance into Patrick Bet-David's mind. Okay, he just knows Instagram. He's a numbers guy. He knows Instagram. All of his buddies are going to Dubai constantly, so he's like, UAE's doing really good. That's incredible. Why are none of your buddies that are normally in Dubai currently in Dubai? That's so funny. He's like, I don't get it. They're popping on Instagram.
Permanently destroyed. I don't think you could put it back in the bottle. They had this image, especially to kind of white Westerners, as this business, tourist, even residential utopia. You go there, there's no crime, you chill out, everything's cheaper, etc., etc. I think that's gone now. Once Iran has done this, I think they've destroyed that image. Now, if you're Amazon or you're whatever it is, Chase Bank, you're going to go back into Dubai, Abu Dhabi, knowing that Iran can then do this again at any time they want. As long as Iran is still run by the same government, I don't think these Gulf states get that image back. And I think the Qataris understand that, even the Saudis understand that. They want a region, I think privately, and I may be wrong, and the few people in the Gulf I speak to say this to me, they recognize that Israel is the real problem in the region. They may not say so publicly. Some of them are signed up to the Abraham Accords like Bahrain, etc., UAE, but I think they understand that Israel is the destabilizing force in the region. It's Israel that bombed 6 countries in the Middle East last year. It wasn't Iran that did that. It's Israel that went to war now and brought the United States into this conflict and led to Iran bombing Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And I think that is the situation we're in. I think you're going to see these Gulf states, if they're smart, making overtures to the Chinese and to the Russians in future years. They have to kind of diversify who they rely on.
Say it, Mahdi. Mossadegh, Turkey. Messed up that he won't say it. See? He won't say it. He's afraid of the Turk.
Maybe it's me being a Syrian. Maybe it's me being Armenian. Maybe the fact that I lived in Iran could be the reason for this. But nobody, sells Israel as this incredibly powerful organization and brains than those who hate Israel. All they talk about is how powerful Israel is. I don't think there's anybody that's the Don King promoting how smart, intellectual, brilliant Israel is than those.
That's cap. Israel is the king of lying about their capabilities. Are you kidding me? I know the argument he's trying to present here was just like, oh, Israel's small being nation. Israel's enemies actually end up fucking up and making Israel look good. That's bullshit. Israel literally constantly lies. Israel lied to Donald Trump. Israel lied to Donald Trump about how easy of a campaign this would be and how much intelligence they had. Remember, oh my God. Remember when they killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and every fucking mainstream news reporter was like, this was a brilliant act of espionage. And it was like, dude, you killed an 88-year-old guy in his house. What do you mean this was a brilliant act of statecraft and espionage? And he was in his house alongside his family. You did not identify where he was. He wasn't in a unique position. He was in his house.
Who cannot stand Israel?
Well, I'm not one of those.
But if
let me just go through the list. I'm not somebody who said Iran would roll over. I said Iran would make Iraq look like a walk in the park.
I'm talking about
right. I warned that Iran and America would not be able to destroy Iran in the way they thought they could destroy Iran. It was insane. It was hubris to think they could do that. I've been saying that for 15 years. I've been saying it since Iraq 2003 when I was a 23-year-old marching against that war. When Bush was thinking about Iran, I was saying.
Are you afraid of Israel?
Am I afraid of?
Are you afraid of Israel?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid of Israel's aspirations?
Oh, yeah. But aspirations are different, right? Can they pull it off? I agreed with you that just because they have this messianic vision doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yeah. Did you just say they located the house? They located the house of the supreme leader? Do you think he had a tactical secret house? Yeah, guys, stop doxing the president. Hello? Stop doxing the president, please. Many people, do you see that, chatter? People are posting the address of the president over and over again in the chat. That's messed up.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree with
me,
that.
it's like, okay,
No,
like
they didn't win in Gaza,
bro.
Patrick, I said in 2023,
Yeah.
this whole plan, when people were like yourself and others were saying
Yeah.
Israel has a right to self-defense, destroy Hamas, I said you can't. There is no military solution to your problem.
Yeah, so you know what it is for me. Don't talk to Mehdi because Mehdi's going to do this. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. No, I'm telling you, be careful. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. Oh, don't talk to Bibi because I want to talk to him. I wish you had an hour and a half to talk. No, don't talk to Nick. No, don't talk to this guy. I want to talk to him. I don't sit there and see that, my God, everything, they're so powerful. They're going to control America. They do this, they do that.
What the fuck does this have to do with people warning you not to talk to Mehdi Hasan? Also, now I'm wondering who's been telling him don't talk to Hassan Piker.
I mean, you kind of giving them too much credit.
I mean, you're mixing different things together, though. One thing is militarily, can they win on battlefields? No, not always. Hezbollah defeated them in 2000, famously. That was the first time they were defeated by an Arab force on a battlefield when they withdrew from southern Lebanon. They're back now. We were told Hezbollah was done. Do you remember a couple years ago? Oh, the pages and the assassination of Nasrallah. They're done. It was a paper tiger. They just killed 30 Israeli soldiers in the last few weeks, right? They've injured hundreds more. Who knows what the real numbers are? So clearly they're not done for. Hamas is still around. And the Iranians still have, 70% of their missile stock, according to US intelligence. So the idea that these were all paper tigers was bullshit. That's a different argument. I'm not a military expert. I'm not going to sit here and adjudicate, who has the strength in the field. Politically, though, in this country, does Israel still have power? Sure. They still have politicians who support them. They still have lobby groups that advocate on their behalf.
So does China. So does Qatar.
No,
so
not on the level of Israel. Come on.
Oh, okay, let me...
Oh, come on. God, he is... okay. You are a literal slave to AIPAC if you make this idiotic argument. Dude, it is so funny. Like, there is no comparison. There is no comparison to the level of influence that any foreign ally or adversary has inside of the United States of America to Israel. Nothing. Nothing comes close, dude. The Qatar meta is so funny.
Ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If you had $5 billion to win over influence in people in America politically and inject your way of thinking, would you put that money to buy over congressmen and senators, or would you put that money into winning over kids? Where would you put your money?
Both.
No.
Either or.
Okay, then do diversify. Diversify. Seriously, use it as a mutual fund. You got $5 billion. How much you put in one? How much you put in the other one? Honestly.
I don't know. I
want you to think about it.
50-50. I think they're both important.
You think
you talk about when you say young people, you mean like TikTok?
Universities. I'm talking about universities, TikTok, social. Give money to universities, give money to places to get the kids' influence.
I mean, I'm sure Mehdi has already picked up on what PBD's trying to do here. He's going to say the amount of money that Qatar spends on university is far larger than Israel. That's what he's going to say. That he thinks he's setting up a trap. Okay. Which is, again, fucking insane because, like, the opaque funding structure that exists for pro-Israel institutions and pro-Israel groups in the United States of America go far beyond the influence of just, like, directly funding university initiatives, okay? Like, every Hillel on campus is objectively and openly pro-Israel. It's just true. That's not a part of the funding mechanism. You know what I mean? There are ideologically Zionist college professors that are, defending Israel unconditionally. There are Jewish advocacy organizations that almost entirely involve themselves with pro-Israel advocacy. There is no comparison that you can make between Israel and Qatar. And of course, this is just on the influence peddling side of things. You can also look at the impact of this lobby, right? The impact of the pervasive influence peddling operation. Yeah, there's alumni funding too. Obviously, it's just, there's no comparison. When people hyper-focus on AIPAC, they actually don't tell the entire story at all. That's not even the tip of the iceberg, honestly. There is, once again, no comparison between Qatar and Israel, and that's precisely the reason why there's no other country that we have a level of allegiance with like we do with Israel. Yeah, in terms of influence peddling, Israel is in a league of its own. After Israel, you have Saudi Arabia, and then further down UAE, Qatar, and then probably China, but none of them are near Israel. Not even close. Not even close, because a lot of first of all, none of them can engage in in advocacy in the country without fair restrictions, except for Israel. Try to play that fucking, oh, well, I'm an American Muslim, and that's why I believe it's appropriate to get my notes from Saudi Arabia when I do advocacy for Saudi Arabia. If you think you can fucking pull that shit off, let me tell you, you are getting slapped with a FARA violation so fast, your fucking head's gonna spin. Imagine I'm American-born Chinese, so I went and I fucking met with the Communist Party of China, and they told me like what to tell the American government and how to lobby the American government. It's over. You're going to jail. It's not happening. Whereas there's one group of people that can do this. Americans, not just Jews, Christians as well, can go and fund an Israel lobby that goes to Israel and literally talks to the Israeli government and is in constant coordination with the Israeli government. And that lobby is not seen as a foreign lobby, even though the foreign name is in the name of the lobby, AIPAC. I've seen a new talking point going around that you actually live in Qatar and have investment properties in California with Jank and use that money to fund our enemies. People live in delusion, dude. I'm sorry. Damn it. They figured out our operation. This is unreal. The new school student senate voted to cut ties with the campus Hillel group because it literally sponsors students to materially participate in the bombing of Gaza. And so the new school admin is investigating the student senators. Saudi Arabia is our ally. Saudi Arabia has a lot of money. Can you imagine doing this for Saudi Arabia? Oh, we're going to be participating in the bombing of Yemen, which is being conducted with American weapons. It's ridiculous.
Where would you put the money?
But let me take your example, take it a step further. Okay, let's say I put it all in students. I win over young people. That's already happened. Have you seen the polling? The young people hate Israel.
I know.
But does it translate into policy? No, because the Congress.
Chef says, I'm Qatari. The amount of money that is spent on American universities for them to allow branches of the university to operate in Qatar's education city. Texas A&M is one of those universities, and it left Qatar because its pro-Israel board hates Qatar. Yeah.
Still controls the...
Oh, yeah. Israel's economy is fake. I forgot. That's the other side of the story. Israel's economy is entirely fake and also entirely propped up by American billionaires that just basically dump boatloads of money into Israel. There are a couple industries in Israel that are actually viable, that are, growing. Obviously, pharmaceuticals is one of them. But outside of that, they have nothing. They have no natural resources, and their economy has been fine, all things considered, in spite of the genocide. And there's a reason for that. That's because it is literally like a parasitic tick on the side of the American economy. And the American economy, oh, yes, the Russians too. Before I forget, you're absolutely right. Russians use Israel as a as a launching pad into the European markets and the international markets, but also it's literally like a skin tag that just sucks all the whatever it can from the American economy. Russians use Israel to evade sanctions. Americans have an incredible amount of loyalty to the nation state of Israel, and they will literally just dump boatloads of money. The tech sector is fine, but it's limited. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, they have spyware. That's it. They have Waze and they have spyware. Like, none of this is real. It's not a real country. Okay? It's not. It's just a fucking fake made up country with nothing. And now it's got a growing defense sector as well, obviously.
So I'll give you one example. 8% of Democrats support Israel's war in Gaza. 8%, according to a poll last year. In Congress, it's the other way around. It's like 80% of Democrats support Israel, only 8 or 10% are voting against weapons or genocide. I'm ballpark figures here. So what's the disconnect? The disconnect is we have a Congress that doesn't represent the public on either side of the divide. I don't think the Republican Party fully represents its base, but more so, Democratic Party certainly doesn't represent its base on Israel, the leadership. Look at these primaries. We're sitting on a day where there's going to be a bunch of primaries. So my big point here is, yes, it's great that young people have been won over. It's great that everyone under the age of 50 in the United States of America, whether Republican or Democrat, does not want more weapons going to Israel. That's the latest polling. Under the age of 50, everyone.
That makes sense to me.
Right? But Congress does. So the disconnect, this is why we have such a crisis of democracy. This is why Israel matters so much in our political system. It's not just a foreign policy issue. It's an issue of our democracy where we have members of Congress and a president who does not follow American will, does not follow the will of the voters. And so to answer your question, yeah, you do need to spend money lobbying Congress because ultimately they're the ones voting on weapons. They're the ones voting on aid. They're the ones voting.
And there's more domestic considerations as well. Not only is it like obviously rerouting money that could be going to the United States of America to like endless warfare that we're fighting now, literally at the behest of Israel, billions of dollars of funds burning in real time every single day. But also on top of that, because of the unbelievable amounts of unprecedented influences foreign country has on American domestic policy, it actually turns into a real fundamental problem in American society, like in regular society. Censorship, First Amendment violations. Like whenever someone tries to tell me, why do you care about Israel so much? It's like, well, there's only one foreign country on the planet that has been able to destroy the American First Amendment, and we'd never even talk about it. We don't even talk about it. Most people don't even know that this exists. In 38 states, the Israeli lobby has advanced, directly written, and has advanced bills that make it illegal for American citizens to demand boycotts, to demand divestments, and to demand sanctions from the state of Israel. That is a clear-cut, definitional violation of the First Amendment. And it's ironic because many of these states are hog states. Texas is one of them. I'll give you an example. In the state of Texas, if you want to be a teacher at a public school, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel that says that you will never boycott, that you will never demand boycotts, divestments, or sanctions from the state of Israel. Isn't that fucking crazy? Every time I bring this up, people go, nah, you're lying. Google it. Google it in many of the red states. Google it. That is a direct violation of our First Amendment. And we don't have that for America. We don't have that for Russia. We don't have that for Estonia. We only have that for Israel. So how can you sit here and tell me that Israel doesn't get special privileges, that Israel's lobby is not a malignant force in American politics that absolutely interferes with regular frequency on American domestic affairs? It's ridiculous. No other country comes close. That's it. Dude, if I want to cut the grass at the intersection ditch in Tennessee, I have to sign an anti-BDS pledge. Yeah. You have to sign a loyalty oath, not to the United States of America, but to the state of Israel to work for the fucking municipality. And that's not all. That's not all. For example, and you can always get fired at will in these states too, because there's no labor protections. On top of that, what else was I going to say? There's one more thing that I was going to mention that always fucks people up. I talked about BDS. Oh, there are also numerous, at the local level, there are numerous initiatives against protesting Israel, right? They're obviously hidden under hate crime statutes where they claim to be combating anti-Semitism, like the bill that Scott Wiener unironically wrote, championed, and advanced in the state of California. Nothing comes close to this level of direct involvement. Israel, on top of that, also subverts the democratic process. This is precisely the reason why they hate AIPAC Tracker, they hate DropSite, and they call them out by name. Because AIPAC doesn't ever run ads about how much a candidate loves Israel. AIPAC knows how toxic of a brand Israel is, or how little people give a shit about Israel in American elections, right? Or at least for the past couple of years, they knew that nobody really gave a shit about Israel before October 7. So they run ads for candidates that are pro-Israel, and they run ads against candidates that are even like a little bit critical of the nation state of Israel, and the ads never feature Israel at all. No other advocacy organization does this. None. None of the other lobbies do this. Just AIPAC. So not only do they not get restricted as a foreign agent, which they should, but they also actively undermine democracy by promoting candidates, by dumping unlimited amounts of funds to certain races to promote certain candidates and to unseat others without ever mentioning Israel at all. No other country does this. No other lobby does this. American lobbies don't do this for American interests. That's it. There's no comparison. Whenever people say, oh, why do you care about Israel so much? I'm like, why don't you care about Israel? Are you fucking insane? Are you stupid? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you oblivious to what's going on? What other foreign country is at the precipice of so much enmity that they are about to create a real political problem as far as their unlimited funds that they receive, that they are now advancing a measure in Congress to literally merge the foreign military of Israel and the American military. Do we have one with other countries? You say England, not true. Not true. Israel is the only country that gets the latest technology, latest great technology. No other country gets to have it. No, not Japan, not England. We don't do that for NATO. We don't do that for any other country. It's not hyperbolic. Out of the F-35 fighter jet program, Israel is the only country on the planet, for example, that gets to have its own software, its own operating software in the F-35 fighter jets. No other country has complete control over their own F-35 fighter jets. Not a single other country has that. Only Israel. They can get fighter jets, they can get F-35 fighter jets, but none of them have the operating software that is indigenous like Israel.
To censor our speech, saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, all of that stuff is coming out of Congress. And people say, oh, Qatar and this. I just gave you an example. The Qataris gave him a $400 million plane. The Emiratis gave him $500 million for his crypto fund. The Saudis have sponsored multiple multi-million-dollar golf tournaments at his properties, hotels. Did it come in useful? When it came down to it, he picked Israel. He picked Miriam Adelson. He picked Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. He picked AIPAC. He picked Marco Rubio.
I don't know about that.
He picked all these people. What do you mean? We've seen it with our eyes.
I don't know about that. Listen, let me ask you this. Do you think, and by the way, you didn't answer my question. So I want to stay on the money part, and then I'm going to go to the next question.
I did answer. I said, I can spend it all on the kids. It doesn't matter.
No, but so
because ultimately, Congress is still more important.
So you would put all the money in Congress and
No,
Senate?
both. I said split.
You would do 50-50?
50-50. Win over the people, and then win over the people who represent the people.
So where does Qatar put their money? They put $6.5 billion in universities. Where does China put their money? $5.5 billion in universities. What type of influence do you think they got long term? You think long term? Like you think China thinks short term? You think Qatar thinks short term? You think they're trying to buy influence long term when they get in front of the kids?
You think? Do you have evidence? It's a serious question.
The dollar?
No, I mean, no. I'm talking about. Do you have evidence that? Well, first of all, what Chinese investment has gone into university?
Do you want to pull it up, Rob? I mean, this. You know.
I know the Qataris are sponsored. I've been to Georgetown, Qatar. They spent a lot of money on U.S. universities. But it's great. I'm asking about what's China's sponsored university?
Oh, China's given donations.
He's talking about the Confucius Institutes, but he's failing to make the point because he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm fairly certain he's talking about the Confucius Institutes that used to exist in America. I think they made it illegal now or something. I'm pretty sure. I remember there being some controversy about it. But once again, it doesn't matter because what level of influence does China have on American foreign or domestic policy? There is no comparison. Israel also has the highest number of companies in the American stock market. Far larger number, I believe, than even countries that are far larger than Israel, like India.
The Chinese government sponsors American universities. I did not know this.
Let me pull up.
I'm happy to show my ignorance.
By the way, I don't know where the money is coming from, but I'll show you here. China has invested an estimated 5.6. I was short by $1 billion.
Okay.
6.4 billion in American universities over the recent decade, making it one of the largest foreign. So why are they doing
No, hold on. You didn't read the third sentence.
Which is what
these funds you think research partnerships with the Chinese is making kids on campus pro-China?
No. It's not what I'm saying. Okay, Mehdi, you're very smart. So you went to Oxford. You got the PPE degree. It's like not the PPP loan. You got the legit PPE degree, right? Do you not think if these schools are getting this types of money, which phone call you think they're picking up?
Oh, you think we know, Patrick, because we just saw what happened the last 3 years. Did Colombia go pro-Israel or pro-Qatar?
But what did Colombia do?
They went pro-Israel. They silenced all the pro-Palestinian.
But what did they do? But what did they do?
They rolled over for Donald Trump and they rolled over for the Israel lobby.
Dog, most of these universities don't have literal campuses in foreign countries like China as they do in Tel Aviv. That's one. Most of these universities' alumni, even if they are fucking Chinese, are not actually making administrative decisions at the behest of a foreign nation like our American alumni are, okay, at the behest of Israel. That's a huge part of this problem. Some of this stuff is not going to show up for a numbers guy to find out after ChatGPTing it. Okay, after grokking it, ChatGPTing it, grokking it,
was the event that happened that got him to get there?
I don't know which event.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I don't know where you're going.
You follow the stories. You tell me, who was it? It was 3 universities, right? Columbia was one of them.
And
Who's the other
there was a
two?
bunch of universities that cracked down on
why did they do
pro-Palestine
that?
dissenters.
Why did they do that?
Multiple reasons. Pressure from politicians
Okay.
who are pro-Israel.
You think maybe
Pressure
they
from
screwed up
donors
as
who
well?
are pro-Israel. Pressure from activist groups. This whole ridiculous debate where we conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. I remember when I launched...
I'm not with that. Just so you know, like in Florida, when they're saying you can't debate and criticize Israel, I'm not part of that camp.
Not just that. DeSantis is one of the many governors and Republicans
I'm not part of that
who have
camp.
said that if you're an American business that engages in BDS, you can't get contracts
No.
with the state. That's insane. That American business can't do what it wants to do.
But by the way, what I'm trying to tell you is I think the reasonable people are not with that. Short term, some of these things may come and go.
Yeah. The media created campus anti-Semitism crisis and Israeli propaganda campaign completely divorced from reality. Universities' own internal reviews find campus anti-Semitism to be on par with campus Islamophobia, yet one is covered 63 times more than the other between October 2023 and April 2024. Yeah. A Chicago professor was just suspended after assignment mentions Palestinians. Okay? We call it the P word. Chicago professor suspended after assignment mentions Palestinians. School of the Art Institute Chicago professor put under investigation after student complaint about a case study. Professor in the U.S. was just suspended for mentioning Palestinians just days after Hassan Piker was barred from the U.K. for condemning a genocide. Your rights are being stripped away in service of Israel's impunity. I mean, dude, simply put, can you imagine the British government barring me entry for saying, like, fuck Russia? You know what I mean? For saying, I don't like Poland. Criticizing Poland, criticizing Estonia, Lithuania, any other country. Dude, I mean, look, one of the better examples of this is, ironically enough, Daniel Biss's gubernatorial run against J.B. Pritzker. When he was running against J.B. Pritzker, his lieutenant governor pick was DSA. His lieutenant governor pick was DSA, and therefore, DSA Chicago at the time was pro-BDS and still is. 2018. He dropped him. There was controversy around the fucking lieutenant governor pick of a Jewish liberal Zionist who was running for governor with family members who live in Israel, and his hand-selected lieutenant governor pick was DSA, and therefore was on board with BDS. And they dropped him. Daniel Biss dropped his ass. What other country has this level of involvement with the lieutenant governor pick in Illinois, in the state of Illinois, who has like no guarantee that he's going to win anyway? They're out here funding fucking like comptroller races and shit. Ridiculous.
Long term, they're not. I had Randy, what's his last name? Randy Fine. I had him on and I asked him the question about where he's at. I think you may have even tweeted something about it when we talked about it. I asked him a couple questions, pointed whether he was pro-America, America first, or Israel first. If you're in America, hey, I have a problem with you not being America first, but I want to go back.
Oh, yeah. Randy Fine was being honest with you when he said America first, right? Come on, man.
Back to this. If they give $6 billion, you think they're dumb that they're just giving $6 billion to universities? You don't think they want things in return?
No, I
you don't
think everyone. I think
be-
you made that point earlier. There are many lobbies trying to get their way. I'm not disputing that there are many lobbies. In fact, I'm the one who says, let's not treat the Israel lobby as a unique lobby. People are like, oh my God, AIPAC. I always say
Thank you.
AIPAC, NRA,
Great. All of them.
Big Pharma, all of these people.
All of them.
I want to get money out of politics. I'm on the
What a crazy 24 hours, man. The tentative ruling feels a little surreal. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported me, believed in me, helped me get there. I could not have done any of this without all of you. For all those unfamiliar, tentative rulings are sometimes published in advance of hearings in the interest of streamlining the hearing. The tentative ruling is the position of the court before the hearing, so the fact that the tentative ruling is to grant my motion for judgment is incredible news. The hearing was earlier today, and the judge has taken the matter under submission, and an official ruling will be issued, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm feeling very optimistic, and I'll be going over the document tomorrow on stream at 7 a.m. See you all then. So it's still not finalized, right? I mean, it seems very unlikely that an appeal would change anything at this point, right? But it's not enough to ask these people if they're America first. You have to ask them what number to rank Israel. If they say number 2, then at least that's something. I have a feeling most wouldn't say that, though. Now Israel wants a permanent seat in the Situation Room. What the fuck? Israeli officials and their allies in Congress and pro-Israel organizations are seeking to ensure that going forward, the Israeli Prime Minister and his or her officials will be functionally and permanently granted seats in the U.S. Situation Room. What? Oh, this is with the NDAA? I mean, it would be anti-Semitic not to, right? I think it would be anti-Semitic not to do this. So obviously we have to, right? But hey, guys, Patrick Bet-David thinks China has the same level of access in the United States of America. So let's endlessly pontificate on that issue. Thank God I didn't fall into the trap of sounding anti-Semitic for a brief moment there. There is something poetic about all of these fucking groypers who were like, I'm not dying for Israel. That's why I'm not voting for Kamala Harris, who are literally going to now die for Israel. Like, yes, instead of drafting the Haredi population, which would have created a lot of political turmoil, Israel has decided to draft the American population. Isn't that nice?
As well.
I'm a Bernie, Elizabeth Warren.
I want to get money out of politics.
Let's get rid of Citizens United. Yeah, Citizens United,
Yeah.
West Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but let me come back to your direct point about influence.
Like the members of Five Eyes don't even have that. Buddy. What the fuck is the Five Eyes in comparison to the level of unprecedented access Israel gets? Come on. Those are vassals. We are the vassal at this point with Israel's interests.
I'm not disputing that they're spending money, they're lobbying, everyone's doing it. I'm saying Israel's winning. And the evidence is what's happened.
See, I'm saying Israel's losing.
I've not only do I have a kid in college, I have multiple Muslim friends, leftist friends with kids in colleges.
Kids are now Jewish.
I have kids who've been arrested.
Yeah.
I have kids who've been doxxed. I know kids who have been suspended. I know kids who have been expelled because of their criticism of Israel. I watched a video of Rumeysa Öztürk, a young Turkish student at Tufts, be picked up by 8 ICE agents and detained because she wrote an op-ed in her student paper saying we should divest from Israel. And Marco Rubio had her detained for a year, right? So don't tell me that Qatar is winning this argument. Qatar is not winning the argument on campus.
So
that's just a complete, last 3 years is a complete denial.
I get your argument, but I would dispute it in the following way. Everybody is...
You are delusional, man. Okay, Mehdi's being way nicer than I would be at this point, by the way. I mean, I've already brought up a bunch of talking points here. But come on, dude, come on. This is one of those things that, like, even the dumbest guy you know would be like, I don't think that's the case. Okay? The dumbest guy you know heard his favorite content creator, Patrick Bet-David, present this argument and went, I don't think that's the case at all, and I don't trust you anymore.
Trying to win influence. Everybody.
Agreed.
And they're spending money. So
Agreed.
no matter what it is,
We agree.
everybody. But the question is, whose money is working and who's not? The part where I go that's not working is, do you think Israel's popularity in America has increased or decreased in the last 5 years?
No, because that's a different argument. That's because people saw a genocide live stream to their phones.
Also, does it even fucking matter? We literally don't have a real democracy. This is the point that I've been trying to drive home every time I do one of these media hits in the UK or in the United States of America, where I keep reiterating this point over and over again. I'm like, right now there's a crisis in democracy because the enmity towards Israel is so overwhelming by the masses that these countries in the Western world are basically having to make very difficult decisions on whether or not they even maintain the appearance of a democratic process, or if they just cast it aside completely and go full tilt authoritarian fascism. Okay? Because eventually people are going to keep demanding, keep protesting. Protests are going to increase in their intensity because you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And at that point, people are going to start realizing, okay, what the fuck is democracy at all? What good does that do for me? You know, I've been out in the fucking streets. I voted. Nothing works. And eventually, they are no longer just going to oppose Israel. They're going to oppose their local governments, their domestic, their state governments. They're going to oppose the concept of democracy in and of itself. This is a real violation of the social contract. And I don't think those in power understand what they are teaching people.
Right, and you can't buy your way out of it.
It's more than that's one of it.
That's one of the big issues.
It's one of the bigger issues, but it's more than that. So whatever they did, like even when Charlie Kirk, the letters came out when he was having a conversation with Bibi, and I don't know if it was the 7 things he wrote, the 6 things. Do you remember that when he wrote a letter? I don't know if you remember that or not.
I wasn't a big Charlie Kirk reader. You'll be shocked to hear.
Yeah, well, you would have liked him. It was a special
No,
guy.
he didn't like me. He wanted me deported. He called for me to be deported from this country because he's such a free speech champion he was.
What was his reason for it?
Because I said something about COVID that he didn't like.
What did you
on
say about
MSNBC.
COVID?
Something about the whole school.
What difference does it make, Patrick? Are you going to fucking agree with Charlie Kirk and be like, you know what? He was right. You should be deported. Like, what? Again, are you a defender of the First Amendment or not? If you are, then you recognize that Charlie Kirk was wrong to say that. God damn.
Position on, lockdowns, vaccines, whatever it was. He didn't like it, but instead of debating me on it, he said, who's this guy? He should be deported from the country.
Can you tell me specific what it was, Rob?
Rob
can
can pull it up.
You
There's a lot of.
Now, if you said something crazy shit on Twitter and he responds back to you,
hold on. Even if I said something crazy,
he
the First Amendment
crazy too.
First Amendment doesn't cover crazy.
His First Amendment he can also say that.
But
That's
you
part
think
of
we
his
should
First
threaten people with deportation?
I don't know. You said some crazy shit. What did you say?
No, I didn't say anything crazy. I'm just saying. Even let's say I did say something crazy.
No, but even
if I didn't say anything crazy,
but let's just say he said that. That's his freedom to be crazy.
Of course, it's his freedom.
Yeah,
I'm not going to like the guy. You're like, I would have agreed with.
That's a different.
That's how we got onto Kirk. I'm like, why would I agree with the guy who hated?
No,
Islam?
you don't have.
He hated Islam and he wanted me deported.
That's a different story.
That's a different story.
But by the way,
Rob is fast.
Rob is fast.
We need you, Rob.
Charlie,
this is speed.
Charlie was a phenomenal guy. But let me go back to it.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So, but where was I going with this? We were talking about the influence, and then we went to universities. What topic were we on? I brought up Charlie. Rob, do you know where I was going?
You were saying talking to Netanyahu and the stuff.
Oh, yeah, when he talked to Netanyahu with the 7 points, and he said to him, he said, you're losing the kids. Whatever you're doing, the propaganda, you're losing the kids. So it's not working. So if you say the influence of AIPAC or whatever they're spending their money to win over Congress and all these other guys, guess what happened? I think they gave money to John Cornyn. AIPAC did. He lost. He's been there for 40 plus years. Paxton won.
Yeah.
So what happened with that guy winning? He was a guy that was not even supposed to win. He had issues, letters came out with his wife, all this other stuff. It wasn't a pretty thing. So I don't know if their influence, don't get me wrong, when you talk about Mary, she's put up some real money there. I mean,
Trump's been very open about it.
She's put up some real money there.
And can I say, I don't think we're disagreeing that much. I think we're not actually disagreeing. I agree with you. I'm the first to say I'm very happy to see young people switching on this. I never thought a day would come in my lifetime where polls showed that the American public supports Palestine more than Israel, which we're now seeing from Pew and Gallup. That's an amazing change in public opinion for people like me. But what I'm trying to say to you is all of that is valueless, worthless. Why the AIPAC calculation might make sense to AIPAC is, well, who cares what public opinion say? It is short term, but if we can control, but they don't think long term.
No.
Maybe the Chinese do. The Israelis think short term.
No,
the Israelis
I'm not talking Israeli.
Okay.
I'm talking about those who wanted to make sure, like, whatever their belief is, whatever your belief is, folks that are not pro-Israel, right?
Yes.
And hey.
Yeah, they've not won hearts and minds. We agree on that.
Oh, no. I think, I go to schools and I talk to kids. First thing I ask is, who do you watch? Used to be Charlie Kirk. Who is it now? Really? What's your position with Israel? Oh, boom. I mean, it's like zero to anger towards Israel. So guess what that means? Whatever the propaganda was, correct or not, it worked for those that are anti-Israel.
But guess what?
Okay, I need to say something here. I think this is a moment where the less you know, the better you perform. Like, I think Patrick Bet-David is a more difficult person to debate for Mehdi Hasan than like the average, like Shannon Kestenbaum or Rabbi Shmuley or whoever the fuck, because he is throwing some of the dumbest arguments that I have ever heard. Like, this is basic level shit that you have to describe to him. Like, you have to describe to him, shapes and colors before you can even come to terms on what the debate even actually is about. Because he keeps advancing this point where it's like, well, Israel is so powerful, why does everybody hate it? And it's like, I don't know, dog. Maybe because they did a fucking genocide and they were unbelievably arrogant and annoying throughout the entire process and have actively demanded people get fucking fired and have gotten people fired and have also subverted democracy, the democratic process. They've gotten congresspersons to lose their goddamn positions of power for even daring to criticize the state of Israel. Perhaps all of that combined pisses off a lot of Americans, even the dumbest Americans are like, yeah, this shit sucks. It is actually because of Israel's profound influence that is the reason why it has profound enmity. This is a really fucking stupid argument. And I don't know if he's like weaponizing his stupidity here or if he just like genuinely doesn't think this is he genuinely is like, what do you mean? But everybody hates Israel. Like, how could you say this is a powerful lobby?
They've made a lot of progress.
Guess what's scary?
What's
when
that?
the pro-Israel side hear you say that, when they see the numbers of people watching Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes, God help us, when they hear that, they don't go, shit, we need to work harder to win hearts and minds. What they say is, we need to crack down on democracy and free speech, because that's the only way we stay in power. That is why Peter Beinart, my good friend who used to be a hardcore Zionist, now a liberal.
That works anymore.
Peter makes the point that you're going to see a lot of Zionist groups in this country allying with the.
Damn, he said liberal Zionists. He didn't say anti-Zionists. He said liberal Zionists. He's right, by the way, I think, to a certain degree, Mehdi.
Right. Traditionally,
okay,
American Jewish groups have been
ADL,
pro-Democrat, liberal.
Yeah.
But now they're allying with Trump and MAGA because they see a way of suppressing speech and joining with authoritarian forces because they can't win the argument fair and square.
I think that's a mistake.
It is a mistake.
But
that's what they're doing. Jonathan,
I understand that. But what I'm saying to you is it's very important to win over the kids. Very important to win over kids. And
Agreed.
When I see China, Qatar putting that kind of money in schools, you know, their long-term thinking is let's win these kids over and then let's see what happens. So I don't think Israel is winning when it comes down to winning over.
Did you see the Jerusalem Post conference in New York this week?
No.
They hosted a conference that ties in with the Israel Day crazy parade. They had Ronald Lauder, the Estee Lauder guy, the billionaire, giving a speech. His son-in-law is the Federal Reserve guy, Kevin Warshie. I can't remember.
Is he Jewish? He's Jewish?
Ronald Lauder is a very leading figure in the American Jewish community, big supporter of Israel. He gave a speech at Jerusalem Post conference, and in that speech,
there you go.
He said that Mossad and Shin Bet, the Israeli intelligence, domestic and foreign intelligence, should be working hard to get American kids to support Israel, influence operations. Openly called for it in a speech. There's a clip doing that. It's insane, right? So when you're talking about this, is what I'm saying to you. It's not that they don't know what's happening, but their solutions are so batshit crazy.
Go back to that story.
And so authoritarian.
Israel is losing the information war.
So they get it. They agree with you and me. Yeah. But their solutions are scary as shit. They're authoritarian.
It's not going to work today, though.
I hope it doesn't work.
You know why it's not going to work? You know why it's not going to work today? Why is it not going to work? Are you with MSNBC today?
No.
Okay, where are you at?
I'm independent.
What can you talk about?
Anything I want.
Anything you want.
Yeah.
As long as you don't say something crazy that you get a strike on YouTube, you're good to go.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Look at TikTok. When Mitt Romney had Antony Blinken on stage, do you remember that famous conversation a couple of years back? And he said, everyone's like, oh, they're going after TikTok because of China, because of China, because of China. And Mitt Romney just sits with Blinken and says, every time I go on TikTok, you see 6 times, 7 times as many pro-Palestinian posts as pro-Israel posts. We got to do something about that. Blinken's nodding. I'm like, Mitt, you're not supposed to say that out loud. You're supposed to say that in a smoke-filled room. He said it on stage, right?
Damn, he's just fucking, he's wearing him down at least. Here's what's interesting about that story too. You guys notice how that never got any coverage whatsoever? Like the Israel angle, that was pretty apparent, like pretty out in the open, got a lot of coverage here, got a lot of coverage in Zateo, Drop Site, and independent media, and yet never really saw that take shape in mainstream outlets at all. I wonder what that was about. Interesting. They're about to talk about you? Hell yeah.
He made it clear that the TikTok, taken over TikTok by the Ellisons and co. was always about Israel more than it was about China. And that does worry me because you could say, oh, well, I wonder today if, God forbid, the genocide restarted today at the level it did in October 2023 after the horrific massacre on October 7th, what would we see on our social media screens today? I think you'd see much less than you saw in October, November, December of 2023.
So if you, okay, fair on what could happen there. But to me, I think the independent content creators, Israel wasn't used to these guys 20 years ago. And this is a very different game.
Yeah.
Who's he talking about?
So they were not accustomed to these guys coming on and not meeting anybody and just sit in front of the computer, play video games and talk. And nowadays you have streamers. Streamers are influencing kids. Gamers are influencing kids. How long this is going to last, I don't know.
But look what the UK government just did.
Who are you talking about?
Cenk and Hasan.
Cenk and Hasan.
Yeah.
So again, that's the short-term crackdown. We can't win
what
the
was
argument.
The reasoning, by the way? What did they say?
Anti-Israel.
But what was a specific
They didn't
thing?
give a specific as far as I'm aware.
Well, I mean, UK, you know your country.
I didn't
how many
see.
times?
I haven't seen the details because
Rob, can you? Do you know
I know that they didn't say, look, banned for criticizing Israel. They say. I don't know what the UK government has said, but
they're saying this. You don't know if that's the position.
I don't know. I don't know the exact. But my point being, this is exactly what we just talked about, which is, again, we can't debate with Hasan Piker, the streamer, so we just prevent him from coming to speak.
You can do it here, though. This is specifically in UK.
But my point is, but they're doing but they do it in reverse, right? So with the UK, you pressure the UK
I don't know
government.
about Cenk, but you want to pull up some of the stuff Hasan said? You want to give him feedback on what he said? Like,
I give him feedback. I know Hasan very well.
Have you heard about some of this stuff?
He knows that he said some
capitalist blood on the,
He said some outrageous stuff.
He said,
he knows
is he the guy that's
a lot of stuff is quoted
happen again or something?
No, what he said. Okay, come on, hold on. What
Can
he
you
said,
just pull up the crazy shit he said?
No, hold on. I'm not going to.
I know you're going to do.
Yo, get his ass! Get his ass, Patrick! Get his ass! Yo, cook him. Cook his ass. He's a fraud. Pull the clips up.
Defend him, but I want to know what's.
I'm not going to defend him, actually.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to defend him from falsehoods. I've spoken to Hasan very bluntly and said, you've given your opponent.
9/11.
Yes. What is the context of that?
Tell me.
The context, he was talking about American foreign policy and, the quote-unquote famous line about, chickens coming home to roost. It was a very provocative statement. He's apologized for that, by the way.
He's on the back foot. He's on the back foot, Patrick. Hit him. Hit him more.
To be clear. Sure. But even Robert Kagan, Robert Kagan is the big neocon. Yeah. He came out recently and said, you know what? 9/11 was a result of our bad foreign policy. He just said it in a more diplomatic, Atlantic magazine-friendly way.
So you're supporting him saying that, Hasan Piker?
No, he shouldn't have said it like that, because America deserved 9/11, makes it sound that those people died was worth it. No.
Right.
But did America bring 9/11 on itself? 100%. Our U.S. foreign policy created Osama bin Laden, created Al-Qaeda, created all of these wars in the Middle East, created that jihad in Afghanistan.
He's doing too good of a job defending me. Get his ass, Patrick.
110%. That was a blowback from U.S. foreign policy. Every serious scholar who's looked at that admits that now. We're coming up to 25th anniversary of 9/11. Even Robert Kagan is saying.
When do you think, Rob, can you pull up how many arrests happen in UK versus other countries on social media? I don't know if you've seen this. It's worth watching.
Okay, Patrick is flailing a little bit. Patrick, stay on message. Stay on message. Cook his fraudulent ass, Patrick.
It's a little bit out of context.
But when you talk about Piker, Sam Piker, what he said, to me, you can say anything you want to say. The only thing I have a problem with is when it comes down to a threat to someone's life.
Yes.
Give your opinion. Hey, I disagree with this guy's this guy's a that. But when it gets down to that, and then
he's never threatened anyone's life.
When he said capitalist blood, let them die. Can you pull up that clip?
Yeah! Get his ass! Get his ass! Mehdi was not ready for this one. I don't think he had ever seen this one.
Clip?
I don't know that clip. I need to see the full
Hasan
context.
said right here, I'm 47, you're 46, I think we're a year apart. You're 79, right? Okay, so we're the same age. So when you sit down with a young guy like that, and we've made some major mistakes in our career.
I talk to Hasan all the time. Don't give your opponent sticks with.
Here's the one. Watch this.
The guy is a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Do you have it, Rob, with audio or no?
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, that's a dumb.
Oh, wow. Where's the rest of it? Damn it. Get his ass, Patrick! Get his ass! Cook him. Let's see how Mehdi defends this one.
Good looking.
Masterful pearl clutch, Mr. PBD. I almost believed you cared. Yeah.
A dumb thing to say.
Talented guy, good speaker. Why would you say something like that?
He did. He literally did text me while that was happening. He's not even lying. He straight up texted me. He was like, what the fuck? The ultras who called you an opportunist were 100% right. You're flip-flopping on yourself. I just ChatGPT it. I'm a numbers guy. ChatGPT told me this HasanAbi guy, very dangerous. Argument done. Why are you hating on Mehdi? He stood up for you. Man, I'm fucking joking, dude. What are you? God damn it. How can I make it more clear that I'm fucking joking, chatter? I'm literally defending Patrick Bet-David shitting on me. What the fuck? End joke. Back in the day, the way to do end joke was by saying in a video game, which is ironic because that clip cuts before I say in a video game. But regardless, that's a LARP. It's LARP. And there's a reason for why that is the classic unearthed example from 2018 where I'm talking to someone who I used to be friends with, no longer friends with him, and he's a massive stalker of mine, as a matter of fact. Bro, defending you, it's so hard because they always bring up some obscure clip of you in 2018 saying like based Pol Pot, more like gold pot. Yeah, guys, you don't have to take this shit seriously, okay? It's like when people will be like, excuse me, right here he says in 2017, oh, now people care about dead Syrian children. And it's like, you do understand that they are deliberately robbing everything of its context on purpose. Like this is not an active policy that I'm implementing or initiating. I'm literally talking to a landlord at that point. It's LARPing. Who gives a fuck? No, Mehdi was like, I've never seen that clip of you. You sound so angry. That's what he said.
After this, say you screwed me over on the Patrick Bet-David, because I'm not going to defend that. I don't know what the context for that is. But look, even you said, let's park Hasan Piker.
Cenk Uygur said a lot of things that are very provocative too. Not like that, but about Israel.
Yeah.
The point is, to come back to my wider point, which is there's still a way for them to shut down the conversations, to censor speech critical of Israel,
Cenk
to
is
stop
pretty loud.
influence.
Cenk is everywhere
But now he can't speak in the UK, is my point.
Well, that's the argument for UK's dumb policy.
Well, it's not just the UK. You don't think the US? Have you?
Not at bro. Pull up the
No
numbers.
way. Come on.
Pull up the numbers. Yeah, he's a numbers guy. Get him, Patrick. Get his ass. Ah! Stop. Pull up the numbers. Oh my God. I just realized he literally leans into ChatGPT at anytime someone standing in front of him starts opposing him a little too good. Anytime an interlocutor actually starts cooking him even a little bit, he's like, I'm a numbers guy. Stop it. We got to ChatGPT it. We got to grok it. That's how he centers the conversation back. Almost every one of your haters, what is this? The difference between you and Hassan Piker is that 10 years ago, you were a literal neo-Nazi that called for the genocide of non-white people on a daily basis. Hassan, despite all his flaws, never went through a neo-Nazi phase in his life. What is this? When Hassan Piker says, but that I said that horrible thing in 2019, it was so long ago, I want to remind you that he and his community have insisted that things a person posted 10 or even 17 years ago represent who that person is, was, and always will be. It's the standard that he said. Wait, what? I've literally never done that, actually. No. My policy on this is very clear. Things that you've said in the past are not reflective of who you are right now. But if things that you've said in the past are reflective of who you are right now, then yes, of course you can point to things that you've said in the past because you're continuing to say those things right now. I've always been a major advocate for change. This is actually one of the most like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? I don't understand this guy at all. It's the thing that like people get the most mad at me about. Like wokes and radlibs will constantly yell at me over this shit, where they will turn around and they'll be like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Like, no one has the capacity to change. He castrated himself and blamed tankies for it. What the fuck? Yeah, it's probably the thing that over the last, I don't even know what that means, but we'll get back to that in a second. I don't understand what you are saying. What? He castrated himself and blamed tankies for it? Okay, explain what that means. Okay, this doesn't explain what that means. It's a meme about a kraut on Twitter. He cut his balls off and blamed the tankies. No, this is not explaining anything. Cock and ball torture? So he's into cock and ball torture? Why do you guys know that? Why don't you? I don't even know what this dude's deal is. It's a fat parrot. Okay, I feel like it's one of these situations where like everybody is in on a joke and I feel so left out. I don't know what this is. So this fat parrot is into cock and ball torture, and as a part of his cock and ball torture, he accidentally castrated himself. There's two parts of this. One, he castrated himself. Two, he blamed the tankies for it. Am I too old to understand, or am I too young to understand? Kraut likewise sees the world in terms of the enemy-friend distinction. He has his friend, CBT, and he has his enemy, his own penis, and the tankies. Okay. Cool stuff. Tell you what, I will keep reading the arrest records of the communist secret police, and you can keep posting all the things you disagree with are not real. Pretty much all I've ever done over the years is ask you to read and cite historians, and you keep following it up by making up things I've supposedly said or done. You understand how this doesn't make you look any more credible, right? You are just another tanky. It's funny how Kraut will castrate himself with CBT, then instantly turn around and blame the tankies. Why is everybody aware of this fucking meme? OG YouTube villain, great replacement pusher who became a naphoid. Sean of YouTube made some good videos on his Nazi stuff back in the day. I don't understand. It's funny how the average tanky will bend over backwards to defend Islamist death squads like Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, RGC, or Taliban, then instantly turn around and insist that Bosnians, Crimean Tatars, Uyghurs, and Kosovars are the most evil Islamist terrorists ever. Who's saying that? Like, I feel like this guy just invents people in his mind and just gets mad at his own hallucinations. This man is constantly fighting demons that he made up in his own mind, and there's always a tanky there that's responsible for it. CATTLE-FORNIA is back. Canada votes Los Angeles County 6-5 drop. Javier Becerra, Xavier Baccaria, 48,000. Tom Steyer at 42,000, up 9 at 31.9%. Nothing for Bianco and nothing for Hilton in comparison. God damn. Also, in other news, Spurs is 41 to the Knicks is 34. Anyway, he just keeps making shit up. This fat parrot guy.
As compared, the U.S. is much worse.
Dude, well, look at this here. The number of arrests for hateful messages. Social.
Marco Rubio locked up students in this country for their speech, for speaking. For a young woman in a hijab from Turkey wrote an article in a student paper. She said we should divest from Israel.
I don't know the whole story. So
pull it up, whatever you want.
I don't know the whole story.
A judge threw it out. He said it was a chilling free speech in this country. He had her released from prison. Multiple cases. I'm going to give you one.
Was she a U.S. citizen?
No,
was
she was a Turkish student.
She was a Turkish student here.
Legal student, studying at Tufts.
Student here and criticized American policy.
No, she said, she didn't even criticize the American government. She said, my university, Tufts, hey Tufts, we should divest from Israel. Marco Rubio locked her up. This is one
right here?
This is one right here.
F1.
The judge threw the case out. He said it was a complete assault on free speech. In fact, a Reagan judge, Patrick, you don't have to trust lefties. Let me quote you a Reagan judge, a guy called William Young, appointed by Ronald Reagan. When he looked at the cases of all these students, he said Donald Trump has launched a, quote, this is his words, full-throated assault on the First Amendment. Right? Marco Rubio is deporting people like Mahmoud Khalil, who you may not be a fan of, not because they did any terrorist activity or called for the killing of anyone, but because under some random 1952 immigration law, the Secretary of State has the power to deport anyone he says is undermining U.S. foreign policy through their speech.
Can he?
Well, it's never been tested at the Supreme Court. There's one judge who adjudicated on this law. You know what her name was? Guess what her name was? Judge Marion Barry Trump. Trump's sister is the only judge to ever look at the 1952 law on its merits, and she said it was unconstitutional. But it then got rejected by another court on procedural grounds. Yeah, it's never been tested. You and I, if I just describe it to you, I think it's insane, right? The Secretary of State should not have dictatorial powers.
I don't know the laws behind it.
So let's assume I'm right.
Sure.
Assume I'm right. You would disagree.
Trump's sister is woke.
With the idea that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, Marco Rubio, whoever it is, has the power unilaterally to throw out people who have broken no laws because he didn't like what they said. Surely you, as a free speech guy, would be opposed to that.
And by the way, the way you're making it seem like is you're quick to forget what happened under Biden. You're quick.
I just said Blinken too.
Speech was.
I just said Blinken's name. How can you sound quick to forget Biden?
You know how many?
No, hold on. How can you sound quick to forget Biden? I just said Blinken.
I'm just reminding you how many people on YouTube got strikes, videos taken down. What things we couldn't talk about? We couldn't criticize anything about vaccine, COVID.
That's not true.
You know how many strikes I got?
You're exaggerating. You couldn't criticize anything about vaccines. I was there at the pandemic. People were criticizing vaccines.
And videos were disappearing like this.
You did not go to prison, okay? Let me tell you something. You did not go to prison. You did not, you weren't threatened by the motherfucking federal government like I am, okay? With bullshit subpoenas. None of that shit happened. You did not get deported.
I can do easy research for you, send a report to you. Videos were disappearing like that. People that were talking, creating content, massive YouTubers were disappearing.
So, hold on. You've just made my point for me. A minute ago, you said America's much better than the UK. Now you're saying America's dictatorial too, so we're agreeing.
No, I'm not saying America's better than UK. When it comes down to arrest, we don't arrest.
What it was Rabbi Sostek, I just showed you.
You want me to...
Joe Biden, under Biden's watchful gaze, 3,500 peaceful campus protesters were arrested. Okay, so yes, we do arrest people. You're fucking wrong. That was just under Joseph Robinette Brandon, mind you, who's also just as bad as Donald Trump is on this issue. Okay, let's be fucking real. 3,500 just student protesters. No students were arrested. What do you mean no students? 3,500 students in the United States of America during the election cycle under the Biden leadership by local police departments were arrested for exercising their First Amendment rights. If PBD doesn't know the numbers, it didn't happen. Grok it. Chat GPT it now.
I can go through the list. Should I go through the list? Mahmoud Khalil.
Are you really going to defend
I know these people.
UK versus US?
I'm going to say right now the US is much worse than the UK.
Stop it.
And actually, by the way, the UK...
Stop it.
Hold on. The UK is really bad right now.
When's the last time somebody knocked on your door and said, Mehdi, be quiet, you're talking too much?
You know the UK is...
Wait, they did that in Florida like the other day. They do that in Florida all the time. Like literally, you'll have the motherfucking sheriff show up to someone's home and be like, what's this post about? Straight up.
By the way, I don't want to defend the UK. The Labour government in the UK passed a law that criminalised Palestine Action. You heard of this group, Palestine Action?
No.
It's a group that went and threw paint on some. It broke into a military base and threw paint, and they got into assaulted a police officer. Fought with them. I can't remember what the charges were, but they were classified as a terrorist group alongside ISIS and some far right white supremacist groups. Insane. There's no intelligence for this. They rammed it through Parliament, got it voted on, and then they started rounding up people. I don't know if you've seen the videos. Every weekend for the last few months in the UK, people were protesting against the genocide. Little old ladies, a guy in a wheelchair, vicars, priests, grabbed by 2 police officers, arrested, you're a terrorist, because they said Palestine Action. You can't say Palestine Action. So I'm not going to defend the British government. They're deeply repressive right now. But funnily enough, Elon Musk never talks about cases like that. He always brings up the cases about
Tommy Robinson.
All of that stuff.
I'm sure you're a big fan of Tommy.
Oh, yeah. And he's a big fan of mine. But the biggest threat right now, there's no more repressive law than this law they did to basically, if you go out and say Palestine Action, you say the 2 words. If I go to the UK tomorrow and say Palestine Action, I will be arrested.
So what do you think about what happened to Henry Nowak?
Who's Henry Nowak?
Henry, you don't know who Henry Nowak is?
I will if you remind me.
Can you pull it up, Rob? Henry Nowak. This is the guy in Southampton, England, last year, December 3rd, 2025. 18-year-old kid is going home, murdered by Vikram Digwa. The video just came out. The Vikram guy stabs Henry Nowak. That's the problem. Media is not even talking about this. Stabs Henry Nowak. I don't know how many times. Cut and stabbed Nowak a total of 5 times with a knife.
What does this have to do with free speech? What does this have to do with anything that they were just talking about? He just went, what about this guy? He got killed. It's like, okay, that's devastating. It's a horrible story. It's devastating. What do you want me to say about this? You know? Bro, this is boomer leftovers. It's just him saying, I'm scared of this. Look, this scared me. When I found out about it, it scared me. I couldn't even chat GPT it. Huge story in the UK right now. Okay. So Henry Nowak, 18-year-old British university student, was murdered by Vikram Digwa. Digwa was a 23-year-old British Sikh man, cut and stabbed Nowak a total of 5 times in the night. When police arrived, Digwa accused Nowak of assault and the officers handcuffed Nowak. He died shortly after being handcuffed. What the fuck? Shortly before the stabbing, Nowak filmed Digwa walking away from him during a verbal altercation. Digwa maintained that he acted in self-defense after Nowak continued pursuing him, made racist remarks, and punched him. Prosecutors argued that these allegations were baseless and fabricated in an attempt to justify the stabbing. The jury convicted Digwa of murder on the 28th of May, 2026. Digwa's mother was found guilty of assisting an offender. The judge rejected Digwa's accusations that Nowak had physically or racially abused him. Digwa received a life sentence with a minimum of 21 years. The police response to the crime recorded on body-worn cameras was referred to the independent police. They're trying to use this as a case to counter to BLM and want to portray that people against police violence or reptitude only care about it if the person is POC. You didn't hear about this? Made you look, Patrick Bet David wins? Yeah, here's the thing I don't understand. We're having a conversation about, like, out of the 2 countries, like, which one respects free speech less, right? I don't even know if I agree with Mehdi's take that, like, America respects free speech less than the UK, but this has nothing to do with that. This is just, like, regular police incompetence. Is there like a real systemic problem with, like, white people being stabbed and then being arrested falsely because the black or brown perpetrator falsely claimed that the white stabbing victim? First of all, why are cops handcuffing stabbing victims? Like, even if they're a perpetrator, why are you handcuffing them if they have been stabbed? That's a little insane. And like that in and of itself is very strange to me. But also, is that like a real, they didn't believe that he was stabbed? What the fuck? They thought he was faking. No, because the Sikh guy lied. Sure, I got that. But why didn't they check? But what do you mean? There's just a dude who was sitting there stabbed, and he's like, I've been stabbed. And the cop is like, step right over here. You're getting arrested, scum. Like, that's what who trained these guys, dude? Reno Police Department? Who the fuck? That's like American levels of police incompetence. The BWV shows that the officers attending didn't believe he had been stabbed. I don't think so, mate. I think is one of the officers' words. The policing problem where instead of assessing the situation properly, they just immediately go to restrain people. Yeah. The argument is that the police showed racial bias favoring non-whites. are people sincerely making an argument that police are woke in the UK? Is it upside down world over there? What the fuck's going on? Like, people are sincerely using this one incident, this one instance as a clear-cut example that, like, police in every single circumstance will favor the non-white person. Like, is this a real like common issue? I'm still confused as to what this has to do with the argument that was presented about free speech protections in America versus the UK. So no one is blaming the cops in general or blaming police malpractice here. Or rather, if they're blaming police malpractice, they're saying the real malpractice is that the cops are too woke, I guess, and always believe black and brown people. They call it two-tier policing. Okay, are UK cops actually woke? I don't think so. Is that a thing? The police are blaming DEI training? Wow. I guess it's cool seeing other countries be just as stupid as we are, you know, in some ways. It makes me feel like I'm not so alone, right? Henry Nowak died the same way civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. I mean, it is tragic. It is enraging. I mean, it's totally fucking ridiculous. But I feel like you don't really care about this at all if you're just using this as a jump-off point to land an insane position out of nowhere. Do things happen in the world of conservatives where, like, there's like malpractice or incompetence or ineptitude demonstrated in that moment that doesn't immediately correspond to like broad systemic hallucinations like white people being under attack by minorities? Nigel Farage. The fear of being called racist was greater than dealing with Henry Nowak's murder. We should respond to this with pure cold rage. But the fear of being called racist was greater than dealing with Henry Nowak's murder? Who's afraid of being called racist? I have not met people that are afraid of being called racist. As a matter of fact, it almost feels like they love being called racist the way that they behave usually. I just don't think I don't think there's a real fear in any Western society at this point where people are just like, oh no, I'm going to be called racist. I mean, I get called racist all the fucking time. Like all the time. Nonstop. The ADL has spent tireless amounts of money and efforts to not only call me a racist, but also like try to get me deplatformed and shit. So I assume you skipped the riots Tommy Robinson triggered together with Nigel in the UK? Yeah, I didn't know that UK was having riots again. Jesus Christ.
When police arrived, Digwa accused Nowak of assault, and officers handcuffed Nowak. He died shortly after being handcuffed. The video came out, I think, yesterday, Rob, if you want to pull it up. And it showed the guy can't breathe.
There was a riot following Farage's call for rage. 11 officers injured, classic stochastic terrorism. Excuse me. That was a brave act where it seems like the British public was no longer afraid of being called racist. Or are they still afraid of being called racist? I don't know. I'm confused about this being called racist thing.
He's having a hard time breathing. He's telling the cops, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. All of a sudden, he dies. And they said, no, you said some racist comments. Rob, I sent the video to you in the notes if you go to it. So,
okay.
So
what's the point of that?
But I'm going to tell you what's the point of, no.
It's horrible.
No, but because the cops sided with Digwa, they said Digwa told them.
Okay, what's the broader point, Patrick? This is a horrible situation. Like what when guys like this bring stuff like this up, I wonder always like, what you think I'm going to be like? Like, what do you think Mehdi's going to turn around and be like, that's awesome. He deserved to die. Is that what you think is going to happen here? Like, what's the fucking point? Like, yes, I'm not exactly a fan of police. I don't think they do a good job.
That he made racist comments. And with the guy saying, I was stabbed by these guys, he's running away. They caught him. The guy had an 8-inch knife, the typical, the Sikh, what do you call it? Ceremonial knife that they have. You know which one I'm talking about.
Yes, which now,
he gets stabbed.
Now they want to ban.
Can you?
I did see British politicians say they want to ban it, and I didn't realize the context. This is the context.
And this is the context. And they said they wanted to ban it. Keir Starmer came out today and said, no, we're not going to ban it. But you know what you can't have in England? You know what you can't have in England? You can't even have pepper spray. Pepper spray has not been legal since 1968, but they can have that knife. How does that make any sense? So for me, you and I can cherry pick stories on both sides to create rage on why this or that, but the stats are the stats.
What?
So when you're saying...
Wait, do you think the stats are on your side? on this incident? Is there an epidemic of white people being stabbed and then being lied about, and then cops coming up on the scene and being like, well, we're woke. Well, I'm woke, governor. Got to arrest the white stabbing victim in it. Is that what's going on? What are you, fucking insane? What stat is there for this incident? I mean, this is a horrifying situation. It's you know, through and through police incompetence. Okay, classic case. But I just don't think that this is like a commonplace situation. The father of Henry Nowak wants to make it illegal for Sikhs to carry kirpan's ceremonial dagger now. Reform wants to ban too. The Sikh community is saying the knife used was not a kirpan and has condemned the murder. Yeah, dude, England is so strange because they do have knife bans. I don't have an opinion on this. I don't understand it. I don't even understand why like the Sikh population want to have kirpans on them. But I also don't even understand why there's a knife control. What's the religious significance of the kirpan? I feel like this is one of those things that they tweak the algorithm on so that we talk about this. Sometimes there will be like a totally new thing that I've never encountered before, and I feel like I'm fairly tapped into like all of the comings and goings and the debates, and then there will be like this new thing all of a sudden, and everyone's talking about it. I'm like, is this like what? How did this happen? How is this like a big point of contention? When did this? Like, what's the driving motivator here? It's like, oh, if I can't have one, he can't too. Is that what it is? Like, are you jealous that Sikh people get to have a religious knife, but you don't get to have a knife? It's one of the 5 Ks alongside uncut clean hair and a beard and certain underwear, metal bracelet, and a hair comb. Oh, I did not know that. I didn't know that every Sikh person always carries a knife with them at all times. Because you can't go around with a samurai sword is why gangs use knives, a lot of big zombie knives. Knife controls because they're the go-to for gangs to use as we don't have guns. You can't buy a kitchen knife in a store if you're a kid. It sounds hysterical, but it did used to be a thing. It's like half real problem, half overblown by the media. That's kind of cool that like your religion forces you to carry a knife on you at all times. Wait, you can carry it on a plane? Lots of kirpans don't actually come out of the sheath. It's bolted in. That's kind of cool. That's a cool religious practice. I like that. I think they should keep it. I think that should not be banned. There you go. I've decided. Sorry to all the people who wanted the kirpan to be banned. Sikh organizations describe the kirpan as an article of faith that symbolizes dignity and a duty to stand against injustice and protect the vulnerable. You are just in the American algo. More context. EU media is trying to make it a story too, very enthusiastically. I'm unsure. Do Sikh people even have like, is that even a stereotype that like they get violent or something? I don't think so, right? Literally the chillest people, anecdotally speaking, at least. I guess they're brown and they have big beards, right? So Sikhs are literally the EDL's model minority. They have so many tokens, Lamau. Yeah, no, they do get confused for Muslims because of the garb and the turban and the beard. I can't believe we've moved on to so many different places from this conversation, but at least I learned a new cool thing.
That story about America and UK, you hear a story like this. Where is the rage with this? Where's the outrage with this?
That's not even a free speech story. We were talking about free speech. You brought up stats about social media arrests, and I'm saying to you right now in the US, you can be arrested by this government, detained for a year without charge.
If there's a 10-to-1 fight happening, you're morally obligated to jump in defense of the one. Are you making fun of me because I do that, or are you saying that's like the Sikh credo?
Because you said something the government doesn't like about Israel, by the way, about a foreign country. It's not even about the American government.
Yeah.
You're not even criticizing the American government. You're criticizing a foreign government.
I'm going to go look it up, and I'll give you my response to you personally myself.
Have them on your show. Have Mohsen Madawi on your show. Have Badr Khan Suri, who's in court right now, on your show. Georgetown student. These guys were picked up off the streets by men, unmasked men, unmarked cars.
These people love America.
Yes.
They love America. I don't know. Are they planning on staying here or going back home?
Mahmoud Khalil is married here, has a kid. He had a kid while he was in prison. Donald Trump, the Family Values Party, the Republican Party, didn't let this guy be with his wife when she gave birth, didn't let him hold his baby.
What do you say about Henry Nowak, what I just showed you?
I think that's horrific.
That's UK.
I think that's horrific.
But this
I don't know the details, but obviously the police got it wrong.
This is the part that kind of, so you represented the media on the left, okay? So Rob, can you go back to that story, that New York Times, if you search the 2 different words, of George Floyd versus what happened with Novak. You just had it up right now a minute ago.
What is the argument, man? What does this have to do with Bro, what does this have to do with what Mehdi and you were talking about moments ago? This thing has gone completely off the rails, man. I am valuetained, though, as always.
Come on. You're going to do this?
No,
the media
is fine.
The media is...
But wait a minute. Wait, this is New York Times. Go to the first one.
I'm not a fan of the news.
You type in Henry Nowak. How many names? Results, 19. Go to the next one, Rob. George Floyd, 63.97. There is no incentive to tell this story because it doesn't go with the narrative.
So I disagree with you. I grew up in the UK. Right-wing media has been telling these stories all my life. All my life, all I've seen is black people and Muslim people on the front pages. Have you looked at the front pages, the Daily Mail, the Daily Express? What do you mean the UK is being destroyed?
You think UK is doing good?
Yeah, I mean, no, but not for the reasons you think.
Why do you think why do you think UK is not doing good?
I think economically it's doing very badly. It had very bad leadership for the last 15 years. I was there. The Conservative government that came in 2010 did an austerity program after the financial crisis.
You put
basically
on Cameron. Cameron is
David Cameron and George Osborne
Yep.
did an austerity program that basically gutted the British state, gutted our competitiveness, didn't cut the deficits, actually ruined our fiscal credibility, downgraded our credit rating, destroyed our growth over the course of a decade, undermined our health service.
Do you put anything tied to immigration to that?
No.
None.
Immigration's been a boost for the British economy. In fact, cutting immigration is bad. Look at Brexit. Brexit's been a disaster for the British economy. Do you know how many people in Britain want to rejoin the EU? A majority. Pull that up. The majority of Britons want to go back into the EU.
Yeah, he said, I'm a numbers guy too. I can be a numbers guy too. You're not a numbers guy, Mehdi. Don't try to be a numbers guy. You don't get to tell Vinny to pull shit up.
What do you think that is? Why do you think that is, Pat?
Do you think...
Why do you think Britons want to go back into the EU?
You
just said Britain's being destroyed.
No, but have you looked at
EU.
the crime numbers? What's going on in UK?
Crime is very low.
Have you looked?
I think one of the funniest things that I genuinely love about Patrick Bet-David is in his mind he's truly white. Like he behaves with the confidence and the swagger of a white man. And I think in his mind he's like when people go, hey, you know you're not white, right? Like he's just like shocked by it sometimes. He literally thinks he's part of the team like 100%. And I love it. I love him and I love that for him. And it's really funny because I don't think anybody that's in his immediate vicinity reads him as white at all. The only reason why he can have this level of delusion is because he's in Miami, and Miami is the place for guys who are not white who think they are. So he's surrounded by other Patrick Bet-Davids who are just like, yeah, I'm a numbers guy too. What do you mean?
Crime is very low, Patrick.
So let me ask you.
Do you know what the crime rate in London is?
Did you see the tweet that came out
I know you're not a fan of Sadiq Khan. You're not a fan of my good friend Sadiq Khan, are you?
What EU did, you saw the tweet that came out, what EU was saying they're doing, that they want to find a way to get rid of illegal immigrants?
Okay, you're jumping around, Patrick. Britain is not in the EU. We're talking about Britain. You just said Britain's being destroyed, which is nonsense. And then you said crime rate. Have you looked at the London crime rates? Last year, London had its lowest per capita murder rate since records began, had the lowest volume of homicides for 30 years under Sadiq Khan, third-term mayor, who people in America, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, get very worked up about. I don't know if you guys get worked up about him. Been a very successful mayor, and crime has come down by record numbers. Violent crime and murder.
When you're looking at EU, do you know which country?
When the numbers guy encounters the other numbers guy. Oh no, he's getting numbers mogged. No. Bruh. He's getting numbers mogged.
Bruh. EU has the lowest rate.
Talk about the UK, Patrick.
Stay with UK. Stay with
the UK is not in the EU anymore, sadly.
Yeah, he's just trying to dance around. He's like, oh yeah, what about the EU? What about the UK? Okay, how about Italy?
To me, I'll put them somewhat together in the same area.
They left 10 years ago.
By the way, so you're saying immigration coming from all these countries has been a successful project for the EU?
What's your definition of success?
Many different ways.
Economically, the EU desperately needs migrants. Have you seen the age rate? Pull up the demographic.
Okay, so
it's a dying continent with a very low birth rate, as Elon Musk likes to point out.
So when you think
they got no one there to work, to pay taxes, to look after the elderly, to run their health services, etc.
So maybe the one argument I'll go to see what you'll say about this. Do you think the West, when it comes down to West, Muslims can coexist with the West?
Took a handbrake.
I'm curious.
We went from Britain's being destroyed to London crime to EU to Muslim.
I'm curious.
Okay, we got to Muslim.
Tell me where you are with this. Do you think they can
I'm Muslim.
coexist?
What do you think?
Do you think they can coexist?
Do you think I can coexist with
I
them?
think you can coexist.
Why me?
Educated. You're a worker. You're now a capitalist. You're contributing. You're creating jobs. I would say you're net positive.
Do you not think most Muslims do that?
I don't think depending on where they're coming from, they don't. Because if their countries did a good job, why would they leave it? War?
Can't argue with that. He's so racist. Dog, you're fucking brown. Do you? You're Iranian and a business owner talking to a British Indian guy who's also a business owner in America. And you're like, well, we are the good ones. That's awesome. Oh, this is so stupid. Look at Mehdi's face. He's like, what? That's great. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick Bet David. And thank you, Mehdi Hasan. This has been wonderful so far.
That we caused?
War that who caused?
That we caused.
So they're leaving because of us.
Well, the big controversy in the UK over the boats, the small boats coming across the channel. Do you know what the top 3 nationalities are in those boats?
Tell me.
Iran, number 1.
Okay.
Afghanistan, number 2. Iraq, number 3. Now, Iran is a current war. Let's park Iran. But are you telling me we're not responsible for the mess in Afghanistan and Iraq? Come on.
When you look at this, let me show you this. Rob, can you pull this up? When it comes down to...
yes!
Let me see which one I got here.
I love Rob bringing up these...
No,
I love he brings this up.
I know you like number.
No, I love it. I love being proved right.
I know you like number. Oh, he's doing new ones. He's using new sound bites. I know you like number.
Bringing up these...
No,
I love he brings this up.
I know you like number.
No, I love it. I love...
I know you like number. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. I will show you. Rob, bring the numbers up.
Being proved right as well. It's
per capita.
For my ego.
No. Per capita. When you look at the countries, Rob, I think you got it. Gulf states, how they perform per capita versus some of the other Muslim nations.
Okay.
Look at this one here.
Because they got oil and gas.
You think it's only oil and gas that's causing them? You don't think?
Did you know what these countries were like in the 60s and 70s?
He didn't just do that. That's so dumb. He's so fucking... That's awesome, dude. That is fucking awesome.
Iran has plenty of oil. How come they're not in here?
Maybe
Iraq has got oil.
Can I answer your question?
But this has been going on for a minute. This is not a one-year thing.
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
Why do you think Iran's not doing well economically? Should I go through the list?
You're going to say it's sanctions. You're going to say it's America.
Sanctions.
You're going to say it's America's fault.
Not just America's fault.
So how come?
But partly. Hold on. How much? Okay, you left Iran during the Iran-Iraq war, right? Is that
I left Iran after Khomeini died. 6 weeks after Khomeini died.
Okay, so Iran-Iraq was done by then. So Iran-Iraq was
15th, 89.
So Iran-Iraq was done. Iran-Iraq was 1980 to 1988.
Yes.
$600 billion of damage done to Iranian infrastructure, the economy, the cost of that war. That was a war that Saddam Hussein.
Oh, you put it on Saddam.
Whose fault do you think it is? Who invaded who?
So, by the way,
hold on, Patrick. Come on.
You don't at all put that on IRGC?
No, I put it on the
You don't put it on Islamic Revolutionary Guard?
I put it on the country that invades the other country. That's how the world works. I blame Russia for the Ukraine war.
Why do they have a hard time getting along with other people?
Why did Saddam Hussein... Are you pro-Saddam?
No. Why does Iran have a hard time getting along with other people?
That was what I said. I said there was an Iran-Iraq war. You said, is America to blame? I said, yes, we backed Saddam Hussein. Did we not back Saddam Hussein? Did Donald Rumsfeld not fly and hug? You can pick up Rob can bring up a video of Donald Rumsfeld hugging Saddam Hussein in 1983 in Baghdad. Were we not supporting the Iraqi invasion of Iran that cost Iran 1 million lives? $600 billion of infrastructure damage. You're saying that didn't play any role in Iran's economic future.
Why don't they...
You're answering my question.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying.
No,
but Mehdi, let me ask you.
You want me to acknowledge...
He's dog walking him so hard that he has reduced in size, which is, once again, as a big Patrick Bet David fan, shameful, and I don't like Mehdi Hasan's performance here. He's hurting my goat too hard. Okay, he's hurting my goat too hard. I don't like it. I know you like number. I know you like number. Oh, that's gonna be my new stem probably. I know you like number. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. Why the hell are you gonna try to debate someone who literally has a book called "Win Every Argument"? Yeah. I already read the comments. Everyone's fucking talking about how Mehdi dog walked him. This is embarrassing.
No, but look, let's give credit to, for instance, when Mamdani goes to the White House, you and I both gave credit to both of them.
He's like, remember the time when we agreed? can we do that again? He's literally doing that. He's like, remember how good it was when you weren't defeating me and instead we were agreeing? We need to go back to that.
Being diplomatic.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think Iranian leadership with the IRGC is diplomatic?
No.
Do you
They've
think
been horrific.
Okay, this is cowardly from Mehdi. Yes, they have. They absolutely have. The Iranian leadership has been unfathomably diplomatic. As a matter of fact, until the last iteration of the Operation Epstein's Fury, the Iranian diplomacy side was so aggressively restrained that it was perceived as a fucking weakness by both America and Israel. And that is literally part of the reason why I think Donald Trump was goaded into thinking, oh yeah, we can defeat these guys. They're so scared of us. It's not even a comparison between the United States of America, the serial violator of all international rules and norms, and Israel also, and Iran. Yes, it sounds insane to say this, but as far as international diplomacy goes, international relations goes, 100% Iran is far more aware, far more restrained, and far more diplomatic than both Israel and the United States of America. Like, this has nothing to do with like internal repression, domestic repression, things of that nature. Obviously, I'm not defending things that the Iranian government does in that regard. But as far as like international relations goes, yes.
In their leadership, I think they've given themselves, they've given their opponents a stick with which to beat them. I was a big critic of Ahmadinejad back in the day. He said dumb things.
So do you think Khomeini was good for Iran?
Do I think Khomeini was good?
Do you think Khomeini was good for Iran?
No, in hindsight, of course not. If you look at the record,
so
today,
then we're on the same
page.
page. What I'm trying to do is
I've said this before. I went on Piers Morgan.
Wait, okay. Once again, hard disagree on that issue as well. I mean, if you don't want Khomeini or Khamenei, don't intervene in the Iranian affairs. Like the revolution doesn't happen if America doesn't install a puppet leader and instigate a coup.
Sure. Just to be clear, for people who don't know, I'm Shia. Right? I'm a Shia Muslim.
I know you're Shia.
Which is the majority religion in Iran.
Sure.
Right? So but there are two types of Shias. This is a very crude, I'm trying to explain to your audience. Religiously, theologically, politically, there's two types of Shias. There are those who believe in what's called Vilayat-e-Faqih, WF. They believe that Khomeini, this was a political theory, some say a religious theory, pushed by Ayatollah Khomeini, that said that the clerics, the Ayatollahs, the mullahs, whatever you want to call them, they should rule. Power should be with them. That is the model that Iran has followed. There is another school of thought that comes out of Iraq, mainly out of a city called Najaf, and an Ayatollah called Sistani, who is the leading Shia Ayatollah in Iraq today. And they say, no, we are all for religion. We're all, we want everyone to practice Islam, Shia Islam, but we're not going to rule. After the Americans toppled Saddam, Ayatollah Sistani did not do a Khomeini. He did not say, I'm going to become supreme leader of Iraq. He said, have elections, democracy, vote. I'm going to stay in my house and I'm going to give you advice, religious advice when you need it. I follow the Ayatollah Sistani view of the world, crudely put. Sure. I don't follow the Ayatollah Khomeini view of the world. So when you say to me, was he good for Iran? As a governmental system, no, I don't support the governing system of Iran the way it is. But you're changing the subject. You're avoiding you are.
I'm not.
There was an 8-year war. We were talking about Iran's economy.
There. Trust me, I lived there. I witnessed it.
I understand.
You should entertain the idea of living in a Muslim majority country, see what it's like.
I understand.
I lived there.
You're jumping.
Oh my God. What the fuck does this have to do with guys? The conversation started because Patrick Bet-David said something unbelievably racist that was so racist that I thought it was funny because he just like casually said, why would Muslims leave their countries if they were run so good? And that's the reason why Muslims actually don't succeed in the Western world. And therefore they're not a benefit, but a burden. That was the implication. That wasn't like 3 or 4 arguments ago. That was the argument. And now we've arrived at, I lived in a majority Muslim country and it sucked. And that Muslims can't coexist for the most part in the Western world with others.
Around it.
I'm not.
You were talking about the economy.
Iraq, Iran. I'll let you finish your thought and then I'll go back to my question that I have.
So
go ahead, finish your thought.
Finish my thought. Well, it's a thought that requires a response from you, which is if there's an 8-year war that Iraq started and we supported that cost $600 billion to Iran, that took out 1 million members of their population and then was followed by crazy sanctions. Are you telling me then that it's fair to compare that economy with Abu Dhabi? Are you seriously telling me that's a fair comparison?
Can you go back to that chart again, Rob, for me? So you just defended Iraq, right? That we backed up Iraq.
Yes.
that went against Iran.
Yeah.
How come they're not on the top GDP per capita on this list?
Do you know what happened to Iraq after the Iran-Iraq war?
So now you have another reason. It's America's fault again.
I mean, do you study history, Patrick? Do you know what happened in 1991?
But do you
we did a Gulf.
Why do you got to bring up information like that? Who cares if America just did sanctions on Iraq? I'm a numbers guy, and these are numbers that I'm unfamiliar with. I didn't ChatGPT it. I didn't grok it. Look at the numbers I put in front of you, and don't look at any other numbers or other events that have happened throughout history.
The Gulf, Saddam idiotically invaded Kuwait.
Victimhood language for you to say. So on one end,
wow.
On one end, you're saying this. On the other end, you say, no, it's because of this.
You're comparing countries. You're showing me a graph comparing countries that have never been bombed, invaded, and occupied with countries that have been bombed, invaded, occupied. And then you say, why is the GDP per capita higher in one, not the other?
Why haven't
That's an insane comparison.
Why have they made so much progress? Why? They're Muslim majority.
Yeah.
Okay, why have they made so much progress?
I mean,
and by the way, at this point, just so you know, the argument is now not about Muslim.
I know it's not.
I know, but the argument is why are some winning, some are not?
And I
why
explained war plays a big role in this.
Well, Mehdi, a part of it
I just pointed out to you the three biggest refugee groups on the boats going into England are Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Sure. Yeah.
Coincidence? No, those are war-torn countries.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm trying to tell you is even with that, if you sit here and say every single time everything is America's fault, what responsibility do they take? Do they take any responsibility that they're not making the right decision for their people?
Just to be clear, people can rewind. I know Rob does screenshots, but people watching on YouTube can rewind. Never did I say it's all America's fault. I've never said that. Have you read? You said you've read my stuff. You've seen my stuff.
I've seen your stuff.
I'm very critical of Muslim majority countries. I am very critical of the Iranian government. I'm very critical of the Saudi government. I'm very critical of the Emirati government.
What do you think they can do?
I do a show for Al Jazeera, and I grilled the Qatari foreign minister on that show about the lack of democracy.
Dude, I've seen your stuff.
I'm critical of Arab governments, Muslim government, Pakistan.
Do you think the Middle East is a safer place with IRGC in charge of running America or somebody like a Pezeshkian? More to moderates.
Of course, I'm more of a moderate. I would like to see. And again, who undermined the moderates?
Okay, I have a better argument here. I think IRGC and its militancy would have caused sufficient military deterrence against Israel and may have even allowed Iran to develop a nuclear weapon, and therefore would have created an environment of longstanding peace far before this current iteration of the conflict ever took place. There is a real argument here that there is, I mean, he said IRGC running America, but I think he meant Iran for the record. So I'm just like skipping past that point because that'd be really funny. I don't, but yes, there is a real argument here for there being more regional stability if Iran had shied away from the path of strategic restraint and moved in the direction of deterrence. Yeah. It's the North Korea argument, obviously.
Iran. Sorry. It's going to be the answer
I
you don't
agree.
like. The United States of America.
No, I disagree.
The United States of America.
No, I disagree. I don't think that's the case. Israel.
Oh, well.
No, I don't put
our
it
proxy then.
No, but listen to you were not expecting my answer.
No, because I don't accept this fake split between U.S. and Israel.
But this is not it. But let me tell you I do. Because what I see going on right now is I see Israel, in a way, I actually like what's taking place. Let me explain to you why I like what's taking place. A part of what's going on right now is the world is able to see Bibi's motive versus Trump's motive. Like, you remember that one time when the Trump and Bibi are on stage speaking, and he's saying, yeah, we're thinking about taking over Gaza, and we're going to build a hotel here. And then you see Bibi goes like, wait, what? You never told me that. He kind of got, I don't know if you remember that session or not. Okay.
The West Bank equivalent.
So a part of it for me, I like that this is happening because I prefer this to be in the public's eye. I prefer for Trump to show, hey, listen, if I want to go become a prime minister of Israel, I would do it. You're there just because of me. I like him saying that publicly.
All right.
I like that is taking place. But to me, who wants IRGC to be gone?
So a couple of things. On the Trump point, I agree it's better these things happen in public, and there is a weird upside to Trump having such a big mouth and saying crazy shit all the time. There is a pro to that. I get that. But let's not forget, Patrick, you saw the New York Times big piece where we discovered from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan that Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or wherever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage
high,
that
high
happened?
percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50.
I don't know what to even add as feedback. Like, it's like hard to continue his like the things that he's weaving into the conversation are so strange and irrelevant. Wait, what the fuck? Left-wing lunacy? What the fuck is this? White House website? Hasan Piker lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be funny if he died? Wait, what the fuck? The offense? The fake news unhinged? By the way, 2 S's? What the fuck? They fucking wrote my name wrong. I'm on the White House website? What the fuck? What? The offense, the fake news and unhinged sick Democrats have spent years peddling reckless, inflammatory, and escalating rhetoric about President Trump's administration and tens of millions of Americans, smearing them as fascist, Nazis, and threats. The truth, the toxic environment has repeatedly incited their supporters to violence, most recently at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, when another radical left lunatic attempted to assassinate President Trump in the third such attack in under 2 years. Examples of degenerate fake news figureheads spewing such disgusting rhetoric include Hasan Piker lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be pretty funny if he died. What? When did I even say that? Wait, is David Pacman and them on here too? Whoa, David Pacman is on here. Emma Nicholson. President Trump in the Oval Office Situation Room commanding one of the most daring health crises, fueled by unhinged fringe accounts. Probably many times, let's be real. Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't remember. Why didn't they put the link? I want to see the video. I'm guessing it's clipped like you saying something along the lines it'd be pretty funny. Oh, yeah, it'd be pretty funny if he died to one of his own supporters who turned on him, etc. Something like that. I would never say that. Shut the fuck up, Megaphonics. Oh, wait, hold on. The sources are here. Hold on. Mediaite, Newsbusters. Evil never dies. Twitch star Hasan Piker laments Trump is still alive and still kicking. Twitch star Hasan Piker was a bit bummed that President Donald Trump was still alive on Saturday after many speculated on X and Blue Sky about the Commander-in-Chief's health because of a light Labor Day weekend schedule. Wait. This is the story of the fucking week. The notion that so many people have deep-held resentment for the fucking president that they're actively fantasizing about his untimely demise at the young age of 79, Piker said. His comment came a few hours after photos and video emerged of Trump heading out to play some golf with his granddaughter, Kai Trump. Piker, during his live stream, said everybody was stoked that Trump was potentially dead. The president, he added, is an evil, obese, demented 80-year-old man. Before saying he believes it backfires whenever Trump's haters pray for his downfall. I feel like it has the opposite effect, Piker said, where you just hit the thoughts and prayers, and then those thoughts and prayers end up bouncing off of him. You know, it just makes him stronger. I don't know what it is. On Saturday, Piker added, it would be pretty funny if Trump died before former President Joe Biden. Oh, I did say it. Like, I said it'd be pretty funny if Trump died before former President Joe Biden, whom Piker said was old as fuck and had a deteriorating brain. Yo, I cracked myself up, dude. It's way funnier when it's written down. I got clip chipped by the White House. That's crazy. Yeah, I thought
legalized comedy.
I thought legalized comedy. What the fuck? Do you ever look back at some of the things you said and chuckle yourself to sleep? I mean, this is pretty funny. This is a good take. I cooked. It's bad that it's written down though. Whatever. Okay. Anyway, that'll be all for today. I will get back to the Patrick but David conversation. There's an hour and 20 more minutes on this thing. I can't finish it right now because I'm tired. It's been 8 hours and 16 minutes. We got some big dumps today. Tomorrow is yet another day. We'll be live. We'll be alive. We'll ChatGPT it. We'll grok it. We'll do the damn thing. We are all numbers guys. I know you like number. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. He cooked, dude. My goat. My fucking goat. More big dumps, please. More stealing of votes. We're going to intercept and steal democracy from the Republicans in California. That's right. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning and YC woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait, just you wait.